Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 2-1. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball deep left field, and that one is way out of here. That hits the top of the batting pages. A long home run for Ranger killer Shea Langoliers. It's his 6th homer of the season to give the A's a 4-2 lead here in the bottom of the 6th.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for a stacked Thursday edition on 105.3 The Fan. The Athletics using the long ball to take it to the Rangers. Jake Berger tried to get them back in play.
He triple patty.
Triple patty.
Yeah, it was a 3-run homer.
3-run homer, not enough. And the Athletics, for the first time since 2021, sit atop the American League West, 6-5 A's.
And I'll tell you, that Burger bomb, it gave me the little boost. I was fading fast. I was fading fast last night. Did not get a whole lot of sleep over the weekend. This week, the late games, I'm struggling. And that gave me a little bit of boost, little boost to energy, because those eyes were getting a little heavy. Because that was a outside of Mike Bassick's performance, and that was a clinic that he put on with Kumar Rocker and his slow delivery.
Well, you love you some Mike on the broadcast.
I've said it. If he was doing the Mets or the Yankees, he'd be on TBS or ESPN. But
he was covering, I think, wrestling the game before.
Yeah. Do whatever you need. Whatever you need from Mike. And then I texted him last night, and he goes, "Well, I just love this job so much." And I was like, "Oh, shots fired."
I was going to say, do you think that was the slogan when he worked here? Whatever you need from Mike.
Yeah, I don't think that was his slogan.
He's doing reads. I want to text him after every commercial read, after everyone here was an absolute roller coaster. He's interrupting, stealing DFW security from me, and now it's not Dave Raymond, it's Mike Bassick doing the professional reads heading to break.
Professional read, man. But, look, I mean, it wasn't all bad. I mean, you get Wyatt Langford to have a decent night. You hope to get him turned around. And, of course, Berger comes up with big hits. And that long ball that he's able to put out, because he must love Oakland. He must love Oakland or wherever the hell they're playing, Sacramento.
Everybody seems to. And look, I mean, Rocker, it's been a little rocky these last couple starts for him. Control's not always been there. But it's watching them in these last couple games with whether it be the Dodgers or the A's or whatever else. I like at least seeing that there's a little bit of pop for them now, that they're at least hitting with a little bit of power. It's just right now it's all or nothing. They're either hitting the ball out or they're just not making much contact at all.
The West is a jumbled up mess.
Oh, yeah.
The A's are in first at 10-8, Rangers 9-9, Angels 9-10, Seattle has 8 wins. The Armpit has now won 2 in a row after losing 8 in a row. They have 8 wins. So they'll finish things up. Rangers will aim for the sweep with a 1:30 pregame today. First pitch at 2 o'clock on this station with Jack Leiter on the mound. I don't think this is a hot take. I tried to talk myself out of it, but before we get to the Dallas Stars, the second most electrifying player of our generation.
Runs it right, behind the back to Draymond, back to Steph, dribbles off a double team, fades and fires. It's good! A sideline 3 for Steph Curry.
Oh, that's not Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say Al Horford.
It was vintage. Al Horford came up big as well. But the Warriors are down all night long. A lot of times, like 8, 9, 10 in Los Angeles against the Clippers. And if you stayed up late for this one, Steph Curry scoring 11 of his game-high 35 in the final 9.5 minutes. And the Warriors come back to stun the Clippers and advance in the play-in. And I'm going to miss this. I started feeling this way about Brady towards the end, and I was like, man, how much longer do we have left of this? And it can be a while with the way that this guy is performing at his age. And I thought at his age he'd be breaking down. He'd be more so out of the league versus years hanging on because of the slight build. Steph is beefed up. He's 38, and he can do this for a couple of more years, it looks like. Second most exciting and electrifying player behind Mike I've seen.
This is the
in just basketball or any sport.
Basketball.
Okay.
This is the.
I didn't say best. I said electric, most exciting.
Okay, so more exciting than LeBron.
Yes. The one that I was having a hard time with was Kobe, but the way Steph does it, like more kids are gonna sit there.
They emulate Steph more.
And emulate Steph more. And, I'm
changed the game from a three-point perspective.
Yeah, but just the way he does it and the 4-point plays and the 3-point bombs and the anticipation that rises in the crowd off of him coming off every pick, and it's and then he doesn't shoot it, and then he can finish with loop-de-loop layups or whatever else he does. Just he's so freaking awesome.
Yeah.
It's such a treat.
What about earlier LeBron? Because obviously LeBron changed. Like LeBron started playing like the 4 and the 5 a lot more, like different stuff. But like earlier LeBron was like those like tomahawk dunks and like the high flying stuff. It was the same one. But I mean like the Dwayne Wade lob dunk in early in Miami, like that was like the first 8-9 years of his career, he was definitely more of like an athlete, like athletic, high-flying type player.
From the 4.69, he's a beast at golf also. For the 6.41, they went over his strict minutes rule that he was supposed to play. Listen, he is a treat. He is the Caitlin Clark of the MNBA.
Yeah, except his go down. His shots go down.
Right, absolutely. No, it's all seriousness. I was kind of with the same way with you, but it's also like, he may age better because his game isn't rooted in athleticism, right? It's rooted in shot making.
Yeah.
And as long as he doesn't have isn't break down from how he can't run his knees, whatever, you could find a way to get a guy open. And he has shown throughout his career that he doesn't need a whole lot of space to get a shot off.
Also, quick reminder: Caitlin Clark, 32% career 3-point shooter. This is a big win for the NBA these first 2 nights. Like massive win getting the games that they've gotten, because they are. I mean, it sucks that they've been as late as they have been some of these, but 3 out of these 4 games have been really compelling down the stretch, tight games or big storylines or whatever else. And if you're going to have as awful regular seasons as they consistently have, if you're going to have the issues with the load management and stuff like that, and teams trying to tell you we're trying to preserve health, well, then it better be damn good when you get to the postseason.
Yeah, but not near enough to save it. You can't give me two nights.
But good start for them. This is a big win for them. This is a positive start. If they can get a postseason that mirrors these first 2 nights, they're going to be in a lot better shape by the time the postseason ends.
I don't think. Let's see how much argument I get just in terms of most exciting. Second most exciting, Kobe was the one I was thinking of even more so over LeBron, just because LeBron was, having such Magic Johnson to his game. High flying dunker and all that, but none of that can beat to me the majestic Steph Curry 3.
So here you go. I was good to see him on Team USA. I finally got to be on the good side of dagger threes. Kobe's the most electrifying athlete. It says Steve is 3 or 4. I assume that means Steph. Nothing electric about chucking up threes, making them or not.
What?
Yes, there is.
Ain't nobody got what on Jeremy Lin. That's the second most electrifying athlete. F LeBron. So,
I mean, and if you want to just talk about entertainment factor, not just best,
and it's not even a contest. If you're sitting down with your kid to watch Kobe, LeBron, Steph, in my opinion, Steph is going to lap them in terms of just who's the most exciting of these guys to play and try to copy.
I'll send videos of,
except for the dunk.
Where's Luka going to end up being with that? Because Luka's whole thing just being the ridiculous shot making and but a lot of his game is also very slow.
Yeah. Not
Dominique Wilkins is always one that I like. I think of when I think of exciting players to watch who may not be up near the Michael level, the ones that pop into my head first are Sean Kemp and Dominique Wilkins.
Yeah. I don't know if this is my kids or kids in general. They're not impressed by dunks the way we were. They're more impressed with the threes, with the handles. because I'll show them like old Jordan stuff or whatever. The up and unders.
Yeah.
They're not impressed by the up and unders, at all. It's like,
well, I think Bridges the other night off the Hornets had one.
Yeah.
And the whole internet.
And there's old heads thinking Jordan doing this. And it's just
and
like.
Someone said, we don't give you credit for playing Mozart.
Right. Yeah. You play Mozart, you recreate Mozart.
Yep.
You don't get credit for it. I don't know. Maybe it's just my kids, but like when I show them highlights of
it's a lot more common too, right? Like,
yeah.
You know who they love? The younger generation from our generation.
Vince could be up there.
Yeah, Vince is excited. Jason Williams is who they love today.
Yes.
Like kids today love him. They'll watch which we loved him when he was playing.
Yeah.
But so what's funny is also
I love hearing him speak on Barstool.
Yeah, he's hilarious. But the follow up, like when you think of his legacy, I'm always thinking back on it and being like, man, we talk about him now like much more positively than we talked about him even back then, because he was exciting, but we're also like, oh, he's going to do all this and then the shot's not going to go down or whatever else.
Julian was like, he thought it was AI.
With Jay Will?
He thought it was Allen Iverson.
With Jay Will.
Oh,
no,
Iverson could be up there.
He's like, this is a white guy can't do this.
Talk about not making shots.
It looks like it's probably going to be trouble for our guy Jamal Mosley, by the way, former Mavs coach, Luka favorite. Head coach of the Orlando Magic. All I've been reading is that it's him or me, ultimatums. I would not expect Jamal Mosley to be the head coach of the Magic next year after they get eliminated by the Joel Embiid-less Philadelphia 76ers 109-97.
Hell yeah, get Jamal Mosley back here. Replace Jason Kidd. Get Casey Smith back. Luka free agent in a couple years. We got it set up for the Luka Coop run. It's going to be beautiful.
Just don't have a general manager.
Exactly. That's all you got to worry about. Did you see the Skip Bayless clip yesterday about the Sixers?
No, I won't click on that.
I did. Yeah, I didn't click on it. It was just right in front of me. He's talking about like I got deep connections in Philadelphia. Okay, and he goes, Embiid cleared to play, told to play. He's refusing. He's refusing to play.
God, I hate him. Oh, my God, I hate him so much. The Dallas Stars finishing up the regular season. Brent Severin will join us tomorrow to bust our balls at 8:20 to get you ready for the Minnesota Wild over the weekend. Here's how the regular season ended.
Wyatt Johnston, who's had a career season, can end the season with a win. Johnston on Ellis. He scores! A poetic finish. Wyatt Johnston with the exclamation point winner. The Stars get their 50th win of the season and cap off the year.
Victory Plus with the call. Matt Duchene had an amazing goal in this one-on-one. But you heard it right there. Third straight year they achieved 50 wins. First time in franchise history that a 3-year 50 or more win total has taken place. They come back twice to beat the Sabres in Buffalo in a shootout 4-3. Spittle points this out. And this is where you kind of never get that answer to whether rust, or being on fire is the ultimate answer going into the postseason. The Stars went to the playoffs last year, losers of 7 straight.
Oh, no. Loser.
It did not hurt them. This year, they head into the playoffs winners of 5 straight. So they end the year with 20 regulation losses. That's it. The third fewest in a full season in franchise history, and that includes just 9 on the road, which is a new record. 112 points, tied for third in franchise history.
And Money Puck says 50.6% that they deserve to win this game. By the way, I should reference that is, as Eric Chiafalo said yesterday on the air, Sean Sharif's go-to website, moneypuck.com.
Oh, man.
Eric, at 7:20 today, I was going to give you so much credit. I was going to give you so much credit at 7:20 with the G-Bag fight.
Potential
The great G-Bag fight.
Stanley Cup final rematch. That's what this game was, because Buffalo is that good.
Money Puck has,
very good.
At the top, they've got Money Puck Stars 6.1% to win the Cup, and they've got Buffalo 8.7%.
Yeah, Buffalo's a very good team. They don't have the name superstars that, say, Florida has had over the last couple of years, or the Stars would have, or Minnesota, or Colorado, or even Vegas, right? Or Edmonton, of course. And Edmonton's not having the year they've had, but that is a really well put together team that they also won 50 games. And they have about the same amount of points. as the Stars. But looks like we're heading to we don't have official 1 p.m. Saturday face-off. And then, of course, it'll probably be 9 p.m. on Monday.
Are you hearing 1 p.m.?
I'm hearing 1 or 4.
Okay.
1 or 4 p.m.
Stars.
Sources, look at that. Choppy with the sources.
Stars.
It was Twitter.
Oh.
Stars Wild this weekend. Gavin Spittle spits and suds with your full hockey coverage. 3 different draft experts have the Cowboys trading up and making the same move. Pump the brakes, because friend of the show, maybe a Cowboys national insider, says they're not trading up. We'll make Bobby pick one to believe. Inside the Star after this. Have you tried the Mexican cornbread yet at Hurtado Barbecue? It is loaded up with prime brisket, corn,
In the beginning, the true color of trust for the last century and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas through it all.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
3 different big name drafters, mockers, NFL insiders, tweet scouts, whatever Broadus calls them, who's up listening right now, part of the 6 a.m. club, talking to me about Steph Curry. Broadus,
Broadus is listening?
Yeah.
Is that the guy who hates Sonny Styles?
Hey. Broadus,
I think he said he wouldn't pee on him if he was on fire.
Broadus, you're gonna love 720 from me. You're gonna love 720 from me. Bobby's car is parked downstairs outside of the garage.
Hey, shut up! He doesn't know I don't park in the garage.
And security, that goes for you as well. All right, so we have Dane Brugler, Mel Kiper, and Todd McShay all saying the same thing: that the Cowboys move up to 6 to draft Sonny Styles. Now, here's the McShay compensation. You give up 12. You don't have to give up 20, Ralph. You give up 92, which is the Dorrance Armstrong third, and next year's second-round pick. Okay? So 12, 92, and next year's second. Here's what McShay says. Christian Parker covets athleticism and intelligence at linebacker for his scheme, and Styles checks both. Former safety, measured 6'5", 244, and still ran the fastest 40, tied with Arvell Reese. The fastest 10-yard split, tied with, is it Obiazar? Namdi what?
No, not Asamoah, different. Obiazar. There's like 3 different definitions I've heard.
While also posting the top broad jump and setting a record for players 6'4" or taller with a 43.5-inch vert since 03. Beyond the off-the-charts testing, Styles is widely regarded as one of the smartest players in the draft. One executive told me he'll run a company when his football days are over. He should step in and improve the football IQ of this defense and help clean up the play at the second and third levels. If there's any question about the value in trading up for an off-ball linebacker, just look at what the Eagles did, where Christian Parker was last year. Fangio and CP moved up for Jahad Campbell, and his impact showed up immediately.
I mean, to be fair, Jalen Smith owned a company after his playing career was over, too.
Did he own it, or was he supposed to? Did we check the LLC?
Clear eye view, clear eye, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Clear eye view. It wasn't so much. He could see it clearly. He just couldn't always read and react to it.
The eyeglass company. So 12. The number 12, their third-round pick, and a 2 for next year.
Yes.
I mean, look, my main goal is to come away with 2 firsts in this one, and then that would allow me to do that. You still only get 2 picks at the top, now 100, which kind of stinks. I can be talked into that.
Dane Brugler was asked on All City, are you hearing or thinking that the Cowboys move up for Styles?
I think a little bit of both, I guess. I mean, it's something that when you look at, because as much as mock drafts get mocked, this is exactly what NFL teams are doing right now, right? They are looking at all the scenarios. They are going through the possibility.
It makes sense to you.
I think a little bit of both, I guess. I mean, it's something that when you look at, because as much as mock drafts get mocked, this is exactly what NFL teams are doing right now. Right. They are looking at all the scenarios. They are going through the possibilities and saying, okay, well, if this happens. And something that is talked about is who's the aggressive team this year? Who's going to go up into the top 10 in a somewhat lighter class? Like, we can say that, right? Not just the quarterbacks, but overall, it's a lighter top 10 than relative to other years. But who could be that aggressive team? And the Cowboys make sense, not only because they have the draft capital to do it, but this is a win now window. And we know they need to get better on defense. And this is in terms of the top tier of prospects in this draft, there's a chance, probably a likely chance, they get wiped out of those guys. And so it just comes down to, where do the Cowboys feel at number 12 if they get wiped out of, Reuben Bain and the 3 Ohio State defenders and Mansour Delane? What is that plan B? Do they have somebody ready to go, whether that's Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, Akeem Mesidor, Keldrick Falk, whoever that is? Do they feel good enough about that player at 12? Or do they feel the need to, hey, let's go get aggressive, go get our guy? And I think Sonny Styles makes sense as a guy to go get, especially for this team. When you think about the Christian Parker defense, you think about if they played a game tomorrow, who's wearing the green dot?
So, in watching and being a YouTube, I'm not a Twitter scout. I'm a YouTube scout. 10 minutes, and I made my decision in 10 minutes, giving myself an out in case I'm wrong. I talked about it yesterday, and I think this is why Broadus going to love 720. That I was not blown away by. I was hoping for more. After reading all the things that McShay recapped from the Combine, I was looking for some LeVar Arrington, Jadeveon Clowney type explosive, crazy college highlights. The one area in which I'll give, and I'll say, okay, you want to move up for him, go ahead and do it, is if you can tell me that he will coordinate and run everything like Caleb Downs is supposed to do. And McShay did include in that the brain power, the leadership, all of that is there for Styles, which I love.
Checks all those boxes, and is a guy who's got, the ridiculous athleticism, fresh at the position. A lot of it's projection that he's going to continue to grow as a player. But, I mean, it's something where the other, I think, push or focus being on him is also about what's behind him at that position, which is, I think most NFL teams would say not another first-round linebacker. I don't think anybody else would have anybody other than Styles. Maybe there's a couple that would say, we've got, C.J. Allen in the first round. I've got C.J. Allen in the first round. I like him like that. But I don't know that teams would say there's definitely a first-round linebacker outside of Sonny Styles.
Charles Robinson. Give us a recap of who he is.
Charles is I'm trying to think of the best term for him. He's sort of like a investigative journalist for the NFL. Not on the who's our ESPN, but Don Van Natta. Not on the Don Van Natta level, but definitely is more about, let me write the story of the investigation of how something came to be, and tell that story. So really well connected, really, really great storyteller, and somebody who I think it's always important to listen to some of the things that he says.
In regards to the Cowboys
in regards to everybody, but yeah, definitely the Cowboys too. He's been on top of some Cowboys stuff.
So everyone this week is saying they're moving up, move up, move up. Charles Robinson, pump the brakes.
Rob, are you buying the boys going from 12 to 6?
No, I'm not. And I'm glad you checked in with Dallas, because when I was doing the all juice team stuff, I talked to someone in Dallas and I did not sense, I felt like those 2 first-round picks, they feel like they can get contributing players. They feel
contributing players.
They feel good about getting players who might not be instantaneous starters, but can come in immediately and contribute to the 2026 team. And that's what they need. They need more players, particularly defensively.
So there is Charles pumping the brakes on the Inside Coverage podcast. Choppy, I'm going to ask you to pick who you want to believe. And Bobby, I'm going to ask you who you do believe. Everyone's saying move up. Charles Robinson saying, I don't think it's happening. Choppy, you start off.
Oh, I want to believe Charles Robinson, because I want to go further than that. I want to trade down. If I could, they've got 3 top 100 picks. If I could walk away with 5 top 100 picks, I'm fine with that. If the Jets are willing to come up from 16, because they've got multiple firsts and they've got some capital, let's go. If Detroit at 17 is willing to come on up, let's get Minnesota. If any of these teams wants to come on up, I'm open for business here. And then at 20, whether you want to move up, whether you want to move back for 20 or not, I mean, you don't have to. I would like to move off 12, especially if the board falls the way that they're saying. If Delane's gone and Styles and Downs and all these guys are gone, moving down probably isn't the worst idea. It's probably not the worst idea anyway.
Who do you believe, Bob?
Charles, I guess. So here's the thing. I was listening to G-Bag yesterday. They were talking about trade-up scenarios. And
yeah, they were.
Eric was being a little conspiracy-minded, maybe one would say. Eric.
Of all people?
Eric maybe buying into some conspiracies. But
yeah.
it doesn't, it's not the most absurd thing, which Eric goes, he's like, I think we're getting ball sacked here. He says, I think if you look at, he's like, think about this. He's like, we're 8 days out and everybody just knows exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
He's like, why does everybody in the world seem to know what they're going to do 8 days out? That feels like not legitimate to me. So he's like, I know. He's like, my antennas are just up. Here's the thing. I think they're going to enter the draft and just say, we're just going to watch. We're going to watch.
Yeah, they'll wait for a phone to ring.
And no, I don't even think that. I think they're going to watch and they're going to see how stuff goes and they'll go, we'll react to whatever's ahead of us.
Well, you can't wait and watch for Reese or Bailey.
No, but here's what I think you're watching for. I don't think Reese or Bailey, I don't think they go up to 3. I just don't think they have the capital for it. But let's say
they do,
let's say
right? They just don't want to spend it.
No, they don't. They don't really have the
give
capital.
Up next year.
You would have to sacrifice everything you have on day one and more into that. They don't have resources to do that.
But to Child's point, they do, but they don't.
They do in the sense that Mike Ditka had their entire draft to trade for Ricky Williams, and he did, but no reasonable human being would do it.
Right.
These are what if this is the top 10?
Mike had a tea time. He's like, I'm not doing this.
I don't think this is absurd. The Raiders take Mendoza. The Jets take Arvell Reese, which yesterday they cancel their 30 visit with David Bailey, apparently. Arizona takes David Bailey. Titans then take Jeremiah Love, who they've been connected to. The Giants are a big pivot point in there. The Giants at 5, what if they take Francis Malinois? They do need offensive line. There are people who think the Giants could be in there. Okay, well, Cleveland has been talked about as being really big on Spencer Fano. Okay, now we're at Washington. They would take Carnell Tate in that instance. If Love's off the board, they would take Tate. Okay, well, you got New Orleans, who wants a pass rusher? Bain. And then you've got Kansas City, who's been on Jordan Tyson. Now you get to Cincinnati and Miami ahead of you, and Delane, Styles, and Downs are still on the board. It's 3 players with 2 picks to go. I don't think it's I don't know that it's definitely it plays out that way, but I don't think that's ridiculous to think it could happen that way. And if it happens that way, Dallas would watch the board and go, we're not moving. Why would we sacrifice that 20th pick knowing one of those 3?
You said Bain, Delane, Downs?
No, Delane, Styles, Downs. I don't think it's impossible to think that as pick 10 rolls around and you're 2 out, that those 3 are there. And I think those are the 3 that they would really be focusing on.
That's your dream scenario.
Dream scenario.
And, and that way, I mean, you don't have, obviously at that point, trading down is like, all right, it wouldn't have to do that.
As of today, I think they end up with Caleb Downs.
As of what?
As of today, I think they end up with Caleb Downs.
You know what? Just don't. Stop. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
As long as it's not that Sonny Styles, am I right, Brian?
I don't want to hear. I don't want to get excited. I don't want to hear it. Inside the Star, the G-Bag War Room debate that I can't wait to get into at 7:20 this morning. Are cats and dogs actually in charge of your flight? And the police standoff where people are trying to pick up chicks. It's the Payload Thursday edition after this.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan, we are going to save you some money on your energy costs with Base Power. I switched over. Sean switched over. Put the address in the search box there, and it'll kick you back a kilowatt-hour price for your home. I was able to save 15%.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday, 6:40. It is time for the payload every single Thursday at this time, 6:40 on Thursday. And guys, everyone loves having fun at their jobs, right? And this includes the pilots. I know it's a tough time in the airline world with jet fuel prices and barrel prices, all that stuff. Flights, 90 minutes away, are $400 it seems like. So be careful out there if you're buying airline tickets. Maybe you can get a deal here and there. But sometimes it's a slow day and you just want to mess around with your buddy on the job. Here are 2 different clips that went viral within the last few days where pilots are just having fun on the job. The first clip is of Delta and American Airlines pilot at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. And these guys are just
where Crosby flew in.
That's right. And these guys are just being dudes. They're making animal noises at each other, and air traffic control was trying to shut it down immediately.
You guys, you need to be professional pilots. Meow, 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 meow. This is why you're still flying RJ. It was funny the first 5 minutes. A pretty big Ritalin dose you missed.
I love it.
Pretty big Ritalin dose you missed.
Still flying RJ.
Isn't Reagan where they had that issue with the helicopter crashing into the plane?
To the RJ, yeah.
Yeah, a sterile cockpit. That's supposed to be the rule.
Yeah, it this is wild. You'll see. I've heard stories of pilots like they'll be flying under another plane and they'll take a photo of it and they'll airdrop it to the other pilot.
That's amazing.
Like 1,000 feet up.
Stop by Kid Rock's house.
Yeah. That's that was. They got suspended. They got suspended for that.
Did you see that?
No, Kid Rock.
No, there's a helicopter.
Yeah.
That basically
went rogue.
Almost lands right in front of Kid Rock's house. Kid Rock walks outside on his deck, and there's the helicopter.
The thing that stands out to me, why does he have a little him-sized Statue of Liberty by his swimming pool? What the hell is that?
The question is, why not?
That's what they do.
Yeah. Why not?
That's what's done. I don't mind this.
This is funny.
Keep it loose.
If they were doing it for 5 minutes, I would get annoyed if I was an air traffic controller.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
And they're just going, meow, 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 meow.
But Bobby, I feel like if you had this job, or if you were a pilot, you would be doing this too.
Oh,
and how?
I would not be saying meow. I would probably be relentlessly doing bits, but I would not be going meow.
Isn't Bobby the #1 person in the building you would not want flying your plane?
He thinks. He would not. I will say this.
Maybe Blake. Well, Blake would just take us to the wrong state.
Wow. Yeah, he would take us to the state of Denver.
Yeah.
The state of Denver.
See, Bobby has watched enough of the air disaster shows, like I have, to know what not to do.
I'm certain every plane. I'm certain every plane is going to. I think I'd be high up the list of people you'd want doing it. I would be like, I'd double up on the Adderall. I'd open a manual. I would be so locked in and focused on how do we get this thing to land. I think I'd be way up the list.
Way down the list.
I think statistically speaking, you'd be the one we'd least want to fly.
Oh no.
Wow.
I think I have to dump that. That's bad.
He really dumped it.
No, you're emotionally unstable.
Yeah.
You can lash out.
Emotionally unstable. So you think this is like
you get a text from Kristen and you're like, screw it.
Airplane mode. Can't get texts up there. I'd be fine.
That's right.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Well, there was also another instance a few days ago where a pilot was approaching Salt Lake City International Airport. Air traffic control was trying to be funny, and RJ Gen Z strikes again.
Hey, Delta 1738, do you have time for a quick question? Go for it. Are you familiar with the artist Fetty Wap? I am not. Oh, bummer. He just has a song that's 1738. Just remind me of it. No, unfortunately, no.
That's good. That's good.
Really ballsy to have all this audio come out in the times we're living in.
What's 17 shots from a 38?
What airline was that?
I got a Glock in my Rari.
I don't know what airline, but it was going to Salt Lake City.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think it's fun.
Yeah, until something happens. The audio comes out from the black box.
Which is not black, oddly enough.
No,
it's
orange.
It's orange.
It's orange.
Wow.
So they want to be able to find it in the wreckage easily, so it's like bright orange.
So poor ATC, man. He just wanted some laughs, and I think this shows that Gen Z is officially in the workforce, not knowing the reference of Fetty Wap.
That's I sent you the story the other day. The Department of Transportation, their latest release, their job recruitment thing for air traffic controllers is, hey gamers, this is the moment you've prepared for. They're trying to get Twitch streamers to enter the field of air traffic control.
What are you
now.
trusting more, the flight video game player or the football video? You got to pick one.
Oh.
Your favorite team is playing a big game, and you got to get the video game controller calling the plays, or the person who is good on N64.
Yeah,
flying the plane simulation.
Well, those flight simulators are pretty realistic. They're
No, I'm talking about a video game.
Right, if you got somebody who entered the field and their experience previous to this was just video games, and they're going to figure out how to do this job, which is what apparently the Department of Transportation is doing. I would trust the video game player to treat it like a video game. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do this. This goes here.
Technology, man.
I know I'm not supposed to give many shout-outs, or I don't usually give shout-outs on the station, on the show, but I got to give one here to Byron Anderson. Actually, his son, Bronson, it's his 16th birthday today. So shout out
oh, look at
Bronson.
That.
Happy birthday to Bronson.
Bron.
And shout out Byron Anderson. All right, is the payload every single Thursday at this time. Look, we had the Dodger story on Tuesday about going away from dating apps, but here's a cop who is still on the dating apps. There was a high-speed chase in California over the weekend. You have cop cars racing around, helicopters from news stations flying all over to catch up with the criminal. Like many speed chases, the guy running from the police eventually crashed, and then there was a standoff with the police as they tried to get the suspect. Well, one of the helicopters flying around overhead from CBS Los Angeles had video footage of the standoff, and in the background it showed a cop who was on duty swiping on the dating app. It was one of those where you had to zoom in to see it. You couldn't see it from afar, but you zoomed in. There he is swiping on Tinder, Bumble, wherever he's at. But he was in the middle of a standoff, and now his job might be on the line here. And this is unfortunate, man. You get caught doing this when you're not supposed to. I mean, because no one would have saw him. No one would have seen him if the overhead footage would have caught him. But he was just trying to bypass the time, man, and he got caught.
So someone was zooming in on him swiping?
Yeah, so if you look at the news station, the video footage, if you just pause it and then zoom in, you can see the cop at the back of it. They weren't showing the cop oh, look at this guy on his dating app. He's swiping on duty. He's supposed to be being a police guy, but you can catch him in the act.
I wonder how hard it is with perception and everything for police officers in the dating world. You sit down for the first date, because we all have, right, the paranoid antennas go up, and general dislike whenever you see a police car. You're not like, oh my God, hey. It's like, oh my God, how are they going to get me? And then you sit down for dinner, and he or her finds out you're a police officer.
Yeah.
I wonder how much that works against you.
I think you know your profile is in the photo. You were going to just... Anybody who would be out immediately is out immediately. You don't get a weird interaction. And anybody who's swiping, that's potentially a kink. And they're like, ooh, a cop. I get a cop. I think you're going to open more doors. You're
going to the handcuffs in your belt.
Yeah. Exactly. You're going to thin the herd. You're going to thin the people that aren't going to want to go on a date with you anyway. So that's a good way to knock it out. And then you're going to get probably a little added boost from some people who are like, ooh, more attractive because I like that.
There needs to be a website of just the hottest police officers.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
That's a kink.
They've got, I'm sure there's a firefighter one. I'm sure
there's mug shotties for the criminals.
Mug shotties, yeah.
So after lockup.
And to me,
shout
it's
out Kevin in Arlington.
The first thing I think of is, now it's a license to speed. If I'm dating a cop, married to a cop.
Well, how are they going to get you off with other police officers?
Oh no! See, you get a little book where you put your little license in there. My neighbor's got one, and on the inside it's got a spouse of a police officer.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I did not know that.
Can I say
give the badge number,
or just have your Dave Swavey coin?
Not on this particular one, because this is a little bit of a different context. But Peyton also sent that clip earlier today of the producer Googling questions to ask after a tough baseball loss. I do not like the new trend that is not. I don't feel like it's being condemned enough of the just zooming in on strangers' phones.
I don't like it either.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
Well,
It's not your
did you
business.
get caught with it, or was it Slater texting you? Wasn't that an issue at a game?
Slater was pulling up something and texting, I think. But I just think it's lame. It's like, just let it be.
People are saying it's called.
You'd be the one to do it. You'd be the one to zoom in on everyone.
No. I wouldn't do that. No,
I think you did it at Zach when I was at the Stars game with you.
No, there's a difference. That's a bit. That's Zach.
Oh, it's
and Zach has done way worse. Okay, so that's a bit.
I was gonna say not to you. That changed my mind.
that was a bit.
Yeah, I'm the only one that hasn't gotten hit yet.
That was a bit, but no, the like. You're just when they're doing it, it's like the producer. Like, that's a producer like who's got her headset on. She's probably just like there to like field produce and help out the reporter. She's not even doing it.
This is the justification for you listening right now to get the Holland phone. The
screen, the blackout
the privacy screen.
The privacy screen. So you come home and she's like, "What? What'd you get that for?" And be like, "There's people zooming in behind you in all walks of life. Like you should get one too."
I don't even have to say that to my wife. Because she's got it, remember?
She's got what?
She's got the little privacy screen.
Oh.
I told her to get it.
Why?
Because the girls are always like over her shoulder looking at what she's doing. And I was like, don't let them look at like if you're watching TikToks or whatever else. No, if she's like texting somebody or she's doing something like the kids are not supposed to just have full access to the things she does.
Do you have it?
No.
Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. Well, he's got 3 phones.
Yeah, she didn't know which one's coming.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It's the payload every Thursday on Sean and RJ.
People are saying they're called badge bunnies. The girls who go after cops.
Oh.
Badge bunnies. Like Buckle Bunnies, only for...
Great halftime show.
Yeah.
The Dallas Mavericks have their GM target. There's a big problem with it. That's next, along with the G-Bag Cowboy fight. Commercial free in the Expressway at 7:20. Can the Mavs get their Nico replacement next?
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Runs it right behind the back to Draymond, back to Steph. Dribbles off a double team, fades and fires. It's good! A sideline three for Steph Curry.
The great Steph Curry taking over the fourth quarter last night as the Warriors stun the Clippers in the play-in game in order to move on. Philadelphia eliminates Jamal Mosley and the Orlando Magic. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ along with the entire morning squad. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton, Phillip, Russell, and Aiden running the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. I got the latest playoff series odds from Bet Online. San Antonio, Portland. What percent chance do the Spurs have to win this series?
94.
You are dead right. 94.5%.
Is it really?
Minus 1,700 for San Antonio.
I didn't. I looked. Yeah, not the last. I looked yesterday.
At my email?
No.
Oh.
I didn't really look this up. It just kind of came across. I didn't realize they were a 62-win team.
Yeah. 2 seed?
Yeah, I knew they were a 2 seed. I knew that. I didn't realize they were a 62-win team.
Yeah. Cleveland, Toronto. You can guess the percent or the minus.
78%.
83% for the Cavs. Denver, Minnesota.
72%.
77% Denver. New York, Atlanta.
Man, the way Stephen A. talked about changes coming if they lose to Atlanta, I'm thinking it's got to be high, but it's, the Knicks, so you can never go too high with them. Let's do 69%.
73%. Rockets, Lakers. And Luka is rejoining them, but I still think it's going to be rejoining as a spectator.
58%.
The Rockets haven't. Oh, no. Way off. 84% for the Rockets.
Okay, so
there's no Reeves and no Luka.
Right, yeah, they're really okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
No
They got
Reeves
LeBron.
and no Luka. Championship favorite, Bobby.
Thunder
at plus 120. By the way, they're back in the lottery as a result of the Warriors game.
Oh, that's good. Look at them.
The Clippers loss gets them at the back end of the lottery.
The NBA was dreading this earlier in the year because the Clippers were really struggling earlier. There's a point where I think the Thunder had the fourth best odds of the number one pick midway through the year or something when the Clippers were really bad, but they ended up it got cleaned up because that was what they were. That started a lot of the talk.
Harden got out of there.
Unbelievable. They got Shea and all those Clipper picks.
Second best odds to win it.
San Antonio.
It is San Antonio at 9-2. Third.
Detroit. Or no, Boston.
It is Boston at 11-2. Why did you pick them over the Pistons?
Because as close as they are, Detroit's still a come-up team, and so a lot of times Vegas will default to who's been there.
I'm rooting hard for the Pistons, though. I got a 50-1 bet on them from June of last year.
To win it all?
To win it all. 50-1.
Who's coach of the year, Mazzulla or tell me the Spurs coach?
Greg Popovich.
Jerry Tarkanian.
Becky Hammond.
Spurs or Celtics head coach? Who should win coach of the year?
JB Bickerstaff.
Man, it's the Celtics they had a lot of turnover.
They didn't have Tatum.
They had a lot of turnover. It's hard for me not to say Mazzulla.
Then
over the other guy, whoever.
Mitch Johnson.
Denver, Cleveland, Detroit, New York, Charlotte, Armpit, Lakers, Wolves. The Phoenix Suns were 750-1, so they are bye-bye. All right, Tim McMahon says Tim Connolly is the Dallas Mavericks' primary target in the general manager search. Connolly had an out in his contract last season, but does not this season. The Mavs need the Timberwolves' permission to even speak to him. So that's not great. You got to get the Timberwolves to grant you the permission. And then also on the Howdy Partners pod, McMahon says Jason Kidd which I told you dropped in a couple weeks ago, would love to get, well, I didn't tell you this part. I said that Jason Kidd would not mind moving upstairs into a front office role, but McMahon adds, J. Kidd wants to get Casey Smith back here.
Oh!
Unlikely due to the fact that Smith is currently under contract with the Knicks. Jason will have input, but it's not his hire. I see Luka coming back before Casey Smith.
That's the
they come back together, package deal, different teams.
Yeah. Out of the names we've heard suggested for being the guy that they go hire to run basketball operations.
Yeah, there were three, and this was the obvious one.
Well, no, but this is also the least fun one.
Yeah,
this is the one where it's like, okay, the Wolves who weren't like he built his team great, but I mean he also did with a number one pick and a trade that a lot of people thought was dumb at the time when they went and got Gobert.
Yeah,
and so
4 1s.
Yeah, and okay. Great, you added Mike Conley as a veteran. there's some stuff. Yeah, right. They drafted Jaden McDaniels, but or had a draft day trade for Jaden McDaniels. I don't know. That's the one that to me it's that would not get me excited at all. I wouldn't care, but I'd get thrilled if you could go get Presti like they've talked about, or who was those Stevens?
No,
Brad Stevens. Yeah,
no.
I mean they have to call him
Bob Myers. Really,
Bob Myers.
Stevens was mentioned, but Bob Myers. I want Messiah. I want the Messiah from Toronto. That's what I want. Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, the first call has to be Presti. He's going to say no, but you got to make the call, and I think you also got to call, Brad Stevens as well, and he'll say no, and then if you end up with Ujiri or Myers, I think you're looking. There's an excitement there, and I think the excitement is largely name recognition, and there's a pedigree with those two. I mean, they both won. So that obviously plays into it.
All right, let's take you around the National Football League. Howie Roseman is getting irritated with the A.J. Brown questions. And he's basically saying, you really think I'm going to answer this? Really? He mocked the question as a reporter said, well, how likely is it that A.J. is going to be back? And he's like, what do you think the odds are that I'm going to answer this any differently than I answered anywhere else? Really? You think it's 50%? You think it's 75%? A.J. Brown is an Eagle. Adam Schefter agrees with me that it won't be for long.
I think there's a case where an A.J. Brown trade remains in play. I think there's every possibility that he could be traded. Everybody around the league believes that. Doesn't mean it happens, but it's certainly on the table. And so the Eagles have taken the steps they need to. Now, you could look at it the other way and say, okay, they went out and added Elijah Moore too. Elijah Moore and A.J. Brown were college teammates. Maybe you're trying to entice A.J. Brown. But I think when all is said and done, I think I'd lean him being traded. And they now have gone out and added Dontavian Wicks. They've added Hollywood Brown. They've added Elijah Moore. I think they've taken off some of the emphasis that they need to go get a wide receiver, let's just say in round one. I would think that they're going to draft a wide receiver here at some point in time. I still think the chance of an A.J. Brown trade are real.
And that was Schefter on McAfee. Now, while Mike Vrabel was being a little coward while watching his reporter friend resign at The Athletic, Elliot Wolf stood in.
That's what we're calling her now.
Yeah,
is that a lady friend?
Yeah, I'm just being careful with the allegations, like Florio was with Chris Sims the other day. But they had the vice president stand in there for Vrabel pre-draft presser. The A.J. Brown questions were coming, and he's not outright denying it. He's like, we keep the door open for anything. All right, anything that can improve your roster versus just saying, Nick Eatman would give more of a shutdown answer from DallasCowboys.com, not the Tamper, than Elliot Wolf. So I continue to believe Patriots and Eagles have a deal worked out, or they will work one out post-June 1.
I always wonder about that, too, though, because, is it against the rules for Jerry to say when he did that they had called on Crosby?
Right.
Or is it okay to say we were talking directly to the organization about it? I don't know. It's just... I don't get how you're allowed to talk about it in some instances in certain ways and you're not in other ways.
I hate the development in New York, as it sounds like contract talks have broken down with Dexter Lawrence and they are going to work with him on finding a trade partner. I hate this, especially with the draft next week.
Yeah, because you want turmoil. I want turmoil for one. But then the draft is the other thing because you get compensation for it and you get some kind of ammo.
Yeah.
And that's a team that needs picks.
Yeah, I don't care about the turmoil. I'm fine with Dexter staying on there for another year or two, and I don't think they're going to compete big time. I don't want them with more draft ammo.
Right, and but he's getting up there in age. Eventually, by the time they're ready to compete.
Is he 28?
Yeah, but by the time they're ready to compete, 2 years from now.
They could make a wild card run next year.
Yeah, sure, wild card. I don't think they're ready to compete for a title though, and really be a threat. But then again, it's culture change, right? With Harbs.
The more important questions, Bob. What is the king of compensation on Lawrence, and who could add him for an over-the-top move? Because here you have a draft. This is a blinking green light for teams early on with no D tackles with first-round grades, basically. A weak D tackle draft. Who is a team that could add Dexter Lawrence, and what picks could they possibly get back?
I think the Bears have had a lot of conversation about being defensive tackle, like that they would potentially target that. So, Chargers, I think, are another team that's had some of that talk. So maybe two of those teams right there.
The Bears are a team that could go pretty nuts with some of their moves because their quarterback situation.
Buffalo's going to a 3-4. Trying to think about how Lawrence could possibly fit in that.
Second, probably, is what I think would be the
second.
Yeah, and he could Lawrence would still be. He would just be the nose in a 3-4.
Yeah,
but to me, yeah, second round pick.
And Buffalo picks the end of the round. Maybe the Bills throw something out there like that. Ravens, Chiefs, Bears are being thrown out there as possibilities.
Yeah, I think that if you look at it, it'd be a contender that would want him. Like, it wouldn't be anybody just trying to stack something up. So I would think that Chiefs, if you think you're going to be competitive again this year really quickly, then be all over that. But
speaking of the Ravens, my guy. Well, I thought he was my guy until I ran into him at Carbone here in Dallas, Eric DaCosta, who took over for the great, legendary Ozzie Newsome. He's given his take on this draft. And he says, like many people say, there's a talent drop-off midway through the first round. He said the overall talent level this year is a little less than last year. We have just under 200 players that we have ranked as draftable for us. If this board came off exactly the same way as we have it, we'd have to go outside of that to finish our draft because there's over 250 picks. So that's Eric DaCosta in Baltimore, who usually do it pretty well with the talent assessment for Thursday and the weekend.
Yeah, medical assessment's not always great, but talent assessments are usually on point.
Man,
I like it.
No.
I like it.
Funny enough.
I thought it was funny.
It was good.
Yeah. Funniest at the station. Peyton told you that yesterday. Okay,
he was looking to fill time.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up and also vote for whose side you're taking in the G-Bag draft battle. Awesome audio. Brian brought us. Was he defensive or just locked in? We go commercial free in the expressway with the G-Bag Cowboy draft audio fight after this. And this is Trajan Well. TR.
on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right. Yesterday, got the text messages from Bobby Roberto Belt, and I said, all right, we got to change the plan for the Expressway as we are commercial-free on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Draft coverage 1 week away. Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers. I'll be in Mesquite. Choppy will be in Alliance. We'll have Broadus, Bobby, Wilchuck, DallasCowboys.com, everybody, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco.
And then tomorrow, we will be in DeSoto. So I won't get to go out for the actual draft. I'll be locked in the basement at the Star. But then tomorrow, we'll be out at DeSoto 261 for the Firehouse.
With breakfast and an RJ Choppy giveaway favorite.
That's right. Golf balls.
Yeah.
With the Fan logo on them.
Tolo on them.
Right.
They look nice.
You know, nothing bothers me more. I don't like to mark my golf ball. I like to get a logo ball. That way I don't have to mark it.
But you got to pay more for the logo?
Sometimes they'll offer a free, if you order it online, you get it free sometimes.
What's wrong with marking it?
It's just, it's messy. It's messy, right?
Okay.
And I got to carry around a Sharpie everywhere I go.
You're not thinking it's going to affect the flight of
no,
marker weight?
No, absolutely not. But this is, you don't have to do that because it's already got the Fan logo on
these
it.
hats, lately I've started seeing them like these golf hats. They'll have magnets in the side so that you can just pin it, you can put your ball marker on the side of the hat.
Oh.
Yep.
All right, Bob, set this up.
All right, so yesterday I was tuned into the G-Bag Nation because I'm a Tolo. I'm not Kevin Hageland. I actually will listen to other shows on the station. And I turned it on.
He heard Peyton's bet payoff.
I turned it on at just the right time. I mean, I literally had turned this on 10 seconds before the beginning of this. But they were just talking about, Dawson was setting some stuff up about, the linebacker situation and where they could be. So they started talking about Sonny Styles. Now, the context for this is either, what's today, Thursday, so either Tuesday or Monday, I can't remember which day, Brian had said to them that he didn't have a first-round grade on Sonny Styles.
Whoa!
And they all kind of went, what? And he said that was his 16th player for him. And Zach was like, wow, we've done all these shows together. I hadn't realized that yet.
And they've done a lot of shows together.
He's like, I thought you had a first-round grade on him. I knew you liked other guys higher, but I thought you had a first-round grade on him. And Chiafalo was like, wow, okay, you're not in the first round. Why is that? And so Brian explained it. So that was Monday or Tuesday. This is one of a handful of times, maybe the only time they've talked only about Sonny Styles in a segment since then, and it got off the rails pretty quickly.
I love Sonny Styles. I mean, I know, Brian, you've got him, not as a round one player. I mean, he's a leader of the Buckeye program. His biggest games.
Let's get this clear.
Yeah.
I don't hate the player.
Oh, no.
I don't. I mean, it's not like I've got him buried. I feel like there's things that you're going to have to work with this guy on. Like I say, some of the you saw some improvement with second level block or dealing with second level blocks and stuff. But let's not get this twisted. This is a player that I see somewhere between 14, 15, 16, somewhere right around there. I don't have him in my top 13.
I will say is, that's big to have that because, he is, you look at other consensus top 10 boards.
When does Dallas pick?
At 12 right now.
I don't give a damn where you think I have him. I don't give.
All right, stop. So early on, I'm going to side a little bit with Broadus. I think this is radio nerdiness. There's two ways for Zach to say how Broadus had Styles. You could say Broadus has him as a second rounder, but I think it got under Brian's skin that Zach phrased it as Brian has him not as a first-round player. So Broadus's antennas go up like, oh, you're making it sound like a little bit
35.
Like I dislike him. That sounds like a more I dislike him statement if Brian doesn't have him as a first-round player versus I know Broadus has him as a second-rounder.
Which I think I
think that set Brian off the start.
To pick Zach's side a little bit or to defend what Zach did. I think what Zach was doing is Dawson had, just before that, just set up the topic, tossed it to Zach. So there's not a whole lot of... It's not like they'd been fighting before this. You're hearing the whole context of what made Brian jump off sides. I think Zach was sort of setting it up like, I know Brian has him as a second-round player, almost like I'm about to go into deep praise for Sonny Styles as to why I like him. I'm already setting up for Brian. Give the counter to why you wouldn't take him there. I think Zach was just trying to give a signal of hey,
I agree.
You pick up the other side of this when I'm done.
I agree.
And Brian he had to break her and go. Let's be clear about something. He hit him with the Obama. Let me be clear.
I don't give a damn where you think I have him. Ooh. I don't give a damn where McShay or anybody else thinks I have him.
Yeah.
I did the work.
Yeah.
I did the work.
Nobody's saying that you didn't.
I'm just saying, though, you're making it seem like I don't like the player, and I do.
Not at all.
I am not interested. If you have him in the top 5, that's great. I have Downs as my number 1 player on the board.
Yeah.
I would rather have Downs than Styles.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's not get it twisted, though.
No, nobody's getting it twisted. I think the fact that you have him at 16, other people that and people do. We trust your work.
But
that's why, because you're the only person that has him that far down your rankings.
But that's what I'm saying. It's my board. It's my evaluation.
Right.
I've been wrong before.
There's no reason.
I've also been right.
Stop.
Yes.
I've also been right.
Yeah.
He hit him with
So I think Zach is trying to do radio here. I would do the same thing. If one of you were or like I said about Styles the other day. All right, let's just say Choppy said, I think he's a second-round player. I'm just taking you really behind the curtain. Again, getting radio nerdy. I look at Choppy's email, and I'd be like, that is a very rare, unique opinion. I love that you believe it. Yeah. No one else is saying that. I would hype that up in the tease. I would hype that up in the segment. I'd be like, oh, my RJ Choppy's going to explain to you why Sonny Styles, forget about trading up. He's not even a first rounder.
Baby. Let's go.
And I think Zach is trying to just do radio and be like, hey, Broadus has this unique, rare opinion, and then trying to delve into the topic.
Yeah,
and Broadus is taking it as, you're saying that I have such a rare opinion that, no one else with eyes could possibly have.
And see, that's the thing, is that Brian seemed so focused on what he initially felt about it, that even the 2 statements after that from Zach that are like, no, I'm not saying it's bad. He doesn't. It's like he doesn't hear him.
Yeah.
Because he then goes it's my opinion. He's like, I know, I just said that, and we said you're good at it, and so we want to know why you think that.
I mean, yeah, because if the general consensus is that he is the
general consensus,
8th best player in the draft, let's just say that's where he is, and you have him at 14, I don't think that's a great disservice. Reasonable minds can, you can look at talent.
The other thing that's tricky in this, and it threw me off,
second round. And second round grade could be the 15th best player of the draft.
And that's what threw me off.
Yeah, because it's like,
I heard second rounder, and I was like, whoa!
Yeah, 33rd pick.
And then I was like, oh, yeah, a lot of people just have 14 first-round
14 first-round picks.
Yeah.
And if he has them at 15...
Yeah.
You're still in the middle of the first round.
Yeah.
And that's honestly where linebacker should go.
Early fan text
it's reaction. It's going to be against Broadus.
It is 100% against Broadus.
It's going to be, I knew.
And Choppy, I think, texted in here. I didn't know your number was 443. Broadus thinks Andre Wadsworth is better than Sonny Styles.
Well, he had Wadsworth as his number 1 player in the 98 draft.
Above
Peyton Manning.
Which is what you love referencing.
Well, I think he had Manning 8th.
No.
He had 7th or 8th.
Best player?
Yeah, on his big board. Yeah, he was 8th.
All right.
I think he had Trey Thomas ahead of him.
I think Eric Chiafalo is really the savior here as he swoops in to try to settle things down.
I've been wrong before.
There's no reason.
I've also been right.
Yes, and
so if I want to put him at 16, that's how I look at it.
And I'm not coming at you in a way that it's not. There's anything wrong with it. I just think that it was surprising to hear that that's where you had him.
But that's how
we've heard him talked about prior to that.
But see, who's talking about him that way?
Well, I think we've talked about him on the show that way.
But who other than you and I? Other media scouts?
Yeah, other media scouts? Yeah, other national people.
Media scouts?
Yes.
If somebody from a team were to tell me you got Sonny Styles wrong, if one of these scouts or general, if I called John Snyder right now and said that, if I called Elliot Wolf, or I called whoever and asked them about that, and they said, no, you're completely wrong about that. Yeah. I haven't heard that yet.
I was like, can we pause here? Because this is him sunning the media scouts that he created.
Yeah. That's not my takeaway. My takeaway is John Schneider, Elliot Wolf, and others, Gang of 7, whoever he calls, and he makes 35 calls a day, it sounds like he's getting the same similar Sonny Styles feedback, which yesterday, that was my biggest takeaway of the whole thing. Radio fight aside, we're going to have fun, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, whoa, everyone mocking Styles 5. Like, if Styles drops to 12, the NFL world is going to be like, whoa, we're going to be blown away by it. We're going to be surprised. That would be a surprising development. Broadus just dropped in there, in my opinion, what I heard, that John Schneider, 2-time Super Bowl general manager, one of the best in the game, and other people are not disagreeing with him about his evaluation of Styles either as a second-round talent or the 16th best player, not the 5th. I think that's big.
I can't. Well, so what I took it to mean when he said it like, I've made my position known and no one has corrected it. Not almost like he asked directly about it, but almost just like, this has been my take and I've not. If I have a take that's so wild and somebody hears about it, they'll reach out to me and tell me that it's wrong, and I haven't had that happen yet. Now, maybe he was saying he directly did like ask about Styles,
and he could also be saying like, my knocks on him are in the second level. Gonna have to work with him there, and other people were like, yeah, I agree with that. He's gonna have to clean that up.
Yeah,
but didn't sign off on him being a second-round talent. Well, it's semantics here.
Yeah, I would say just myself.
What I would want to know from Broadus, listen right now, and I won't repeat it, or I would like to repeat it. Text me if John Schneider agrees with you that he's got a second-round grade on him, or he is outside of the top 10 or 15 on their board. Because that to me is a surprising and potentially amazing development for the Dallas Cowboys if they won him to stick and pick. I would love if Broadus was told that, if they were dropping down. Let's hear it again.
Well, I think we've talked about him on the show that way.
But who other than you and I? Other media scouts?
Other media scouts? Yeah, other national
Other
people.
media scouts?
Yes.
If somebody from a team were to tell me you got Sonny Styles wrong, if one of these scouts or general, if I called John Schneider right now and said that, if I called Elliot Wolf or I called whoever and asked them about that, and they said, no, you're completely wrong about that. Yeah. I haven't heard that yet. I haven't heard that from anybody yet. When I do, then I'll say, you know what, maybe I'll adjust. But like I said, that's where I saw the guy right now.
Right.
So, I mean, that's what my eyes tell me. It's my evaluation is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. And I think that's what's interesting, though, is because you have an evaluation that's different than just the general consensus. Sure. So it's fun to kind of figure out.
I've had other different evaluations. We sat here and argued about that quarterback, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
We argued about him.
That quarterback.
I mean, like people are like, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. It's my evaluation.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a you're wrong thing. It's just it's an interesting talking point to be like, okay, everybody feels one way, but our guy who's actually picked players in the NFL feels a different way. So when we're trying to figure out should we trade up to go get this guy, it's nice to hear from you to say here's maybe why you should be careful of that.
If Dallas takes Styles, I have no problem with that. He's a damn good player. I have no problem with that. Let's not paint the picture that I'm against this guy.
I hear you.
I'm just different to where I see him in the value to the other players. If they take him, if they trade up for Styles, that's a damn good pick.
Yeah.
He's a damn good linebacker. But in relation to if Downs is on the board or he's on the board, I'm taking Downs.
Sure. Appreciate that clarification.
Can we pause for a sec? Now I think he is sort of adjusting, because if he's telling me if they trade up from 12 to get my 16th best player, I think that's a damn good. I don't believe him when he says that. I don't think he really would. He may be saying that's a player that I'd like to have on my defense. I can't actually think he'd be in favor of sacrificing capital to go up and risk his
right, because
16th.
That wouldn't make sense.
That would mean that he thinks they're all basically similar players, which at that point you would just stand in and pick, I would think.
Right. That's true.
So I don't know.
I think that math doesn't math.
I'm guilty of this before. You start digging in on a certain take, and you're dug in so hard that any contradiction that's presented, you're like, well, I'm gonna have to.
You gotta have an escape plan.
I'm gonna have to shift and hope nobody notices on this one.
Ask any liar. You've got to have an escape route.
Just when I thought Eric Chiafalo came in like the DeSoto Firehouse and watered this thing down, Gavin Dawson said, "No. I got one more match."
If Downs is on the board or he's on the board, I'm taking Downs.
Sure. Appreciate that clarification, Brian. can't believe Zach's trying to misrepresent your work so much like this over here.
I don't think so. I don't think that that's what I was doing. I think that you kind of misunderstood that.
Well, whatever the case.
But every time we start with this, it's you have him.
We
down.
just found that out yesterday. That's where you had
it's always been. I mean, if you, I've been that way, Zach. How many platforms I've been on with you talking about style?
I never knew that you didn't have a first round grade on him until you told us that on yesterday or the day before.
We've talked about Styles before a bunch.
Yeah, but I had no idea that he was not a first round graded player for you.
Then my
I really
apologies
didn't.
then. Yeah.
I didn't know that he was. Which is, hey, and I get it. There's only so many first round grades. It's not like you don't like the guy.
Listen, your love for Rodriguez could be absolutely wrong or absolutely right.
100%.
You need that, but you did the work.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing. Where you put these guys should be important to you, not what everybody else thinks about it.
All right, coming up next, we'll get more in depth in the scouting brain of Brian Broaddus as the corner is coming up. Brother, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk some more about these guys. I've got some other things I want to get off my chest.
Wow.
Let's go.
He came back in from the other side. He was like, he kept this going for another 3 minutes, more like apologetic and cooled down.
Part 3 of this.
Oh, there's more.
And no. The part 3, which I need to get solved so I can blame one of them, because this deserves blame for one of them. And the Love of the Star, Crown Global, whoever listens to all the Broaddus and Zach, I can't keep track of what they're on. How are they just finding out that I need to figure out who's in the wrong over just finding out this week that Broaddus has him as a second rounder? How can you do this many shows and interact as much as you do? So I need to figure out if Broaddus has been saying it or Broaddus just unveiled it, because that's nutso.
My guess is that Brian, it's such a unique take that Zach never asked him if he had a first round grade on him or not. And Broaddus didn't think it was that big of a deal himself. He was like, this is because maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but we've been going through 50,000 mocks. He would have to know that having him at 16 or in the second, a second round player is a take that needs to be brought up.
But given as defensive as he seemed to get about that, maybe he wanted it to be low-key. He didn't want to identify how loud it was because he was exhausted at the thought of everybody's going to want to fight me on this. And I don't want to do. Instead, I like the player. I don't feel like explaining myself as to why, like to explain the nuance to you of why 16 in a second-round grade is still a player I like.
How has this not come up before? How is this coming up yesterday? We're 8 days away.
I could see how the specific grade and where he placed him in his stack has come, at least on the air. I don't know how it hasn't come up at Crown Global, because their show's called The Stack, which is where you stack players.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I would have thought that would have come up. And now
I don't give a damn where you think I have it.
And when he said it the other day, I was listening to him when he said it. I snapped my head back, and I did that, and then Eric and Zach both reacted at the same time. So all three of us had never heard him say that. I'm not saying that he may have dropped it before.
You guys haven't seen his board up to this point?
No. He'll reference guys that are there, but typically, the other thing is he's not on the draft show with us anymore. So on the draft show where those kind of conversations more naturally take place, we're referencing where do you have him? Where do you have, that's where it pops up. They don't talk about that nearly as much on G-Bag.
Here's the last thing I want to say about it, and this will be my Broaddus props.
By the way, the fan text says, I listen all day, every day. I have not heard Broaddus say this until the other day.
I absolutely love that Brian Broaddus has put Styles at 16. And it's not just because I agree with him. We're probably the only two that kind of see it the same way off my 10-minute YouTube expert scouting. It's not about agreeing with me or whatever. I love that he has the balls, the cojones, the scout eye and trust to do something so different from everyone else. And what I would love, what I would think about paying a Dane Brugler to do next year is to come up with a fake first-round board. And I'd like to see how many people just really copy it. Because I really do have the most respect for those who, even if they get it wrong, they truly believe, not hot taking it. We're going to see Tony Paulines and these other people come out with hot draft takes just to get the clicks and everything, right? And the character assassination. Everyone's going to want to get their headlines. I know Broaddus really believes it. So he's not doing it for attention.
And he's got historical context, too.
I love that he's saying something that is so different from everyone else, because my belief is, and I respect the work that Zach and Bobby and everyone else does, but my belief is, and I would do it too, you kind of get a feel for what everyone is initially saying for a first or second rounder, and you kind of keep all those people within that bubble for you to grade, and you just kind of change it up a little bit. And I love that someone has, because this is 50-50. Like, of course it is. Sonny Styles, like right now it'd be unpopular to say I have a second round grade on Sonny Styles. Everyone in the world's going to call you an idiot. You have a 50% chance of being right. Tremaine Edmonds is a comp to him. And people talk about Tremaine Edmonds and not this and not that. And name any other player, right? So someone's going to be right, someone's going to be wrong. That's the fun of it. But I love that Broadus has the genuine different take over someone that everyone believes is can't miss. And I just wondered if Dane Brugler, right after this draft, had fun with people and said, this is my first round, and he put all third rounders in his first round mock, how many people that came out with their own mocks after that would basically have it like Dane's? My suspicion is it would be a lot.
If all NFL talent evaluators had Twitter accounts and openly talked about where they had players, there would be some that the group think machine would destroy, like evaluators for where they had them. Like, for instance, you've got there was a couple years ago. I think I can say this now. It's past. Mike Solari.
Which is who?
He's the former Cowboys offensive line coach. Amarius Mims went in the first round. He was considered a first-round offensive tackle by like everybody. Some people were like second round. Solari, when he did his positional grade for him, put him in the 6th round. Those are the sort of things that like exist in rooms where like you've got some people just don't believe in players and say, no, I got him here. So like that, I think there are tons of evaluators who would probably put Styles in the 2nd round. Tons of them. But like I think the majority of evaluators would probably have him in the 1st.
You think there's tons?
Yeah. Like I think enough that when you think about, for instance, in Dallas, Sonny Styles, by the time he's done, will probably have 7 different people in that building put a grade on him. And collectively, it comes down to, here's what we've graded him as a group. Somebody in that group could have him in the 2nd round, and he still ends up with a first-round grade. So, yeah, I think Brian would not be alone in like NFL circles. There would be some NFL evaluators who put him in the 2nd. Most would put him in the 1st.
Yeah.
And most teams, because of that, are going to end up with him in the 1st, even if people in their building think he's the 2nd. I would not be surprised if somebody has him in the 3rd round. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody has Jeremiah Love in the 3rd round. Like evaluators all see players differently as to why they think somebody will click or why they won't. They're not worried about because they're not exposed to the outside purposefully, they're not worried about the group machine trying to come at them. They just go, no, this is what I think about the player.
I just went and looked at where he's ranked. McShay's got him as a 2nd player.
Who?
Stop.
2nd overall.
2nd overall. PFF 4th. The Athletic 4th. This was as of last week. USA Today 5th. ESPN 7th. CBS 8th. Draft Buzz and NFL.com both 11th. All scouts average, and this is all based off all the ones, is the average position is 13th.
Okay.
Now that's just,
I have him 8th. He's not top 5 to me.
Yeah.
The comps they say are Jack Campbell, Peyton Wilson, and Jamin Davis. Jamin.
I was hoping for better comps than that if the Cowboys go and get him. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
RJ Choppy was very upset the other day when a childhood core memory of his,
one of my first,
shattered his entire world when he saw this news. And we'll talk about it here in a second. Neighborhood Watch. First, we are going to be at the Firehouse tomorrow in DeSoto. We've been out there before. Come on out. DeSoto was a really good turnout. I think we've actually been there twice before, and they've both been really good turnouts. But we'll be at Firehouse 261.
East Wintergreen Road. Pair of Fantolo logo golf balls, breakfast tacos, coffee, and Mexican sweetbread from Don Marcos.
Ooh, so come get your breakfast, come grab our balls, and we'll have a great time. All right, baby Jessica.
One of my first memories.
No
as
longer
a
baby. She's adult Jessica now. And maybe she's felon Jessica. Really quickly, since that is your core memory, baby Jessica is, for those that don't know.
Now she's a felon, but at one point she fell into a well.
That's good.
Yeah, so she was the young girl. I think she was maybe 2 years old at the time, if that.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
And she fell into a well out in West Texas.
Midland.
And she was in the well for hours, days. They couldn't get her out. They were trying. This is a national story. And I didn't realize yesterday CNN was around back then because I was showing my son the Challenger.
This is CNN.
I was showing the live footage of the Challenger.
CNN was the only one live.
They were the only one live, and I was like, "Oh wow, CNN was live." Back then, I thought they started the Gulf War, which was like 5-6 years later. But yeah, this was all over the news. This is like there's a running. For the first 24-hour news coverage I remember, I was only 8 years old. The first thing I ever remember.
We did this with Ask Reddit of what's your first memory, like what's the first big news story you remember, and there were a lot of people who their answer was baby Jessica. Because I think we brought it up during the break the other day. You didn't remember this story. You weren't aware of this one.
No.
So she gained worldwide attention in October of 1987. She fell 22 feet into a narrow well casing outside her aunt's home in Midland. The 18-month-old became lodged in the 8-inch wide shaft. Emergency crews worked around the clock for nearly 60 hours to free baby Jessica during a rescue mission that gripped the nation. So this was 2.5 days that you had an 18-month-old trapped 22 feet down, and everybody was just like, are they going to get this kid out in time? And they managed to get her out. Well, she is now in trouble with the law. Jessica Malcoro Morales, this is from NBC News, the woman widely known as Baby Jessica, after she was rescued, was arrested Saturday following allegations of a domestic disturbance at her Midland County home. She's still in Midland. That's nice. Local girl. Deputies with the Midland County Sheriff's Office responded to her residence around 10 p.m. local time, and Morales was taken into custody at the scene. According to arrest records, the 40-year-old was charged with assault causing bodily injury involving family violence. She was later released from Midland County Detention Center after posting bond. Officials have released limited information about the incident, and an arrest affidavit was not yet available. And there were a lot of people on the internet who were just brokenhearted about this and looking at it and going like, this is like our
nostalgia.
Yeah, because you're like, we all came together. We were all so happy she came up, and then she grew up to just whacking people around. That's such a disappointment.
I got to give a local shout out for Neighborhood Watch, as I've been talking about my tire pressure being a problem for a while. And I thought it was just the hot, cold. Alec Medford.
Yep.
Alec Medford said the best purchase he ever made was like this $20 home. The amount of $3 credit card charges I have at the tire pump around my home, I probably have 6 or 7 of them. And 6, 7. And Alec Medford was like, just buy this home tire pump. And I just kept getting the warning light coming on.
Yeah.
So I do a little self-investigation, and I see a nail in it.
Okay, there is.
And I said, all right, what do I do? I'm like, should I mess with this myself? It said, do not remove the nail. The internet said, do not remove the nail. And I was driving home, and I was like, this looks like a nice mom and pop tire shop. I'm going to stop in here for the first time. And I pull in, and the guy goes, Sharif. And I was like, hello. I don't believe we've met. And I hear Corey Majors blasting in the background of the garage of Ben's Discount Tire on Beltline Road. And they're like, yeah, Dawson's in here all the time. We're humongous Tolos. So great local family, great 40-year story. And I'm waiting for them to put the patch on. I'm like, do I have to put the spare? Do I have to get a new tire? They're like, no, you'll be good to go. And I noticed this on the guy's arm. And I DM it to Eric Nadell. Ranger fans, you are not dreaming. The Rangers have won. This man tatted. This guy tatted Eric Nadell's World Series call. They're like, talk about the Rangers more than the Cowboys. What are y'all doing? And it was Hunter and Andy, great local family. Dawson goes in there. I heard the KNC Masterpiece, so had to shout them out. Tolbert,
Colby Solbert?
Yeah, Kobe's. I know that place. I grew up around that place, so I had to shout them out. Big Tolos.
Yeah, that's also, and the Nadell call, that reminds me of this. I've always wondered.
Tatted it on his arm the whole call. Nadell hit me back, and he's like, who and where is this?
So Nadell has told the story before that in 2011, when they're up 2 runs in the 9th, Nadell had written on a piece of paper, just scribbled down how he wanted to close it. Because he's like, this is a big moment. Let me have in front of me what I want to say. And when they gave up the 2 runs, he like crumbled the paper and he like threw it under the desk. Then Josh hit the home run in the 10th and he reached back under there to grab it and like had to like straighten it back out. And then he threw it back under again after they gave up the 2 runs. So I've always wondered, like, was that the call? Was the one that he gave in 23, was that like, is that what he had written down? Was he anticipating to do that, or if it got recycled? All right, Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. My old hood, still my hood, I feel like, Flower Mound.
Yeah, I mean, it's your same school district, right?
The Metroplex is my hood. All right, that's our spot. But Flower Mound massage parlors have closed this week.
Oh no!
For the exact reason you think they closed.
The Patriots story.
Flower Mound massage parlors closed, and it's because Mike McCarthy is no longer in Dallas, and so they don't get business anymore. Massage parlors closed amid prostitution investigation.
No
Two
way.
massage parlors in Flower Mound were closed down. This is from the Cross Timbers Gazette. Were closed down after the Denton County Sheriff's Office found evidence of prostitution going on at the locations. Ava Massage on Cross Timbers Road, that's the one not far from where I used to be, and Sun Massage on Flower Mound Road were 2 of the 4 massage businesses closed after Little Elm Police and Flower Mound Police conducted licensing inspections in coordination with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulations. Based on investigations prior to the licensing inspections, the DCSO Human Trafficking Unit found probable cause and obtained warrants to further search the businesses. Lucky Foot Massage and Heavenly Soaking Foot Care were closed in Little Elm. So this is, I know that massage parlors are widely just suspicious eye to them of, all right, that may be a Jack Shack. But when you look at
I don't know
foot massage ones, when you look at the foot massage ones, Lucky Foot Massage and I never considered foot massage ones as being this thing. I'm not used to them being perceived as this.
Sure, man. I mean, you get your socks off.
But is that a different one than if you went to the all massage place? Like, is that going to be more of like, oh, this is more of a
I would think a hand
foot
massage
fetishist
or a neck massage place where you just you bury your head in that little chair.
I have thought every time I see any place that is a massage place, I automatically think probably.
Yeah,
every time,
no,
and that's not fair. But I always do.
I never thought foot massage because there's no nudity. I think step one to having this happen is nudity.
But some people think exposed feet on their own are erotic.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to finish up Neighborhood Watch here.
Why?
Because you don't listen to Monday meetings. Just when you're you just can't help yourself.
What
just
did
when
I do?
Just when you're in such a good place, and the boss hooks you up with this and that, and then you just can't help yourself.
What are you?
You are just such an idiot. And I alternate. I tell my wife this all the time. I'm like, I feel good. I feel bad for him, and then I wanted to help. And then this, and then he deserves it, and then he doesn't. And then it's just a perfect example. We got feral hogs, and that little,
don't get me started up.
and he does this little giddy laugh, and then if he gets a text or call, he'll freak out. I'll lose him for the rest of the show. So,
what are you talking about?
If you do something, 10:01. Don't text him. I don't want to hear it. 10:01 if you do something. I got feral hogs running around Mesquite.
Do you?
And
yeah.
Well, I don't. And the guy, because I'm in the gate, and then alligators in Arlington.
Oh,
did you see some guy caught a gator and then got in trouble for it?
Was that Joe Pool Lake?
I don't know.
It was the feral hogs.
Yeah,
major problem. They tear up your yard.
Yes,
I love the videos of them getting trapped. They have these circular cages. They lure about a dozen or two dozen.
They freak out.
They lure them in, and they lure them in with some kind of food that they put on the ground, and then they slam the gate, and then they freak out. They're just running headfirst at the gate, and then we got to eradicate these things. Get rid of them.
Can you eat these? Can someone let me know, more of a man than me who's actual hunter? Like, no, Aiden. Aiden says no.
I don't think you can.
That sucks because I know people offer we've been over a helicopter ride to take them out, and it's like, oh man, I can sit here and have a whole pig on the smoker.
You're helping out.
Yeah.
The crops. I mean, they destroy crops. They destroy yards.
Yeah.
The alligators.
Dude,
have we always had alligators around here? Like, I don't know. Have we always had them? Because they're Eagle Mountain Lake, gators everywhere.
Arlington, man.
Arlington, gators. What's going on?
All right. I remember being on a dominant run to end this game the last time we played it. We have the NFL draft 1 week from today. Bobby's probably the favorite, but I'm the defending champ. It's the return of High-Low NFL Draft Edition next on Sean and RJ.
team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. What, Bob?
That was not the open.
I thought you said that you were going to just play the game open.
Oh, I said, do you want to set up the open? And then you shook your head yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying you just want to play the open.
Oh.
I'm caught up in all these wild hog responses that I'm getting. Aiden says you shouldn't eat them. Jimmy on Twitter says you can absolutely eat wild hog. They're leaner than store-bought, so you have to be more careful when cooking. Travis says they're delicious. When I shoot a pig, I always take the back strap out and make chops, clean meat. Yeah. Big boars can be a little tough. And then Royal, who's in charge at Wild Fork, says, we sell boar. B-O-A-R. Let's see if I can continue. I'm not feeling great about it. An NFL draft version of high-low.
Let's get to it, baby. It's back. Let's do it. High-low.
Did he cook?
We should probably close the door for this one. So News Radio 1080.
Hey, Aiden, I'm going to stand.
News Radio 1080 KRLD does not get disturbed because if you've never listened to the game, it can get a little crazy, get a little violent.
So this is how it works, gentlemen. There is a category for high-low. Listen up. Write it down, RJ. It is an NFL draft version of high-low, but it's first-round picks in the last 5 years, 2021 through 2025. Gentlemen, 21 through 25 first
21
round picks. Doesn't have to be just Cowboys. It could be anyone, 1 through 32 in the NFL. So how it works for anyone listening that's not familiar with the game is Sean, RJ, Bobby will select a clip. They will say high pitch, low pitch. I will play it into their demand. And then if they get it right off that clip, they get 3 points. If they get it wrong, it's okay. We go to clue number 1 for 2 points. I'll read a clue. If they still get it wrong, can't get it, I'll go to clue number 2 for 1 point. If they still can't get it, they usually throw something at me through the window because it's my fault.
Yep.
And they get no points.
Put the fan text down. Down. We cannot cheat.
I got it down here. I've got my. I can't.
Wait, your computer can't see anything.
I can't close my laptop, but it is minimized. The window.
Close it.
Not worried about you.
Sean Sharif, you are the defending champ, maybe 3-time defending champ. High pitch, low pitch.
My mind is blanked on you know what? I think Choppy can actually be the favorite. Choppy's got the best memory. Bobby will have the knowledge. I'm blanking already.
I've heard the most of these voices, I think.
Yeah.
I think the person who's heard the most of them talk is me.
Let's go high.
We're right where we need to be. I'm excited to play for a guy like that, man. Just knowing he can put the ball anywhere. For me, all I got to do is catch it, so he definitely make my job a lot easier.
You already know it?
Yeah, I think I do.
You both agree?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I hate when this happens. I feel even more pressure. I don't know it.
Simpleton.
That's okay. Nope, not right. All right, that's okay, Sean. Clue number 1 for 2 points. He plays with love and he cares a lot about his teammates, even if his stats don't show it.
Well, I know the team.
Then I don't know who it is.
Yeah, neither do I.
Based on that clue.
We're way off.
Romeo Dobbs. So you guys are both wrong, you think?
Well, now after that clue, I've got it. Now I think I know who it is.
Doubt.
Thought it was a good clue. Maybe not. Clue number 2. It was a golden opportunity for this guy to be drafted because he was at an all-time high after one of his final games in the college football playoff.
Golden Tate.
Is that your guess?
Matthew Golden.
I was going to say, but you should accept the first answer. You put his name in there?
Shut up, Bobby.
Well, the first one was he plays with love.
Very good.
Was a good.
Very good.
I'm not going to say who we thought it was because he may.
Who
still,
was this? It's yours.
Because he may play it. I'm not going to feed you a name.
All right. Now, God, I hope you lose. God, I hope you. Come on, Choppy. Let's go.
All right. Let's go. Let's go high, Gene.
I never felt like we were going to lose the game. So I looked at the clock when they scored. I said, dang, we got a lot of time left. I had no doubt that we were going to go down there and score.
I have no idea.
I have a guess. Baker Mayfield.
5 years?
I was gonna say, your clock is way off.
Is that not 5 years?
That's about 10 years ago.
I wanted to guess. I'll give you guys a hint.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
That's all right. Clue number 1, Choppy for 2 points. He has no problem entering your girl's DMs just like he enters medical tents in the middle of the game.
Medical tents, DMs. Well, that throws me off a little bit because I was going to think medical tent would be Tua, but that's outside of 5 years. Give me Tua. Give me Tua. It's outside of 5 years, but I don't know none else.
That's okay. That's all right, Choppy. It's okay. Clue number 2 now for 1 point, RJ. He's fast and darts through defenses and sometimes just won't get out of bounds.
Oh, Jackson Dart.
There we go.
Is he going to put everybody's names in these clues, mate?
Yep. And
Not for yours. I guarantee yours won't have it because you've been crying, bitching already.
He's gonna give me an interior offensive lineman who went 30th and was medically retired after 2 years. Hi, Peyton.
You want high pitch? All right, I'll give you high pitch.
Yeah, I'm gonna make that dude's life hell in practice every day. You know, I'm gonna go out there and do my best to just show the coaches that I deserve to be there. And you know, and it's not in a negative way. It's a positive way.
Cooper DeJean.
No, that's okay. Clue number 1, Bobby, for 2 points. He started out in the city that never sleeps, but he was probably still sleeping with someone's mom.
Man.
Wow.
Zach Wilson.
There you go. You got it. Solid. 2 points for Bobby Betts.
Did Zach Wilson get with someone's mom?
Yeah, he's the MILF hunter.
Yeah, he's the.
That was his nickname.
The Cougar hunter.
Yeah, he was.
I remember his mom.
No, he would like. That was the rumor that he was sleeping with. He was sleeping with his mom's friends. That's what it was.
Nice clues, Peyton. What was the third clue in that? Out of curiosity.
He was a Cougar in college and now has Cougars all over him.
Oh,
that's the same clue.
That is the same clue. It is the same clue.
No,
but
it's
you
not.
narrow it down. I mean, there are only a couple of teams.
Well, the city that never sleeps, New York. You know, I thought that was now he sleeps with your mom.
Go ahead, whatever. I'm beating them, so I don't care.
2-1-1. 2-1-1. NFL draft version of high-low last 5 years. I will go low.
Ooh.
You know, he said they just got a plan for me. They value what I do, and they want me to be myself, and they don't want me to be nothing else. So, you know, and I appreciate that. You know, I just happy to be valued.
I hate to give this away to one of these idiots. I'll throw out Jalen Carter.
Good guess, but we go to clue number 1, Sean, for 2 points. He was missing a lot of games on game day, just like he was missing payments on his storage unit.
Was that 5 years? Bobby's not going to be happy, Mozzie Smith.
It was like 3 years.
That's it?
Yeah.
Mozzie's been here he was here less than 5?
Yeah, he was their pick 3 years ago, something like that. It was Booker, Guyton, Mozzie.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oof, Will McClay.
Feels like a decade ago.
Feels like a long time ago. I have the lead at 3.
All right, let's go high. Stick it high.
High pitch, RJ Choppy.
It's gonna be painful. You know, he was always like a good mentor for me. But you know what it is. I always told him if I ever faced him that, you know, it'll be a great matchup. So I'm excited to see what Sunday brings itself.
There's no way for anyone to get it off that first one. This is too many people.
Or half the words.
Yeah.
Sauce.
Good guess. Not this one, though. Not this one. Clue number 1,
You're being
RJ.
very nice after our misses. Very
I don't want anything thrown at me. I don't know. I don't trust this glass yet right here.
Yeah, we can hear you through
it. But we know sound can get through it.
Clue number 1, RJ. He's a football player, podcaster, and you might find his brother in your comment section.
Lonzo Ball.
Well, that's a lot of people. Can't be him. Yeah, Micah. Can't be him.
Got it, RJ Choppy. What a steal.
Guess that
What
voice.
a steal.
I did not. I didn't
You
hear
don't
my-
have to guess the voice. He's got a podcast that his brother will yell at you.
Yeah,
That's
but
Everyone's got a podcast.
That did not sound like Micah at all. That's why I completely
didn't hear the
eliminated
sinus infection.
No, I did not.
Feels like Micah's been longer than 5.
I didn't hear the deviated
He
septum
was
that
5.
He has.
He was
He was
21.
5.
Yeah.
All right, so
Bobby?
Choppy 3, me 3, Bobby 2, second guess.
Since the voices themselves don't seem to matter, low pitch.
He's at the top of the game right now, and his age and things like that. And so that's something you can learn from, and then also just how he plays the game.
Let's go with Jordan Love.
Sorry. Get the extra
I felt
buzzer
excessive.
it was a long.
That was a long
That
one,
was a
man.
3-second buzz, man.
I think our computers need a reset.
Yeah. A lot of
They
skipping.
probably do. All right, clue number 1, Bobby, for 2 points. Bear with me on this guy, as most people complain about this man's emotions after a loss.
Caleb Williams.
Oh, dang it, I was hoping to get to clue number 2 here. Talk about his fingernails.
What was the clue?
Sean thinks
No,
I
it
got us
was-
in enough trouble last segment. Fantex loved it.
No, it was he cries to his mom after some games and also looks like her from time to time.
Yes! Yeah!
That was written before the meeting, Sean. I did this
From
last
time
week.
to time.
I told you in the media. What do the play high-low?
From time to time. There we
Bobby
go.
has the lead. 4-3-3. We have a possible epic finish.
Oh, baby. Let's go.
I'll go high.
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't gonna crack out, try to be tough guy. Oh, man, I was really overly excited.
You're an ass.
Hey, give me that Venmo for a bonus.
You're an ass.
Wait,
I'm going to send you that bonus payment for Zayt.
Was he a first rounder?
Right? Was he?
Yep.
You're a douche.
I'm stunned.
Not on Broadus's board. He wasn't a first rounder on Broadus's board.
You're going to have an amazing wedding
That's a
gift
good
for
one.
me. I have 6.
Ooh,
All right.
the lead.
I'm going to kill you.
That was awesome.
All right. Let's go high, Gene.
We're always getting out. We're always trying to create one-on-one matchups because he's gonna give us the ball. So, that's a big plus. But yeah, we were all kind of firing up, and we just want to keep on going.
Let's go with Brock Bowers.
Man, if you would have got
That's
that.
who I thought it was.
Throwing this coffee in my face.
Clue number 1, RJ, for 2 points here. You might not know how to pronounce his first name, but the eyes are always upon him when he takes the field.
So it's a Texas one. Let's see. Who is a receiver from Texas? Tight end? I got nothing.
Buzz him.
Little Jordan Humphrey.
Was he a first rounder? I don't think so. Clue number 2, RJ, for 1 point here. Seeing him on the 40 acres might be more impressive than his 40-yard dashes.
That didn't help me at all. I already knew he was at Texas.
But did you know he had a farm? Oh, he's taking the buzz.
Farm.
Come on. 40-yard dash.
Shut up, Peyton.
I don't know.
RJ Choppy has secured last
that?
place this week.
Who is it?
Bijan Robinson, or Bijan, as he might come out and say. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't get it.
I thought
I
40-yard
didn't realize
dash
that was him.
No, I did not.
Even after all the clues.
What was the last clue for in reference to?
The 40 acres was Texas, and then 40-yard dash was running back. That's
I mean,
what
they all
that's
run
what
the 40-yard dash at the combine.
So his family doesn't have like a farm?
Yeah.
No?
No. 40 acres is
No, 40 acres what they call
Austin.
That's
all right,
That's what they
all right, 3 wins it, 2 ties it.
Bobby can win this in a walk-off first guess.
High.
I'd probably say so. Yeah, it's been a pretty strong 3-week stretch. I think a lot of the work is paying off, and I'm getting more comfortable with the offense, and I think it's showing.
Please, sports god, don't let him get this. It'll ruin the rest of the show for me. Please no.
Justin Herbert.
No.
Yes.
And that means Sean Sharif is the champ. Back to back to back to back to back. No.
No.
No,
That would have been a walk-off. I can tell you.
Oh, dang it. That was just for the win.
He has cooked this so bad, giving you Leggett, giving you the old Cowboy. He forgot he had the script.
I think Peyton predetermines who he wants to win before the.
This is the time.
Give me the clue.
This is
Clue
the tie.
number, I don't have the scores written down, but yeah, clue number 1 to tie, Bobby. Let's see if you can get this one. Even with an average quarterback, this guy is willing to take a bullet for his team.
Ricky Pearsall.
Brock Purdy, an average quarterback, huh?
I'm in trouble. Overtime.
Overtime. We do have an overtime clip. We do have it.
You might as well just get to the clues instead of playing the clip.
We'll play overtime to start off the next segment.
Oh, baby.
Overtime to
What a
decide
tease.
and what Vegas is really thinking about the Dallas Stars first round next.
After we get.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We have to finish up.
Fuck off! Let's go, baby.
High-low, Bobby, a tremendous commercial break favorite. NFL draft, last 5 years. Choppy's been eliminated. Reset the rules on it. Peyton's going to play a clip. We have to wait for the clip to end.
How is he going to cook this for you, though?
And then
Did he cook?
We'll kind of alternate back and forth. Right? Is that the way we did it, or you just shout names? Alternate back and forth quickly?
Clip has to end, then you shout a name, but then you are supposed to be given a chance to shout a name after I've thrown one, and then he gives a clue.
Yeah, there's no first. It's whoever... Again, you got to wait for the clip. Whoever shouts first, then the other person gets a question.
Okay.
Or answer.
Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Walk off.
Let's do this. High pitch, low pitch, does it matter, or do I just pick it?
I'll pick.
Okay.
You pick.
Let's go high pitch. Let's go high here. High-low, final round.
I just miss him. I miss him even though I saw him last night. You know, it's just different without his presence on this field. And, you know, no matter what happens, I can't wait to get him back.
Trey Lance.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Clue number 1, national champion.
Jordan Davis.
Oh, I guess now. Jalen Carter. Next clue.
Next clue, Michigan.
J.J. McCarthy.
Oh!
I don't even want to, aggressively celebrate it, even though he was trying to cook the books for you, because I just rose up and I was too great for it. I would like to say a few words.
Let's recap the stars.
I'd like to thank my mother, who couldn't be here today.
Couldn't be here.
Starts with numbers. Left wing side, Ritzkovian. He shoots. He scores! Justin Ritzkovian. Second point of the game. His 30th point this season. A tremendous rookie season, and he has tied this game.
Victory plus with the call. Stars come back twice to beat the Sabres to end the regular season. It was a shootout 4-3. Duchesne had... It was hilarious and amazing at the same time with the slow deking goal to go ahead and score in the OT. So last year they went into the playoffs winning 5 straight. Last year they went in losing 7 straight. This year it'll be 5 straight wins. For the 3rd straight year, they achieved 50 wins. First time in franchise history that a 3-year, 50 or more win total has taken place. They also finished the season with as of late last night, league-leading 71 power play goals. The most they've scored since the 06-07 season. And when they made this coaching change, this is what was hyped up.
Well, the hype, obviously the hype is, the power play, because Gully was big on the power play.
And Pete DeBoer's back.
And Pete DeBoer is back. Yes, he is. Where do you go, the Islanders? Is that where you were?
He took out Patrick Waugh, another goal he ended.
And you'll see that from time to time. Teams will, torts with the Vegas. And we still should be seeing teams with a handful of games left trying to change coaches. But we'll see what happens here. They're going to start Saturday, it looks like. Some of the reports coming in, they'll either be the 1 o'clock or the 4 o'clock game. And they would play on Monday. Now, of course, you know what's going to happen. This is the time of year where the TV networks just assume that we are in the same time zone as Hawaii. Mm-hmm. So these games will start at 10:15, and you don't be able to watch any of them.
Spits and Suds with your awesome regular season recap for the Stars and your playoff preview. And speaking of the Stars and a coach, your inspiration of the day is coming from a former Stars coach,
Rick Bowness. Who is now with the Columbus Blue Jackets, another guy who came in kind of mid-year, but he is with the Blue Jackets, and they had a really tough stretch to end the season and missed the postseason. They lost 6 or 7 of their final home games, and it was just a really tough spot for them to be in, and he went at his team, but he didn't yell. He didn't really yell, but, man, you could hear him breaking down. This guy was about to cry at the very beginning of this clip.
Rick, you've been a part of a lot of games and a lot of seasons. Have you ever been part of something that's as frustrating as this has been down the stretch?
No. And you know what? All you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. Like, I don't know if I'm back, but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. Ooh. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them. It doesn't bother them. Like, how can you go out and play like that? Should have done this about a month ago. But this is why we are where we are. This is why we're at the playoffs. That kind of effort. Losing, you have to hate losing. I don't care if it's a meaningless game. I don't care. Show up and compete. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. What else you want to know?
You reached them for so long after you got here. How did it stop? Where did it stop?
Because it got tough. Because it got hard. Like we talked about after the Olympic break. It's going to get harder. So everything's good as long as it's going their way. And now it gets tough, we don't want to battle back. And that's what's happened over the last a couple of weeks. That's all that's happened. We're going to change that. If I'm back, I don't know if I'm back. Don and I will talk. We'll get to that. But man, oh man, some of those guys are so lucky the season's over and there's no practice tomorrow.
Whoa.
Oh, baby.
That's the scene in the Disney movie that if there's one game to play to get you in the playoffs, then when he comes back from the podium, they're like, Coach, we heard what you said out there, and we're going to give you our all. And then they go out there and they beat like the best team in the league to get into the playoffs.
Yeah. And in the real world?
The bonus will be gone.
Yeah, fans love this. I'd be loving this if I was a fan hearing it. He's not going to be able to go back to the locker room. I wish they had another week or another game to play to see how the players responded.
But maybe if he's making a sales pitch to those above him of like, I don't give a damn if these players don't like me because my pitch will be get rid of a bunch of them and let me stay here to change it. So that's the Hail Mary pitch to those above you.
I'm sure there's players in that locker room that feel the way he feels. And there's like, all right, we got to get rid of this guy. It's
3 hits seems wild.
Seems really low. Really low in a 60-minute NHL game.
All right, Choppy, you almost nailed all the NBA Vegas lines for the series that are coming up. Steph Curry, the second most electrifying basketball player that I've ever seen, getting it done last night, stunning the Clippers. Our boy Jamal Mosley, probably not returning, my guess, as head coach of the Orlando Magic. They lose to Filthy. Stars Wild, first round, bet online in Vegas. Who's the favorite and how?
I would say the Stars are a 51% favorite.
54.
It's close.
Gosh, you have... Dang.
He was wrong.
You have that regular season.
I know.
You have 50 wins. A fantastic year.
You're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the entire sport.
And you're minus 120 to win your first round series.
Yeah. Minus 120.
Minus 120.
Is a regular point spread line with a little bit of juice. It's like, the
54%. Like you're barely over 50% to win the series.
Barely favored to win.
I'm going Stars in 5.
We don't care.
You should. I'm the hockey expert.
Brett Severin tomorrow at 8:20.
Yes, sir.
Crack our heads together like he normally does. You won the rest of the series?
Sure.
Carolina, Ottawa.
Carolina, 61%.
63. Nice. Buffalo, Boston.
Man, Buffalo is a very heavy favorite of this one. I think there's actually some decent value on Boston, just the pedigree they have, and Buffalo hasn't made the playoffs in forever. But based on what I know the number is, I'm going to say it's like 86%.
81.
Buffalo.
63.
Damn it. Whoa! I
was closer.
Should have kept
It's like minus 300 for Buffalo to win. At least I saw that earlier.
Montreal, Tampa.
Tampa, 59.
Tampa, 57.
72% Tampa. Pittsburgh, Filthy.
Pittsburgh, 60%.
On the money.
Oh!
Look at that.
Don't ever question me again. Stars in 5.
Just missed
Stars in 5.
You missed all the rest of them.
I was right who was the favorite after I heard Choppy say it.
This is, I guess, turning out to be the hour of Bobby, especially with Belo. The belt coming up at 8:40. Is Liv done?
So they had a meeting yesterday, and they say they're gonna pay out the rest of the year, but they missed paychecks. They missed a payment, and people are wondering if the Saudi investment fund is worried about the money being lost because of the war.
Epic Fury.
And is that the operation? That's right, the operation. So there are concerns that Liv is done. Now, if Liv is done, which by the way, Liv is done. It is done. I mean, like you got Bryson and you got John Rahm there. Cam Smith is still there, but I haven't watched it on TV. It gets decent crowds still when it goes overseas. Overseas, not necessarily in the U.S., but overseas, it gets really good crowds. It did its job. It absolutely. If this is the end, it absolutely did its job.
Of what?
It got the PGA Tour off their butt. It got the elevated events, higher purses, better scheduling for the players. So from the strictly the golf standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Now it ruined it because it took Koepka and Phil and Sergio and DeChambeau and Dustin Johnson and John Rahm took them away from the PGA Tour. We don't get to see those guys compete.
People gave Jake Paul credit like that, where they said Jake Paul fighting UFC fighters forced UFC to start giving out bigger purses.
Good riddance. Never had any intention of watching. Never watched 1 second. Didn't know where to watch it. Bye-bye. See you later.
It was CW.
I thought it was fun, the event we went out to. That one was fun.
Yeah. So much fun they had us back. And then Masters ratings were through the roof?
Through the roof. This was a 14 million viewer Sunday.
Whew. We have 14 million 60-year-olds.
Peaked at 20 million. Like, people love high stakes. So the 14 million is 3 million more than watched the World Baseball Classic final that had 11 million. It's higher than every NBA Finals non-Game 7 since 2019. Now, the World Series the last 2 years, they had the Dodgers in it, who were a big draw. Then they had the Dodgers-Yankees. So I'm throwing those out. But prior to that, you got to go back to 2019 for a non-Game 7 baseball game that drew better numbers.
The massive red flag we just discovered about this new Cowboy. That's next. The Hour of Bobby. Let's see if it can continue. And below the belt, right here on Sean and RJ.
After
trade. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet together. Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Now we know why the Dallas Cowboys love Caleb Downs so much. Because they already have to replace Jalen Thompson at safety. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. If you'd like to come out and talk draft and do other things, you can come out tomorrow to the Firehouse in DeSoto. We'll be out at number 261. Do you have the address on you, Sean, by chance? Anybody?
261.
I know it's number 261.
Winter Green Road. That's the address.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah. 261 Winter Green Road.
DeSoto.
In DeSoto. Come on out. We've got the Firehouse Tour golf balls, the Tolo golf balls that you can come out and get. And we'll talk draft. And we'll all talk about how much Brian Broaddus just despises Sonny Styles and wishes awful things on his family and different things like that.
And if you are in the youth baseball world, you know this Firehouse because it's right next to those DeSoto baseball fields that you play.
Oh, so you've driven this tons of times.
I've illegally parked at that Firehouse for years. Not illegally parked. There's a parking lot. But
so Ball moved to illegally park at a firehouse.
So it's the safest place.
To get towed?
Oh, not if they're not there.
If your car implodes in a flame.
Yeah, if it's in a flame.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a massive red flag about Jalen Thompson after New Jersey numbers were announced, Sean.
Oh, gosh.
I'm going to have to go through grades on these, and I'm going to try to put biases aside because I think there is nothing worse that's happened to the game of football than when they decided to start letting everybody just pick any number you want. It's the Wild West.
Worse than CTE.
Worse, way worse than CTE. I can forget about the number things if I had CTE. So this is way worse. But the number decision is an awful one because you end up with just some ugly matches. Because players will be like, well, that was my favorite number. So you end up getting, I'm a big-time defensive end, and I'm going to wear 39.
Oh.
It's like, ew, that's disgusting. What are you doing? So we've got some bad choices here. But I'm going to try and put aside that. I'm just going to try to judge it based on the new world that we live in. Rashawn Gary is wearing number 7. I'm giving this a C. I don't think you can be a bulky pass rusher the way he is and then wear 7.
Yeah.
But I think it's still better than when he wore 52. 52 was not a good look.
Are we buying that Rashawn Gary's burner account was discovered?
Man, I don't know. So probably.
Look at Aiden. Aiden's buying it a little bit.
Probably because it got deleted as soon as people pointed it out. And I don't think anybody just defended. Maybe it's a family member.
The burner, to be fair, was defending Rashawn and not crazy.
No, it was just
female porn stars.
No. Well, it was you don't even know what he goes through. He's a really great passer.
It's not like Kristi Noem's husband.
It was way more tame than that. It gave off vibes to me, honestly, of almost family member using an account and just not putting their name on it. But it was definitely a Rashawn Gary fan account. That's all they tweeted about. All right, so that 7.
So Gary's what number?
7. I don't love it.
Don't love it.
But it's better than 52.
I have no problem generally with changing numbers.
I hate it
because I'm a college fan first, right? And this happens a lot in college. But I feel like
receivers wear 80s, defensive ends, pass rushers wear 90s, 20s for the defensive backs, sometimes 30s, very rarely 40s. But there are rules here, and then 7 is just not a good number for an edge rusher.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't mind a receiver wearing number 1. Actually, I do mind because I hate the number 1. I don't think any player should wear number 1.
That's a great transition. Number 1, PJ Locke. I'm gonna go B-. No. So I don't think DBs should wear number 1. I don't think anybody other than probably kickers should wear it. Maybe a returner. But if you're going to wear number 1, I think generally it's you should be a badass if you're going to wear number 1. We don't have a great history of people using number 1 here and being a badass. But when I think of his build and stuff, I could see number 1 being a fitting number. Number 2, Kobe Durant, B+. Solid choice for Durant there. That was the number Jordan Lewis was wearing. I've kind of become accustomed to it being a defensive backs number at this point. And previously...
You just said that had to be in the 20s, maybe 30s.
No, I know, but I'm saying in the new world that we operate under, of these are what numbers they're giving out, I'm becoming more accustomed to seeing that's how it's going to be assigned. Because previously, number 2 was a kicker number to me. I didn't think a quarterback should wear it to anybody else. So if you want to co-opt it and make it your own, that's a little better. This is a gross one. 13, Sam Howell.
What's the problem?
So Dan Marino's 13.
Okay.
Okay, that's a quarterback who's 13. I don't think any other quarterback could pull that number off.
You think 13 should be retired like Jackie Robinson?
No. Certainly not for somebody who wasn't a winner. Are we going to retire Josh Allen's number 2?
You and Broadus.
I'm sure he was given the short end of the stick here.
His number was already retired. Let's see, 17?
1, 2, and 7 were picked. He can't have 8 or 12. Dak has 4. Milton has 10. Aubrey has 17. I'm sure there were limited options here. It's just 13's kind of gross. I don't like it.
Your worst grading.
Here's the
13
worst.
is a perfectly acceptable quarterback.
Here's the worst. F- and gives me major questions about his ability to make decisions, read and react. All sorts of questions here.
Save all this for Oxnard. I'm making them give us Jalen Thompson, and we're going to see if Bobby mans up. And when we replay this clip to him.
Yeah, I'll be able to do it as long as he's not wearing the number jersey, so that because I would vomit if he showed up on set wearing this. F- for number 34. 34 is strictly a fullback's number. A fullback wears 34, or just some.
Was a Philip Tanner 34?
Some reserve play. It's a
back.
It's a running back. It's either it's a fullback, or at the very least, it is going to be generally like special teams running back. Is generally what it is. That's not a number for a starting player who's going to be a big contributor on your defense, especially when
what numbers
these were available: 42, 41. 39, 29, 24. All better numbers.
No problem with it.
24 is you pick 24. That's what he should be. He should be 24.
That's a corner. That's a corner.
If you're talking about, then 29. 29 is a better number. 41 as a safety is a decent number. 42 and 41 are good.
No one wants a number in the 40s playing. 30. The 30's the cutoff. The 30s are the cutoff point for cool.
34 is just bulky and ugly and not for a defensive. Name the best player you can think of.
Tabucky Jones.
Who was it?
Mike Edwards.
Cedric Brown. Gross. 34 defensive back who's a badass.
I don't even know that I could think of one.
But you can still think of somebody like a 47. Like I think of like Ryan McNeil was 47. He was a decent player.
I don't think of Ryan McNeil at all.
Who do you think of?
I don't know. I just said I don't think
Savone
of
Revel.
I don't think of anybody.
Okay.
Cornell Green, Brian Davis.
So, like you said, Savone Revel. I think that says it all. All right, let's talk
Christian
about
Parker that.
Let's talk about a number not available to anybody. Number 8. And that's not because they've retired the number, but because number 8 is owned, I guess, by the Miami Dolphins now. That is Troy Aikman. A couple different stories about Troy and the Miami Dolphins. Jeff Hafley was talking to the media last week, and he was being asked about, hey, what's it been like having Troy Aikman around? He had said that Troy Aikman's been a great sounding board for him. He's been able to bounce ideas off of him. This had Florio in a tizzy that Jeff Hafley was talking about.
Maybe
this.
Mike will have the stones to talk about it since he wanted to silence Chris Sims.
Then yesterday
on Rossini,
John Eric Sullivan, the new general manager there, they continue to expand the visibility of Troy Aikman. He is going to be in the war room with the Miami Dolphins during the draft. Now, they said he's not going to be consulted about picks. Don't believe that.
No, not at all.
I mean, unless
Why is he in the war room?
If they say he's not studied it, so he wouldn't weigh in that way, fine. But if they're saying, we're going to be above board, we're not going to ask him his opinion, I don't believe that. And this is, to me, and this is the controversial take I'm going to have today. This, to me, the connection with Aikman and given the position that he's in, what he's doing, this, to me, is just as bad as what's going on with Rossini.
Oh, wow.
Just as bad.
Podcast.
Just as bad in terms of what?
Not like morally, obviously, anything like that, but in terms of, you talk about the conflict of interest and the questions it raises about.
I think this is worse.
Yeah.
I think it's actually worse.
Yeah, people fight with their lovers all the time. You could be mad at him and then cover them poorly.
It's very, very different.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I don't consider, Troy's not a journalist for one, so he doesn't have to adhere to the journalistic ethics.
And Troy's not doing some of the things that she was.
Right, and he's not an insider, he's not breaking news. But
if he's in there high-fiving, shaking hands, we got the guy, that is going to be an awful look on TV to me.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. He has to be banned from the other facilities, like Tom.
He would have to. I would think he would have to be banned.
And the NFL will not give the Florio.
I wonder if this will be the final nail for the league cracking down.
Florio, this to me is this sounds like you're an executive for them, and you're this sounds more involved than Brady. Now, I also think the Raiders have done their best to try and hide how much Brady's involved. They're not openly talking about it as much as Miami seems to be, but The Dolphins seem to just be, if it's a rule, they seem to be just flaunted like, oh, okay, big deal. Who cares? We're going to put him here. I think this is going to be such a poor look. And obviously, John Eric Sullivan and Jeff Hafley, the two guys who have weighed in on this recently, talked about his presence and things. Aikman hired them, basically, or he was the advisor that got them the jobs. So clearly there's going to be a relationship there, and they've got these sort of connections and these favorable thoughts and feelings towards him. But this one, I don't know why the NFL will not talk about it. Because Florio and other outlets
they have an easy precedent. Like the long decision making and the tough thinking already has been done for the first case, which was Tom.
Yeah,
Tom.
And now you have it here with Troy.
Because look.
Imagine ESPN draft coverage, and they're like, and then in the war room, you see our lead commentator, Troy Aikman, as he's celebrating the Dolphins pick.
Yeah, well, I think it'll look cool, like for fans and the league.
Oh, yeah,
it'll look cool, but like if I was the league office up top, I'd be like, ugh.
He's a former player, so obviously like it's got a different weight to it.
It does.
Imagine if we cut to the Cowboys war room and we're like, there you see trading high fives, Jay Glazer. Everybody would be like, what?
Right.
Yeah,
it would, but because it's a former player, it looks
like
different.
Romo.
But
if Romo was in there trading high fives, which I think, you know what? I think most people assume
okay, say
Romo.
You saw Romo in the Titans war room then, because Romo played for the Cowboys.
That's weird.
Yeah,
that's weird. If he played for if he's in the Cowboys war room high fiving. I think most people assume Tony Romo's a Cowboys
fan. If Marino was in there, nobody would say anything about Marino, but there are all these sort of things.
Yeah.
They go, well, that's kind of their family. So when Aikman's doing it with Miami, it's like, that's a job.
It's a job.
That is a job
totally
you've been hired for.
You're absolutely right. If Aikman was just in the Cowboys war room high-fiving, I don't think anybody has a problem with that because it's like, all right, he's a Cowboys fan.
I almost kind of chuckle over the flippancy, like at the Miami is just like flaunting it, and Troy's like, yeah, what are you gonna? I'm gonna be on TV in the war room. They have to.
Let's get to Troy Aikman live with reaction here on ESPN. Guys, I'm in the war room here doing my Dolphins job.
he instead of Jeff Darlington, they sent Aikman out to Miami.
Boy, Dolphins made a great pick. Like, if he's calling a Dolphins game next year.
Hey, do an AI Aikman on Miami's picks.
I'll need to create an AI Aikman.
Yeah.
I need 30 minutes of clean Aikman audio to create it. But by the way, AI brought us 2-time winner of G-Bag of the Day now.
Oh, really?
Talking about Rossini?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, baby.
Pay attention to that, boss man. I'm just telling you. May have to offset 740. What happened today? All right, we have more Red Zone at 9:20. The Rangers are going to finish up with the first place Athletics. RJ's most surprising Ranger, and we're going to leave this totally up to Choppy, whether he wants to talk about the statue. Next in Diamond Cavs. You wrote about the email.
Yeah,
it's your decision, your call.
I did.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers next.
After we get you over to Ownwell, save money on your property taxes with Own.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Kunal is ready, and here it comes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The ball game's over. Got him with a fastball in. And that will do it. And the A's hang on and win it by the score of 6-5.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about going down swinging, not just standing there like a statue?
Go ahead. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to go down that path. Oh,
well, I don't know.
Oh, you can tease it and not do it.
We'll see how much time we have. We got a lot to get to here in Diamond Cabs. On Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
That's what Rossini's saying.
Swinging A's win 6-5 with not without a little bit of drama at the end.
Thanks to Jake.
As Jake Burger bomb, baby, a big 3-run smash.
There's a lot of bombs yesterday. Seegers was a shot.
Yeah, lazy fly balls at the Globe. Right? Lazy fly balls at the Globe, but they are moonshots in Sacramento. No, those are probably out in either spot. I'm just playing. I'm just trolling here. But 6-5 Rangers lose. Kumar Rocker 4 2/3, 2 earned, 4 hits, 6 strikeouts, 4 walks, and that is apparently his bugaboo. I got to go back. I got to go by and look at what is a good strike to ball ratio. I know a good strikeout to walk ratio is at least 2-1.
2-1 is, I think, generally considered like
a good strike to ball ratio.
Pretty strong, yeah. Because you got to think how frequently there's foul balls and different things like that that can juice a strike count.
So in his 3 starts, he's at 61% strikes, 59%, and 65%. That feels low. That feels low to me on the strike numbers. He's gonna
65% according to Google. 2-1 is considered good.
So. And I thought so he's only hit that in 1 start. And Bassick, I thought, put on a clinic yesterday, detailing how he's a little, the way he doesn't change up his timing when he's going from the stretch, so the runner can time the jump a little bit better. And you've got to go. Sometimes you're going to hold the ball for 3, 4, 5 seconds, whatever the pitch clock says. Other times you're going to basically quick pitch, and as soon as you come set and you've paused for a second enough for the umpire not to call a balk on you, you go home.
Give me your current grades on Leiter and Rocker. Same draft class.
I'm really happy with the growth that Leiter has.
Yep.
Really, really happy.
I just want to see what your disparity is.
Yeah, Rocker, I'm intrigued by. I'm very intrigued by him. Like, don't forget, this is a guy he had arm problems, and he was he down for wasn't he in a McCoy situation? He didn't pitch for like a year and a half?
Rocker, yeah, he was. He had the UCL tear and was out for. I don't think it was a year and a half, but it was like a year plus.
And he's got to work back from that still anyway. But I'm fine with where Rocker is. To me, you're a high pick. Your expectation is that you're going to be a difference maker. You got to give him time. He's in the starting rotation, and this is a tough rotation to crack.
Yeah.
So I'm pleased with where they both are. I'm more pleased with where Leiter is.
Yeah.
If you told me that Rocker finishes the year with a 4.30 ERA and he makes 28 starts, which would really be the first time he's stretched to this point, a 4.30 ERA, that's higher than I would want, but this is not prime. He's not in his prime years yet. 2 years from now, he's got a 4.30 ERA. I'm like, all right, that's a disappointment.
I'll be the harsh one, I guess. I'm trying to say the grade that's nice, but I feel like it's too high. Well, C- is my nice grade.
On Rocker?
Yeah.
Okay.
D is my harsh one. D feels a little harsh. C-, I think C-.
He's going to end up in the back of the bullpen. That's where his future is.
Oh, hot take.
I just went and looked.
And is it unfair to compare him to Jack versus just saying, hey, you're in such and such year and you've made the rotation?
Yeah.
The back end of a strong rotation, I can't not compare him to Jack. Because look, when you're drafted 2 and 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
My expectation is going to be that you're eventually going to be a top 3 in the rotation.
Right.
Both Vandy guys.
Both Vandy guys.
Big time, like studs on those teams.
Rocker was thought of, at least when he was in college, as the guy because of his size that was going to hold up longer, hold up better as a starter, right? Because he was so big.
But his arm motion was considered really violent,
Yes.
and a lot of people wondered if he was going to have arm problems.
I just did. I wanted to see. All right, how does Rocker compare? And I was just thinking the first guy to pop in my head, I don't know why, was Justin Verlander. I have no idea why that was the first one. That is. Verlander, so in his third year, so after 3 full years of 30 starts in each year, he had a 4.84 ERA.
Okay.
All right. So now, granted, he had a 3.63 and a 3.66 in the 2 years prior.
He got Kate Upton with that?
He got Kate Upton significantly after. But then he goes 3.45, 3.37, 2.40, 2.64. Right? But so a 4.30 is not the worst thing you're going to see in the world.
Sure.
You can manage that. I mean, if you go 6 innings every game and allow 3 runs, your ERA is 4.50. So you're better than a quality start. And the quality start is the 6 innings and 3 earned runs. Most surprising Ranger this year, according to...
Yeah, like Mackenzie Gore, I mean, he lived in the force.
Yeah.
In Washington.
Yeah.
Lived there.
And,
he had a 3.90 is his best one. Otherwise, it was 4.5, 4.4, 3.9, 4.1.
The most surprising Ranger, according to Sports Illustrated, they say is Wyatt Langford. Popular breakout pick after a strong sophomore season with a 127 OPS plus so far this year. Hasn't happened.
Oh, so they're going with a negative surprise.
Negative surprise. He's dealt with a quad injury that briefly kept him out of the lineup, which has likely played a role in his slow start. Another issue is his approach. A 30% chase rate compared to 23% last year. So his in-zone swing rate has dipped.
His what?
In-zone. So he's swinging...
he's letting more pitches in the zone go by.
Yeah, and he's chasing more.
You know who...
2 walks in the last 60 plate
His
appearances.
trajectory kind of reminds me of a little bit, to like make a comparison to another sport here in town, was like it's a little bit right now. It feels like at the same stage of his career as CD was, where CD first 2 years was not like he was solid and everybody's like, yeah, he's a good player, but like everybody's like, yeah, but he hasn't been like the guy that everybody's talked him up to be. And then it was like, all right, third year, you're going to be the guy. And early in that season, a lot of people were like, this is not working out so far. And then he broke out really like after week 3 or 4. So it feels like the same early season stretch of where like Wyatt's kind of out where it's like, yeah, he's been good, but like we're waiting for it to like really click. And now it looks like it's taking a step back.
Had 2 hits last night.
Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105 through 10. Yeah, the average is up to the 180s now.
183. Jumped to 22 points.
Let's head on over to social media.
Oh, let me sit back
5 minutes.
My coffee.
Head on over to social media because Mike Trout has taken back over Major League Baseball. I'm just kidding. All right.
Yeah, I'm fine if you want to avoid it.
The Athletic came out with an article yesterday. I do believe this was a pre-planned article because we had known about this statue quite a while ago.
Get your big rear end back in the seat.
No fat shaming.
They just happened to put the article out on Jackie Robinson Day. I do believe that was pre-planned. But there is, if you've been to the ballpark this year, there is a statue out there, is the One Riot, One Ranger statue that was at Love Field for, as far as I can remember. I don't remember how long it was when it. I know the statue was commissioned back in 1961. I don't think it was at Love Field the entire time. Maybe it was. I don't remember. It was taken down back in 2020, and it was put in storage at Alliance Airport. Which, by the way, I'll be at the Alliance Pluckers next week for the draft for a week from today.
He is circling.
Well, he's like Peyton. He's like Peyton.
Good point.
Hosting at 5:30.
Get ready to weigh in on this.
So Sam Blum put out an article.
And he writes for who?
And he writes for The Athletic, talking about this statue. And this statue is it's really a 2-part theme. Part 1 is the when it was built back in the 60s, it was built off of the One Riot, One Ranger, which is the title of this ranger that broke up a prize fight, an illegal prize fight, back in 1896 to show that the Texas Rangers are such an elite unit that it only takes one person
and
to
the other part
break up. And the other part is who the belief and the theory is that the statue, the model of the actual person, So not the title of it, but the model of the Ranger used is a guy named Jay Banks. And Jay Banks has a very famous photo of him standing outside of Mansfield High School back in 1956.
Peyton's High School.
Trying to enforce segregation. So there's the tug of war.
He was trying to, He was stopping.
Yeah, I don't know. Was he sent there by the Ranger organization or on his own?
Did he say he was just curious? He was just trying to view it?
Yeah.
And there was a hanging,
there was a doll, you want to call it, in effigy that was hanging from the top of the building.
And he's like kind of leaned back against something with his knee up.
Yeah, leaned back against the
Now, just to be
tree.
clear, the Ranger statue is not of that.
It's not of him leaned back.
It's not of him leaning back.
It's just it's a guy in a cowboy hat.
Yep.
And maybe when this statue was designed back in the 60s, that was only a handful of years after this photo took place. So the thought is that they were using that guy, Jay Banks, as the model.
So during cancel culture, Love Field got rid of the statue.
They just got rid of the statue.
Put it in the closet.
They put it in the closet at another airport, at Alliance Airport, in a storage closet. And then the guy who was in charge of the Texas Rangers North History Museum approached the Texas Ranger baseball team about this. Hey, we got the statue for you. You want to display at the ballpark? And they're like, yeah, sure. So it's been out there, and now, and we've known about this. We've had a few people tweet at us about this, but then this article was
along
written.
with Pride Night.
Along with that, yep. Chiafalo has comments on that, But it didn't even comments. But now,
That's not cool, guys.
So The Athletic wrote an article about this, and basically everyone within the Texas Ranger organization, the baseball team, declined comment. Like, not happening.
Yeah,
not happening.
Well,
this took a very.
My one comment on this whole thing is, if you're going to put it up, you should have a comment on it.
Well, the weird thing, the sketchy thing about it is apparently they announced, it was a sketchy unveiling and announcement from the team.
Yeah, they did it. Yeah, they did it during spring training.
They sent the press release when all the Ranger reporters were in surprise, and they didn't say what it was going to be for.
Right.
And they're just like, hey, we're going to have a new statue we're going to unveil, so show up if you want to. Mm-hmm. And people showed up, and they, I guess, didn't take questions. So you didn't specify what it was in the press release, which some people can have a surprise, I guess.
Major award.
But then you didn't.
Major award.
I guess you did. I wasn't there. I don't know people who were there. But apparently you didn't take questions on it either. Mm-hmm. So that had people be like, why? What? Just be loud and proud about it. If you're going to put the statue up.
If you're going to put it up.
Yeah. And why not? And why not take questions on it? Or why not, give a comment to the article? So if you're against it, you can use those things to your argument to be like, why are you hiding? Why aren't you being transparent, Texas Rangers? Mm-hmm. This writer and this article is getting annihilated. Now, this is on social media. You obviously have people who have an issue with it, particularly African Americans, and they're quoted in the article. But on social media, Clay Travis, shocker, he is destroying this author and this piece. Do you have an opinion? It's a very long article.
It's a very long article.
Here's my opinion. I'll put myself out there first.
You go first.
I don't know the answer. If the statue is supposed to be representing Jay Banks, that's his name?
Yes.
Jay Banks.
Yeah.
The one who was stopping integrated schools.
He was enforcing segregation.
Enforcing
the segregation.
If the statue is supposed to be basically of him,
yeah,
the statue shouldn't be there. If the statue is from the
one riot,
Walker,
one Ranger,
Texas Ranger,
yeah.
Chuck Norris, who's the badass.
That's really who the statue should be.
Who went to break up the fight. And this is me just reading it yesterday. These types of topics, I usually spend a week getting every single detail. Then that would seem to be fine to have that statue.
Yeah,
but
you've got to go.
But this thing gets all cloudy of, well, it's this guy, but it's really the portrayal of that guy, and it's with the thought of him, but it's really not him. That's where I think for me, it gets complex.
It does. You got to go back to the designer of the statue.
Yep.
And what she was looking at when she was designing the statue. Was it supposed to be a statue of Jay Banks, or was it a statue of the Texas Rangers, and they just so happened to use somebody who is similar to him because it was fresh in mind.
Yeah.
That's really the crux of the whole thing. And if it is him, then it shouldn't be there. It really shouldn't.
Yeah.
If it isn't him, then having I don't care what, this is the Texas, having a Texas Ranger statue inside a baseball stadium named after the Texas Rangers
Right.
probably shouldn't be a stretch for many people.
Well done, Chuck. Let's read the fan text in the commercial break. 877-881-1053. Dane Brugler previews the Cowboys draft. We'll replay Dane with the G-Bag Nation next.
$50.33 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Three big dogs in the NFL draft world all had the Dallas Cowboys making the same move in their latest mocks. Mel Kiper, Todd McShay, Dane Brugler having the boys moving up to 6 to draft Sonny Styles, Charles Robinson, and now Jonathan Jones. CBS Sports saying, pump the brakes. I think they could stick and pick and not move up.
Slightly different, too, in the ways that they projected it. Mel and Dane projected the same trade. McShay projected a little different. He had said 12, because everybody said 12 and 20 for 6 and 39. That's been the common one.
Yeah.
McShay had done.
And Nick Harris agreed with someone on Twitter who was like, guys, that's too light. That's not getting it done.
12, 92, and next year's second is what
McShay.
He had put in there for 6 only. So you'd pick 6 and 20. And then at 20, McShay mocked Tremont McCoy, which is not happening. So that made me feel like, okay, well, if you're wrong about that, you might be wrong about Dallas going up, too.
Yeah. Well, I would not be a fan of moving up for Styles. Me and Brian brought us kind of in the same camp. 10-minute YouTube expert that I am. And the one guy who kind of had me changing my mind, got me hyped last night off this clip, was Louis Riddick.
I think about the importance of that position and the makeup of that position and what that guy needs to look like, how he needs to carry himself, and how he needs to affect the rest of that side of the ball and the team overall. I go back to my days when I was with the Cleveland Browns and Bill Belichick brought in Pepper Johnson, who was on the backside of his career at that time, but it's just the presence of a big, stoic, athletic, playmaking, in control Mike Backer that when he walks into the huddle and you're standing there and you're looking at him and it's 3rd and 7 and you got to get a critical stop in late November, December because, the game is on the line. You get this sense of confidence when you see a guy who has that kind of resilience, that kind of horsepower, that kind of stick-to-itiveness that says, I know he's going to get the job done, and he's talking to us and making sure that we know that we need to get the job done. And when you talk to Ohio State, you get the feeling that that's what Sonny did for that football team. And then it kind of like it carried over off the football field when he had to have media responsibilities and be kind of the spokesperson for the team and for the defense overall or for the linebacker room. I just think he's made for big roles, for big moments on big-time football teams like the Dallas Cowboys. I just think he'd be a superstar in that uniform in particular.
Oh, that one got me. And then McShay, that was on ESPN, and McShay also saying that someone in the league told him that Styles, one of the smartest players, he'll run a company when his football days are over. You can tell me you get a straight, no-doubt captain that's that football intelligent to line up all these guys who were zigzagging last year. That makes me not mad if they get him. I don't want to do it. I don't prefer it, but I'm not mad if he's that leader. I'm a big leadership guy.
What if he's a 5th rounder like Brian Broaddus seems to think, which we referenced earlier? I should share what Vach said. So Vach texted me, and Vach Lombardi, who Brian Broaddus does a podcast with, and he's on the draft show.
You think Vach knows where Styles is on Broaddus' board? Or
yes.
Unlike Zach?
Yes, he does know. He said, listening to the playback of our show, he said, I also have a 2 on Styles. He said, I don't think he's Sean Lee, Fred Warner, or Luke Kuechly. A fun exercise is to see where you would draft Styles in the 2021 draft. Good combo. So he is, Vach is of the opinion as well that similarly he thinks, and I said earlier, I think there are plenty of evaluators who probably do view Styles in the 2nd round, but second round of them also could mean 15th overall player,
right.
And it's somebody they would still potentially take in the 1st round.
Broaddus has him at 16.
Just
1,600.
I can understand the comparison he gave to Pepper Johnson. That dude was always on a good defense. Always. Mm-hmm. Whether it was the Giants, the Browns, the Jets, that defense was always good. I could see the importance that you would put on the adult in the room. Now, not necessarily whether, from the brain power, the ability to make all the calls. The talent is one thing.
Yeah.
And it's obvious that the talent of Styles is there.
Dane Brugler with more on Sonny via All City.
And no disrespect to the linebackers on the roster, but there is an opportunity here for them to go upgrade that position. And a guy like Sonny Styles, who 6'4", 245 pounds, the athlete, the person, the intangibles are off the charts. He wore the green dot for Ohio State a little bit as a junior and then full time as a senior this past year. So there's just a lot to like about the player and the fit with what the Cowboys could be looking for in the first round of this draft.
I think he's somebody who I really, really like. I do have him as a first rounder. I think that he's somebody who could really immediately help improve their defense and would fill what is their biggest need right now. There are players I like more that I would take above him if they were sitting there, but he's somebody who, if they pick him, I don't think anybody should feel like this was a bad day. I think everybody should feel like you got something that is going to objectively improve your defense next year.
Dane was also on the G-Bag Nation yesterday, and Pepe has gone through that audio to set us up with.
Yeah, so we talk about Sonny Styles, and obviously the Cowboys want him there, maybe at number 6 or later on. But what other linebackers are available if Styles gets taken in the top 5? The G-Bag Nation asked Dane Brugler this yesterday.
Well, C.J. Allen, for the Georgia linebacker, he ran today. It's kind of an interesting thing. There was one scout there, and so that one scout kind of shared the numbers, but it was the numbers were between like a 4.44 and a 4.52, and so I think teams are going with 4.47 for CJ. And that's a good number for him. That's the hearing from teams, they think he has an outside shot of getting into the first round. So think about this linebacker. Is a linebacker 2 going to go in the first round? Could it be Jacob Rodriguez? Could it be C.J. Allen? And there's a chance one of those 2 could get in there. Could they go as high as 20? I think that'd be a little surprising. But at the same time, like we said before, that the grade you have on the player at 20 isn't all that different than who you have at 40. And so I think there's room for some volatility in those final 12 picks of the first round, just because I don't think teams are going to be worried about the quote-unquote reach at that point because grades are going to be so similar.
Why would there just be one scout?
So this late in the process, if you're talking about individual pro days, there may just be reasons why, somebody couldn't get out there, or it's a late scheduling. And so, because initially this was not even supposed to be on the calendar. He was supposed to run at Georgia, and then something had happened. So this may have just been kind of thrown together at the last minute, and there weren't a bunch of teams that could fit it in on their schedule.
What do you think of him?
I like him a lot. I think that he's somebody who, you want to talk about like high mental processor and somebody who the brain works whole line about Christian Parker that Will McClay talked about. I think that's C.J. Allen. I think that he's somebody who improves their defense pretty significantly.
So you have all the talk about the Cowboys moving up to number 6 in the first round of the draft, but Dane was asked, how confident are you about picks 1 through 5 where trading up to 6 will actually help the Cowboys?
Again, I wouldn't say that we have a high confidence level, and just a week out, obviously we know that a quarterback will be 1, and then at 2 is going to be an edge rusher. And then the Cardinals at 3 become a little bit of a conversation. Do they go the right tackle, or do they go with the edge rusher that doesn't go at number 2? And let's just say it's the edge rusher. Then all of a sudden 4 and 5 become pivot points in the top 10, with Tennessee at 4, Giants at 5. You think about the Titans and Robert Saleh, and he had Fred Warner in San Francisco. Does that mean that he would lean towards a guy like Sonny Styles, and what that could mean for that Titans defense? Would they go with Ruben Bain there? We know they want a full stable of pass rushers. Or would they go with the most explosive offensive weapon in the draft, with that being Jeremiah Love? And so then with the Giants, John Harbaugh, this is a John Harbaugh pick. But John Harbaugh, he's not an offensive guy. He's not a defensive guy. He's a CEO type of head coach. And over his time in Baltimore, they were all over the place in terms of where they went in the first round. They drafted a safety 3 times in the first round over his tenure in Baltimore. So I don't think there's anything that we can point to say, yeah, they're definitely going to go offensive line here, definitely going to go with Love if he's there, definitely going to go with Styles or Downs. Those picks 4 and 5 really are a little unpredictable at this point.
And speaking R.J. Choppy of Arizona, they are not entertaining, but they're visiting with who would be the R.J. Choppy pick at 3, as the Cardinals are meeting with Ty Simpson.
Yes, they are.
That would be the RJ Choppy plan.
Yes, it would. Let's just go. Well, no, because of the RJ Choppy plan, he'd have been off the board at 2 to the Jets.
Oh, that's right.
Right. So, I see our articles. Which team controls the draft? And teams with 2 picks. Right. The Giants control the draft. Who the Giants pick dictates how a lot of the rest of the draft goes. Right. Because the Giants draft. If Bobby said, if they draft an offensive lineman, the whole draft takes a different trajectory at that point. But if they take Downs or Styles, then the whole draft takes another trajectory at that point too. Because what the Cowboys do then depends on that. Maybe what Kansas City does, whether the Cowboys move up or down. But that is interesting about Arizona meeting with Ty Simpson, but they've got an early second rounder.
We got more from Dane on G-Bag?
Yeah, we got one more clip here. So we heard the other day about Keldrick Falk, and Dane was asked, how could Keldrick Falk help the Cowboys if they do end up drafting him?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're dealing with a guy that's 6'6", 275 pounds, almost 35-inch arms, 21 years old, and what he was asked to do at Auburn, where playing in a 3-man front, a lot of 4-eye, 5 technique, wasn't asked to just scream off the edge, and so I think that's explains why the backfield production wasn't greater. But I think you have somebody that's just kind of scratching the surface of what he can be. Now, I mean, he's not the most twitchy. He's not a super bendy guy either, but he wins with his hands. He's an instinctive player, especially in the run game. So I don't know that he's ever going to be a double-digit sack guy, but I think he's going to be someone that you can win with, somebody that is going to make your defensive line better versus the pass and the run, and somebody that ends up being a positive for anybody's defensive line.
So there it is, Dane Brugler on yesterday with the G-Bag Nation, the Red Zone, your football fix every day at this time. Let's finish up in Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
After we get you over to basepower.com, basepowercompany.com/thefan.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's cross-talk with the KNC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors in studio. Good morning, fellas. What is coming up?
Guys, we have a KNC. It's not a quickie as much as it is a shorty today. As the Rangers get started, we'll turn things over to them at 1:30 today. So good for the Rangers that they get to play some baseball. Let's get a win, all right? Let's get a damn win out of here.
Stop pitching to Langoliers.
Puck around and find out at 10 o'clock, and then we get some Rangers A's at 10:20. Oh, and we're talking Chris Bell and Traden Stukes. Will you get the next Michael Irvin at wide receiver?
So you're going to have that. Yesterday I heard you say they could get Darren Woodson, and now you're going to give him Michael Irvin.
No, I said that's your Darren Woodson. Oh. Darren, in a lot of this is the difference between the next Darren Woodson and your Darren Woodson.
Okay.
The next Darren Woodson plays like Darren Woodson. This guy can do the things that you're asking because it's very difficult for people to understand what you're asking of that position. And when you just say a name, Jerry Jones gets it. All right? You say, oh, man, he holds the ball like Troy Aikman. You're like, all right, I envision it now. This guy can wear many hats.
And this is who?
This is Stukes, who we'll talk about him and Chris Bell at 11 o'clock.
Bob, huh?
Although you coach, yeah.
Stuke, Stukes.
Were you stunned, and did you hear that Broadus had a second-round grade on Styles?
Yeah, he had him as what, 13th player? 16th player?
16th.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Did you guys hear the debate? Oh.
Can we do it?
All right, let's play it.
Let's play it.
Let's play it. See how long we can go. It was short notice for Peyton.
I love Sonny Styles. I mean, I know, Brian, you've got him, not as a round one player. I mean, he's a leader of the Buckeye program. His biggest games.
Let's get this clear.
Yeah.
I don't hate the player.
Oh, no.
I don't. I mean, it's not like I've got him buried. I feel like there's things that you're going to have to work with this guy on. Like I say, some of the you saw some improvement with second level block or dealing with second level blocks and stuff. But let's not get this twisted. This is a player that I see somewhere between 14, 15, 16, somewhere right around there. I don't have him in my top 13.
I will say is, that's big to have that, because he is. You look at other consensus top 10 boards.
When does Dallas pick?
At 12 right now.
I don't give a damn where you think I have him. Ooh. I don't give a damn where McShay or anybody else thinks I have him.
Wow. Yeah.
I did the work.
I did the work. Nobody's saying that you didn't.
I'm just saying, though, you're making it seem like I don't like the player, and I do.
Not at all.
I am not interested. If you have him in the top 5, that's great. I have Downs as my number 1 player on the board.
Yeah.
I would rather have Downs than Styles.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's not get it twisted, though.
No, nobody's getting it twisted. I think the fact that you have him at 16, other people that and people do. We trust your work.
But
that's why, because you're the only person that has him that far down your rankings.
But that's what I'm saying. It's my board. It's my evaluation.
Right.
I've been wrong before.
There's no reason.
I've also been right.
Yes,
so if I want to put him at 16, that's how I look at it.
And I'm not coming at you in a way that it's not. There's anything wrong with it. I just think that it was surprising to hear that that's where you had him.
But that's how
we've heard him talked about prior to that.
But see, who's talking about him that way?
Well, I think we've talked about him on the show that way.
But who other than you and I? Other media scouts?
Other media scouts? Yeah, other national
Other
people.
media scouts?
Yes.
If somebody from a team were to tell me you got Sonny Styles wrong, if one of these scouts or general, if I called John Snyder right now and said that, if I called Elliot Wolf, if I called whoever and asked them about that, and they said, no, you're completely wrong about that. I haven't heard that yet. I haven't heard that from anybody yet. When I do, then I'll say, you know what, maybe I'll adjust. But like I said, that's where I saw the guy right now.
Right. All right, cut it off.
So
you just made a noise too when he said, if I heard I got it wrong, I would adjust. And you go, What does that mean?
It means the same thing that I believe you're thinking when he said before, I don't care what anyone else thinks.
Before that, my favorite thing is that they both repeatedly say to each other, well, that's what I'm saying. And yet they're clearly mad at each other.
No, but that's a go-to.
You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that.
That's a go-to saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But
Seriously.
He said, I don't give a damn what McShay and them think, but if John Schneider corrected it, would you change things back up there?
Yeah, and I do.
And I'm busting
I
his
do
balls.
think that a lot of times, if he said it to you guys whenever Will McClay was on, what do y'all get wrong the most?
Yeah.
What do we get wrong the most? True fit. So if they're like, no, we like him higher because of this, and this, then he would probably go back and say, well, let me watch it in that lens.
Right.
And then he would adjust and go, oh, okay, that makes sense for them.
Yeah.
But for him, he's like 16. That being said, I had a little discussion with both of them yesterday.
Whoa!
And not John Schneider or Jerry.
Oh, never mind.
But I was like,
Is that who you thought he
not
was
impressed. That's not
talking
worth a
about?
well.
I was diving in on we were joking with Zach about positional value in the draft and how he was fighting everybody that positional value doesn't matter in this draft, and so we were just poking him a little bit about it.
Terrible take.
And then I asked,
that's what a lot of people are saying.
because the Cowboys, as Brada said, screwed this thing up so much in free agency, you kind of are stuck where you have to take a player, doesn't matter positional value. But I said, of all the guys in this group, which player solves the most problems for the Cowboys? Because I screwed up and I was like, what position do they need to do the most? And that's positional value. Which player solves the most problems? Both of them said Styles. And because they are so bad at linebacker, they don't have anything there. You're hoping for Overshown, right? Like all these problems, and then what they did sign was more secondary players, so they have less need there. And so what does Styles do? He has the ability to wear a lot of different hats as well. So he solves the most problems. That's what I'm trying to get at 12. The guy that creates the biggest circle on my map right now.
What'd you think, Kev?
And you saw me shake my head
a few times.
I thought I understood where Zach was going, but I thought the verbiage he used was going to infuriate Broadus even more, and he went back to it just a couple of times.
Are you saying words are weapons?
I don't feel like that's exactly what I said, but
You did your violence?
He thinks silence is violence.
The tongue is this double-edged sword.
Oh my goodness!
All
But yeah,
swords have two edges.
I understood where they were both
Except for
coming from. But
samurai.
when Zach was like, "I'm not saying that, I'm saying," and I was like, "That's not going to be the way to break through."
I'm thinking 100%, and I love Brian. I think Brian was sensitive to the idea of people thinking him think wait. So he heard Zach say it a certain way, and then he was not going to hear all of the follow-ups of Zach going, "No, I'm not. I know
and
you
I don't
like
think
him."
Zach had any ill will. in that.
No, I think Zach was trying to say, and Eric came by after that one saying the same thing, which is like, we respect you so much in how you do it that you having this opinion, we're not laughing at it. We'd like to hear why you think that, and so we're just setting it up for you to tell us.
Yeah, I think when Zach said Brian doesn't have him as a round one player, that comes across more negatively instead of saying Brian, you have him as a second rounder. Instead of he's not a round one player for you. It just sounds, and then Broadus had the clause come out a little bit.
What I think is really interesting, they kind of got lost.
First-round grades, and he's the 16th.
Yeah. And they kind of got lost in that is the low number of first-round grades. I know usually he's lower, like 16,
I just
18,
think it's
but man, that's
personal.
really low.
It's just really personal for him, though. Like, he will not stop talking trash about Sonny Styles. He will not stop talking about his family. He will. I mean, like, he said so many vile things about him.
Stop it,
Brian. Just say it with your chest. Don't run from your take. That's my thing.
What has it been too long since you pissed him off?
I don't know. I'm just saying, don't run from your take.
He's still complaining about some mess. I can't tell whether he's
he took shots at us the other day.
I think he's continuing a bit. Or Bobby's still leaving a mess over there in Brian's area, or
I showed him what a mess looked like.
No, I sit where you sit.
Oh.
There's just chaos. There's a bunch of stuff we don't need here.
What is it?
This is not mine, though.
There is a lot of stuff that
Bobby over there.
Where? What?
That Bobby.
That Bobby, that is mine.
I love Corey's OCD right now. Kick it in.
Yeah.
What else, Corey?
The two footballs, the
Those
dice,
are not mine.
the
Those
pigeon.
are not mine. Those are not mine.
Pigeon anymore.
Geriatric pal.
Do you know what? You
That
can't
was
see
in my
those over
pants
this
one
computer
time.
screen.
This sucker stick right here, the scissors can go
Okay,
under the helmet.
That's not mine.
Yeah.
Say what about scissors?
We need more adjustment. We need tidiness.
Have I kept your area clean for you?
You do a great job, man.
Yes.
You do a great. Chop does a pretty good job too of making sure he doesn't just leave all his paper towels here.
His nails.
And he's going to pick up that piece of paper that he just missed.
Yeah.
I know that.
I am.
My kid will walk in there, look at the dishwasher, knows he needs to get them done, tell me the next morning, nobody told me to do the dishes.
Are you embarrassed?
I am embarrassed.
Dang.
Grow up.
Are you?
Whoa.
Are your kids like?
I found out he's 14 yesterday.
Have you? Happy birthday.
Well,
It's not
that was
his
in December.
birthday.
Oh, have you trained them well to clean well in the house?
They
Shut
do.
up, Bobby. You shut up.
Carter was bad at it. Carter was very bad.
It's not natural for him.
He has a girlfriend now. Changed everything.
Oh.
Avery, when he got a girlfriend, changed everything.
Oh, baby.
And it's not that they changed him.
What do you think the common
It's just they wanted
line
to make
is
an
there?
impression.
Wait, they did change him.
They wanted to make an impression. No, it's not like they said clean your crap up.
No.
Because they just.
Is your wife clean freak? Mm-hmm. Would
Now,
would that have been a
will-
breaking point for you?
I was not
Like
a
if
clean
she-
freak. I changed over time.
Oh.
I changed having kids whenever they left all their crap on the floor. And I was like, what is this? I'm tripping over Legos. I don't want to do this anymore.
So what you're saying is girlfriends are like cleaning senseis.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to set Corey up to step into a comment like that. He'll say it on his own. Yeah. So there you go, Bobby. You had a good 90 minutes of comedy.
There you go.
That was
happy.
good. It was a good run.
It was a good run. Tomorrow, we'll try to continue it in DeSoto.
Yeah, off Wintergreen Road, 261 East Wintergreen Road in DeSoto. Firehouse Tour rolls on.
Down the street from the massage parlor.
105 through the Fan golf balls and breakfast for all the Tolos. See you in DeSoto tomorrow morning. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Disagree with the Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
True.
And you've also got, it's WrestleMania week. And he is the famous Alec Medford.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are you guys doing today? How is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube.
Well, Kevin, my world has been rocked this morning.
Oh, no.
And you might be thinking to yourself, I was going to use this as a segment tomorrow. Sorry, not now.
I don't know what you're going to say.
I told you this morning while we were sitting in our little area that Alec never wants to come to and hang out with us.
I'm busy, man.
He's very busy.
I feel like if he was there, we'd be like, kind of feels like you should be doing your other job. And he's
exactly.
Like, screw you guys!
I said, I've decided I want Sonny Styles.
Okay.
I've made the decision that that's the player I want. And around the corner, I hear this voice go, You could have both Downs and Styles sitting right there. Your choice. At which point I was like, look, I this is my decision, and I said in crosstalk, the idea is you ever played that game where you're the small circle and you just keep eating big circles that are smaller, and then you grow. And then
I do not know that.
.io is the game.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of like Snake. You know, you keep growing into a bigger circle and bigger circle until you are the biggest circle on the map.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of how I look at these players. How much do they cover? What do they take care of? And Sonny Styles fixes the most problems for this defense with one player. And so if I was going to get the two same size circles with 12 and 20, and they're both good big size circles, that's good. But if I get a big circle and a tiny circle, am I solving the most problems? But he solves the most problems, according to two of our guys. I've watched him. I think he solves a lot of different things. And so I was like, this is an idea. I'm kind of into this idea. If Sonny Styles solves the most problems because of what you are. And then, Kevin, you threw the biggest wrench into the whole conversation and said, why not trade up and get both of them if they're going to both be at 12?
Which, for the record, I do not believe will be the case. But
and then you said Corey.
Other people I appreciate and respect do think that.
You said Corey. Would you? And all he said, Alec, was, would you? Would you? And I said, just do the effing thing. Make it happen. Figure out how to make my dream come true. I get Styles and Downs. Kevin, how do I make this happen? Alec, you started into it. You started saying, hey, so you're going to have to trade 12, 20. And I was like, no, we're keeping 12. How do we make this happen, guys? Y'all figure it out. Figure it out right now, or we can figure it out tomorrow.
Okay.
Y'all want to figure it out tomorrow? Sounds good?
No.
Because we do have a Civil War to discuss tomorrow.
What?
Maybe we have a Civil War to discuss. It's amongst the chumps. Yeah.
Oh, actually, I did know about that because of Corey. Okay. Let's say this. Let's say they're both still there at 10, and Miami's going to take a wide receiver. I'm thinking on the fly here. Would you trade pick 20, pick 92, and next year's second?
20,
you have next
92, and next
year's second to move up to 10, with the idea that both of them are there. You get one of them at 10, Dolphins take a receiver, and you get the other one at 12. So the outcome of this is you do still keep your first rounder for next year. You get Downs and Styles, but you also then don't have another pick for a really long time in this draft till 112, and you lose your second next year.
And yes.
Okay. Because, the math would work on that.
I can still try and work on getting another pick in the third round or something like that. I got some things to work with.
Sure.
I still have other future picks to work with.
Okay. Okay.
So if I really need to, otherwise I can just go make my championship roster out of 5th rounders.
I mean, and look, yes,
happen.
Like the Legion of Boom. I realize this is contingent on that scenario, which, look, man, I hope the people that have said it are definitely right, but this would be contingent on Downs and Styles being there at 10.
That would get you what you think is the best player in the draft.
Correct.
And what I think solves the most problems in one pick.
All right, so
in
Alec,
2 picks.
I throw it to you. You stay at 12, but you move from 20 to 10, and it also costs you your 3rd-round pick this year, which is what you got from the Osa deal, which is 92, and then next year's 2nd. Contingent on the fact that those are the players you get.
If it's those two, I'm doing it. I'm taking that deal, and
I feel like a lot of Cowboys fans would, right?
You would think, and it solves more than just 2 issues that you have on this defense because you're drafting 2 players, but it solves more than 2 issues.
Because they can impact either multiple levels or multiple players around them, which that for sure might be the bigger deal.
And the Styles thing has nothing to do with his combine numbers. This is like when we watched him, we told you how we felt about him.
Right.
It's just what he can do in that area. So that's my conundrum of the morning.
Okay.
The situation that you put me in.
Sure.
By asking that. But I've made my mind up that we were actually, Kevin, I'd made my mind up that we were trading up to 6 to get Styles.
I mean,
and I was happy.
The idea that he would be even close to there, I'd be like, great, let's do that.
And I was happy and content with that.
Oh!
Why are you guys talking sports in the first segment?
Whoa!
This is usually my drive home.
Yeah.
I turned around outside the garage because the first 5 minutes wasn't what I'm used to. It's thrown off my entire rest of my morning. Why are you talking sports?
Did you want to talk about the Chimp Civil War?
I did not.
Okay.
Actually, just for Sean, I was driving in this morning, and Kevin, I was kind of upset about the way others were driving around me. It wasn't fast enough. They weren't moving enough. So I started whipping around a little bit and accelerated at an excessive speed.
Oh.
And then in the HOV lane, I'm not in it. I'm just in the lane next to it. But in the HOV lane that still exists without being an HOV lane anymore, I look in my rear view and the lights, the burps and cherries are going.
Oh, no.
And I was like, oh, crap. And the car in the HOV lane gets out of the HOV lane and the cop passed me. And I was like, oh, it wasn't for me. Did that change how I drove for the rest of the morning?
I don't think it did.
Nope.
Because I think you were like, well, I didn't get caught.
You think I got, free ticket?
I think you were emboldened by this.
Get out of jail free card.
Kind of.
Actually, no, I did. I definitely did change because they ended up going to what looked like a bad wreck. So, and that definitely changed things.
Okay, well, that obviously
that was later down the road. So for the next 700 yards, what was I doing?
That is terrible and that is sad. I will tell you, that is a roller coaster of emotions that end with this bizarre driving euphoria when you think the cop's for you, but it's not. Either that or you look and you're like, please go past. And then they do, and you're like, yes!
Yeah, I went, oh, crap. No. And then, I had that thought of, wait, maybe it's not for me. Because he hadn't gotten over behind me yet. And he didn't. So, good job, Corey.
Okay.
Oh, and also, thank you, officers, for doing a great job taking care of our community.
Okay. And also,
I have a Tolo sticker on the back of my truck.
I always wonder if that's going to work. Also, go ahead and give me cut number 4. Good job by the Dallas Stars.
Stars with numbers. Left wing side, Ritzkovian. He shoots. He scores! Justin Ritzkovian. Second point of the game. His 30th point this season. A tremendous rookie season, and he has tied this game.
By the way, if you listen in the background of that goal, I'm pretty sure you can hear somebody go, how about that? And I think, I don't know if you want to play it back or listen to it back, but I'm pretty sure you can hear someone in the background being like, how about that?
Stars with numbers. Left wing side, Ritzkovian. He shoots. He scores! Justin Ritzkovian. Second point of the game. His 30th point.
So they're fired up for Ritzkovian. We all are. I think he has become a really quick, fan favorite.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
On this team. And so the Stars get the win over the Sabres. And you might be like, hey, I don't care so much about the win, about the result itself. And I totally get that. From like a surface level, it does move them into a tie for the third most regular season points in Stars history, and it puts you 2 points back, so essentially 1 win back of the 98-99 team, which had the most points in Stars history.
Kevin, I told you I needed to do a little extra work this morning, but I was so busy looking at the Chimp Civil War situation.
That was like the first thing he told me about this morning, Alex.
So I am currently trying to catch up a little bit on this because there was something I wanted to do, but here's the deal. Michael Dixon posted this last night. Stars win 50-plus for the third straight year.
Yep.
Just the 7th team in NHL history to do that.
Oh.
The Colorado Avalanche, 21-22 to 23-24. How many championships did they win in that time?
1.
The Carolina Hurricanes, 21-22 to 23-24. How many championships did they win in that time?
Is this going to be a thing where they all won a championship?
I don't think Carolina won.
Oh.
The Red Wings, though, Kevin. The Red Wings from 04-06 to 08-09. How many championships did they win in that time?
2?
1. At least one, yeah. So it looks like, though, this is a positive thing. Stars winning 50-plus games in 3-year span. If they do something different. If they learn from what they've done. What they've done in the past has been a team that in the past has padded themselves in the regular season, looked really good and said, we can do these things. We're good at this. But then when people push them away from what they're good at, how do they respond?
Yeah.
I love the ways the Stars responded here at the end of the year and said, we're going to figure out how to do the tough things so that whenever people try to make us do the tough things in the playoffs, we're going to have the ability to do it. I think this is going to be a different year for the Stars.
And the Stars are...
But also nice work by Jim Nill putting this thing together.
And the Stars are complicated when it comes to figuring out their momentum going into the playoffs, right? You go back to the bubble, they had what felt like the most negative momentum in the history of playoff hockey, and then they made it to the Stanley Cup final.
Called no-mentum.
Yes.
That's what they had.
Ooh, I like that. They had no-mentum. And then... they also had no momentum, I believe, last year, right? Yeah, last year they lost 7 straight to close out the regular season. You're like, oh, this team is done, Western Conference Finals. But the year before that, they won 12 of 14 to close out the regular season, Western Conference Finals. So there's not really a traditional path for the Stars because it's not always when they're playing terrible, because in 23-24 they were playing really well to close out the regular season, and now they close out the regular season with 5 straight wins, and that is their longest to end a regular season in 3 years since 2022, 2023. But I'm going to take you to, 2 things. One fun, one more serious.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, not bad serious.
Okay,
though.
good.
So in the postgame, Esa Lindell is on Victory Plus, and a hand pops into the window, and it has a slice of pizza. And he gives it to Esa Lindell. And he was like...
he ate it during the postgame interview?
He was like, oh, that's Mikko. But he's gone now. Which...
where?
I think he just, he didn't stand right there.
Oh, back to
That'd be weird if I gave you a slice of pizza and been like, no,
because what would we do if Mikko popped in with a slice of pizza and stuck around?
Yeah, I
We'd be
would
like,
ask
come
him
on in
to hang out.
Conversation.
But he sees him all the time, and he's like, he's got stuff to do.
Alec, I don't know if you know this or not. Pizza and hockey go hand in hand.
I've often said that.
Thank you. I didn't know that, but I'm proud that I know now. Frank Provenzano used to tell us, he was like, there was just always pizza around.
It makes sense.
Because after every game, we'd always just had pizza. And I guess because they need calories.
It's the great unifier.
I thought it was beer, Corey.
Ooh.
Not everybody drinks. But almost everybody eats pizza.
A beer and pizza?
Oh, man.
You got a day.
Yeah.
Even if you're not doing anything else, you got beer and pizza, you probably have a day.
That's me for WrestleMania.
So, I like that. So that's the more fun part. Here's the more serious part, and I think you're going to like this. So Glenn Gulletson was asked leading up to, or in the aftermath, I think, of the Minnesota game. talking about playoff prep, and he said it started a month ago. Not heavy prep, but just getting certain things ready in the game. Obviously, we've dialed it up in the last week, which makes a lot of sense because I think we all look back at that Wild game, and it felt like a de facto playoff game.
But
right
did
there.
it not feel like it took them a while to dial that up in that game?
In that game in particular, but do you not credit?
Yeah.
I think
agree.
Minnesota takes the credit for that.
No, I think you're right. Minnesota came in with a mission, and the Stars answered the call. That last stretch here, you know what? I'll take that. If there was hey, I need to figure out ways to get these guys a little bit of rest, not keep the foot on the pedal too much.
Right.
Sometimes you have to take it off so you can push back down.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that, but you did get another positive. Like, we talked a lot yesterday about the potential negatives for injuries going into the playoffs with Rope, with Miro, but you did get a positive yesterday. Sam Steele. He took the ice for the first time since March 26th when he got the dreaded lower body injury, which is one of two injuries in hockey, along with the upper body injury. And he played 15 minutes and 43 seconds. So, even if it wasn't necessarily important standings-wise for you to win this game, getting Steele back out there and getting him a good run on the ice, I definitely think was a step in the right direction. And then just one logistical note for you. Jamie Benn hit 60 games, so he earned his fourth $500K bonus. Remember, he got it for 20 games, 30 games, 50 games, and now 60 games. That means he's bonused out at $2 million, and that will carry over to next year's cap. So look, we're all really happy. Just keep that in mind. That's a $2 million carryover for next year's cap.
Are you going to bring that up all year next year and be like, oh, that $2 million that Jamie Benn got?
Depending on what happens in the playoffs, maybe. If we win the cup, who cares, right? Or if he's leading the way, who cares?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Good. Ooh, can I tell you one more super quick thing?
Hey, it's your clock.
I told you about the worst. Son of a gun. The Athletic also had the best. What is the best run franchise in the NHL? The Dallas Stars finished tied for third, along with the Florida Panthers and Colorado Avalanche. They were behind only the Wild and the Tampa Bay Lightning were far and away the leaders in that category. And then who is the easiest front office to deal with? It goes Wild 1, Lightning 2, Penguins 3, and then once again the Stars were in a mix of ties with Colorado for fourth place.
Which is why the Stars always wind up getting other teams to pay the salaries of players.
I mean, I do very much appreciate that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Rangers A's. All the changes to the bullpen and the DFA of one of our station's favorites. Next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it.
817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the 2-1. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball deep left field, and that one is way out of here. That hits the top of the batting cages. A long home run for Ranger killer Shea Langoliers. It's his 6th homer of the season to give the A's a 4-2 lead here in the bottom of the 6th.
And that right there is something that Skip Schumacher talked about after the game for the no longer first place Texas Rangers, as they are now 9-9, and the A's take over first place in the West. You know what's really weird? Outside of the first game and after that and into the second game, the Rangers have not alternated wins or losses. They won 4 in a row, lost 4 in a row. Won 3 in a row, lost 2 in a row. Won 2 in a row, lost 2 in a row. So we have not had some of the usual win-loss pattern that you might think from a team that thus far is 500. And if you track back their last 180 games now, they are now 90-90. So the scenario as it played out, and I know Mike was asking for this. He's like, hey, come on, Shea. Why don't you take it easy on your hometown team? He most certainly does not, as he now has 12 home runs against the Texas Rangers in his career. And you know, Beeks was living kind of dangerously last night. He escaped an inning with a couple of what would have been walks, if not for chases, first on a foul ball and then on a strikeout from A's players. Otherwise, you're like, oh, great, we're going to walk home a run. Fantastic right there. So I thought he escaped that. But the issue was you had first base open in this scenario. And that's why Schumacher, after the game, was like, look, I made a strategic mistake. This one is solely on me. And so he brought in Cole Winn, and Cole Winn had been kicking ass against right-handed hitters. Like, he really had. And so they're like, hey, let's go weapon on weapon. And it didn't work out. And in retrospect, Skip said it, you could have just walked him and then gone to the next one.
Yeah, that kind of walk's all right. The other walks don't, the other walks can kind of hurt you throughout the games, as he talked about with us yesterday.
And in the very next inning, Cole Winn walked the first batter.
Yeah, and even Rocker had I think he walked Cortez, and then Soderstrom hit the double. That was the first run on the board. So last night, walks they did get to, which a team that has been pretty good at not doing that. But you got a good point there in those. This is the thing, though, man. Skip is smart about this game, and then in that instance, he didn't call for that. So, but you heard him break down the Seager thing yesterday, dude. I was fascinated by that, and I think you have a manager who is going to make some really good moments. I hope he trusts his gut a lot of times in those instances too, and then I also hope that he never tries to outsmart himself. Because that happens to us all, or we try to outsmart ourselves and then we put ourselves in a bad situation when we just know what the data tells us and what we should do and what our gut actually says as well. But to score 5 for this team and not win, kind of a rough night.
Yeah, and Cole Winn, he wasn't good yesterday. Because you also had the Jacob Wilson home run, which I'm pretty sure that was his first home run of the season. But leading into this, I could see why you would have thought, hey, man, we need to go with Cole Winn. Cole Winn had not given up a run so far. I think he had been in 8 games, I want to say, 7 2/3 innings pitched, only 5 hits given up. And so he had been doing really, really well. And
everything you'd asked him to do.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about it. Like, you'd never seen him extend out past 4 outs. And I still think that might be the way to go. But he just was not sharp yesterday. And so, yeah, Cole Winn, takes a hit, and Rocker ends up with a pedestrian at best outing, in part because of what you just said, Corey, the issues with all of the walks. And now I'm just a tiny bit sad that I did not ask, is Gavin Collier one of the people on the plane? Remember, I told you yesterday that was my alternate question to Jackie Robinson Day. And he does come in there, and he brings the heat, finishes out the strikeout with a 97 mile per hour to move it over to Latz, who continues to be freaking incredible this season. But it didn't end up mattering. And it was a huge change. I don't know if y'all felt this way. It was a huge change from the way it looked like the game was going, right? Didn't it look like this was going to, stall out into like a 3-2 game or something like that? And then you get that 2-run home run. You got another 2-run home run. And then Berger comes out and he does the thing. And all of a sudden I'm like, holy crap, can we win this game again?
Yeah, Young lining out the center was kind of because I'm thinking to myself, as we were discussing yesterday, Josh Young's kind of on it again.
Yeah.
He might be a savior for this. This is that moment for him.
He hit that ball to center too hard. It's weird because you look at the exit velocity and you're like, oh, this is more than 100 exit velocity. Good job. He made great contact with that, and you're like, I wish that exit velo would have been a little lower, because then that would have easily dropped in for a single. But the fact that he smashed it so hard, was it to Butler, I think, who picked it up? Yeah. Because he hit the ball so hard. So I thought that contact was really good right there.
Yeah. But that was one of those where I was like, oh, this is his moment to recapture that.
Right.
And then ride that confidence. Maybe that's just not. Maybe today they can get back to it, split the series and get out of Sacramento and say it was a fun one.
And that would put you back in the tie if you care, because I know it's super early for first place. But I will tell you this, and I don't want this to sound like loser mentality, because 100%, obviously, they lost the game. But we talked about this with Skip yesterday. You go back to Friday, the Rangers are dead in the water. And then they score 3 runs to tie it up with the Dodgers. Now, I realize you ended up losing that game. You go back 2 days ago, and you'd have put up a 4 spot in the 8th inning. You look at last night, you get the 3-run bomb from Jake Berger, who's in there as a pinch hitter, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And you've shown the ability far more than last year to score late inning runs, and late inning runs when you're trailing. Mm-hmm. Now, you might walk away from that and be like, hey, that's great. You lost 2 of those 3 games, and that's fair. But I appreciate that you're doing something offensively when you're losing these games.
Yeah. So I think that, Kevin, you were talking about this earlier. It looked like it was going to stall out and be a 3-2 game. Well, that is the kind of beauty of baseball, is that there's 9 innings or 8.5 at least for a reason.
Sure.
And throughout those, any pitcher can screw up. Any hitter can find that one pitch or force a pitcher to touch his nitro zone, as Alec likes to say.
Mm-hmm.
So any of those moments can happen, and you just kind of have to hope that your guy finds that at the right spot, and then you have a collection, maybe 2 or 3 guys in a row that put something together, and then they can do that. That's why this season is 162, right? That's why it's built this way. It's also why nobody's ever won 162, because of the variety that comes along with it.
And they never will.
And I, you know what? I'm not gonna say that. All right, because never say never is a mantra. But the Skip said that you can't win all of these games the same way. It's just not going to happen for you. So on any given night, you got to figure out a way. And it seems like late in games, if they haven't won it yet, they're still trying to figure that out. So that's something I appreciate too. And if they keep that mentality up, as we did with the Cignetti thing, if you keep your standard to where it is, late in games, you're going to be like, this is what we do.
Yeah,
even when you need that one run to win the game, we're used to this kind of situation.
Absolutely. And I think there's no question that's a positive. I understand.
But I also, hold on, I'm sorry, I wanted to finish one more thing. But also, Mike was talking about this the other night, and I think you were talking about this the other day too. with some of these really talented pitchers that you're going up against, you got to jump on them early too.
Yes.
Like Severino, they did that the other day to him because what happened after they did? He figured it out.
Yeah.
And then ended up having a nice number of strikes. So you still got to figure out how to have the collection of things early in a game, but then add to it late if you need to.
And that's a very compelling counter argument, right? Because the Rangers scored 5 runs yesterday, and I could see how you'd be like, oh, the offense was working just fine. You had 3 hits going into the 8th inning.
Yeah.
You had 3 hits going into the 8th inning.
The night before, you didn't have a bunch of good hits either.
So, like, I see the logic of, hey, if you score 5 runs, you probably feel like a good chunk of the time, especially with this staff, you're going to win. But you also had 3 hits going into the 8th inning. So that's probably not going to cut it.
And that's where, like, I do like to see that you had 5 walks. That shows that you are having competitive at bats. Again, you can't let your other pitching staff have 6 walks.
True.
That's what they've kind of hung their hat on, is that they don't walk a lot of people based on the way they go throw strikes. But Kevin, I think the one thing that will carry over if they stay disciplined like this throughout the season is if they stay with this, we know what the strike zone is, we know where our strike zone is, the percentages will fall in their favor, where they will have where they'll have more of those competitive at-bats that turn into walks, that turn into big innings, that turn into rallies.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have more of that. But at some point, you do have to have a group of your guys get hot. Skip said yesterday, we haven't even got hot offensively. We just done the right over the bare minimum of what we need. We do need to find some dudes that are just going to go on a tear.
Now, there was a whole lot of movement in the bullpen, as we told you there would be. The Rangers put Curvello and Chris Martin both on the 15-day injured list, which, again, for Curvello, that feels like a minor miracle given what happened when he left the game.
Shock.
And they pulled up Cal Quantrill, which he was a candidate to make the team breaking camp, and Gavin Collier, who we just talked about. You saw the look from that last night. But to make room for both of those, Cody Bradford was transferred to the 60-day injured list. I feel like they've always been keeping that in their pocket. And then Mark Church was DFA'd.
It's kind of a surprise that he loses that 46 spot.
And so Mark Church, who we've talked about, I think the arm talent is unbelievable, and we love talking with him. But early on in the minors, 7.71 ERA with 4 walks and 4 1/3. So you just talked about the walks. There's an issue right there. So you got 7 days to figure it out. You can trade the player. Don't think that's going to happen. Put him on waivers, which is, I think, what will happen. Allowing other teams to claim him. I don't think so. Release the player unconditionally or outright the player to the minors if he clears waivers and consents when required. I still think that is what's going to happen. Obviously, he can leave the organization, but I still think he clears waivers and goes back to the minors. One other thing to keep an eye on that we asked Skip about yesterday. The Rangers, yesterday was the deadline to purchase the contract of Josh Sborz. The Rangers declined to do that.
Interesting.
So here's what happens next. And this is a very NFL, NBA style thing. Sborz on Wednesday did exercise that clause in his contract, which lets all other 29 Major League teams know he's available on a Major League team, but a Major League deal. But if a team adds him to their Major League roster, the Rangers have 48 hours to counter by adding him to their roster. So the Rangers are kind of taking a chance that no team's going to pick up Sborz on their Major League roster, or they're like, fine, pick him up, we'll match it, and that gives us an extra 2 days. I just would have thought...
They're also, of any team, they know the most.
Yeah. I just would have thought, with the need for Quantrill and the need for Collier, it would have been a logical time to say, if we are in on Sborz, bring him up.
Yeah.
But they chose not to do that. So keep your eye on that, because one of your World Series heroes could be out the door.
Oh, well, we're used to that at this point. Kevin, well, I mean, they maxed it out for 1 year. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, you're not wrong.
Breaking news at the moment.
Oh.
According to Shams. NBA and NBA PA have ruled in favor of Luka and Cade Cunningham on their extraordinary circumstances challenge for the 65-game award rule, making both eligible for the MVP and All-NBA teams, according to ESPN sources.
I think that's a huge deal for the All-NBA team. Neither one of them are going to win the MVP, though maybe Luka could finish third now. I'm really happy for Cade because this has been a hell of a season for him. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten more MVP run during the year, but both of those are very logical picks for first-team All-NBA. That is very interesting. Cade because of the bizarreness of what happened, and Luka because of the fact that he was like right freaking there.
He missed 2 games in December for the birth of his child.
Yeah.
And so he's like, hey, can we not be dads around here?
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, that's true. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Is this the only way to get the Mets winning again? Next on The Fan.
Straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's one in the air to center. Robert back at the wall. Grand slam. Dalton rushing. And the Dodgers blow it open.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for some baseball nuggets. And I'm really excited about how this first story is going to bring together so many things that we've been talking about.
So many worlds collide.
So the New York Mets played the LA Dodgers yesterday, and they got crushed.
Oh, no.
And Shohei Ohtani wasn't even in the lineup to hit because he didn't need to be. He threw 6 innings, gave up 2 hits, while also striking out 10. So there's that. So when we're talking about his focus on potentially winning the Cy Young, thus far he's made 3 starts, is 2-0 with an ERA of 0.5. He has 18 strikeouts, 6 walks, and 7 hits. So he's far more likely to strike you out than walk you or give up a hit.
That is wild.
So there's that to start. But that's now 8 straight. And by the way, that was the first time since 2021 he didn't bat when he pitched. They said the reason being is because he had gotten hit by a pitch, and so he was still a little sore for that.
Well, it makes sense, too, that they would, add another all-star player to their roster for these types of games.
Right.
They're like, we need enough so that whenever he's pitching, he doesn't have to hit.
They're really indeed. And they were like, let's see what we can do.
This is smart.
But what can the Mets do? There is just one thing they can do. Now, it's going to have a delayed effect, but I anticipate it will start in their next game. Brian Gewirtz, a former writer for the WWE, said if Danhausen can uncurse the Mets, I will do everything in my power to get his face on the side of the truck. Now,
I feel like you've brought this story to the world just for me.
I did.
Okay.
So Danhausen used to be in AEW. Now he's in WWE. WrestleMania is coming up, and his whole thing is he'll be like, you are cursed. And then bad things happen to that wrestler, obviously, all legitimately. So he needs to take the curse off the Mets, and he said Dealhausen. Now, did I think that meant the Mets maybe could win yesterday? Kind of. Instead, they got absolutely hammered. So I'm going to say it took some time for the curse to go like go over there, and I expect now the Mets will start winning.
I don't know. Maybe the Mets are just that cursed.
Man, they suck.
Yeah.
They've lost 8 games in a row.
When was the last time they were good? 84?
No, I mean, they've won the World Series since then. They've been in No, it's been more recent than that. But I would anticipate tomorrow they win against the Cubs.
All right.
How about that?
I'm hoping so. I hope my favorite thing, Kevin, I have to tell this story now, is I watched like a 5.5-minute video of Danhausen going around the WWE facility.
He's a funny dude, right?
And he was funny, but it was this moment where he was talking to some dude that was working at his cubicle. And he's telling him, I need you to do this, this, and this. Put all pictures of me. Order 12 shirts. We're going to sell a lot of these. And he was like, order 12. And that cracked me up. But then he goes, and if you don't do it, and the guy just kind of sat there and he goes, you're cursed. And so instead of it like being a big, it was very understated. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that just made me laugh really hard.
Yeah.
So I like this guy, Kevin.
No,
I hope he becomes the WWE champion of all time.
Oh, man, that would be. I would also think that was something if that happened. Now, for the Angels, that I think I would say that. Jorge Soler, he had his suspension reduced from 7 games to 4 games. He started serving that last night. Let's stick with the Angels. Mike Trout did it again. He hit another home run that gave him 4 home runs in the 3-game series against the Yankees, and that is very rare. It's the first time an opposing player has homered in 3 consecutive games in Yankee Stadium since Miguel Cabrera did it in 2013. And I also thought that was really interesting since obviously Miguel Cabrera and Mike Trout were involved in 2 of the more contentious MVP races in recent American League history.
Yeah, Mike Trout's old.
Mike Trout is old. He is also on pace for 51 home runs, 128 RBIs, an OPS of 945, and an on-base percentage of 393.
How mad do you think he is that he's hit home runs in all these games and only won one of them?
I mean, he can't be mad at this point. I'll be like, you knew
you
when
signed
you
that
took
deal.
the $400 million deal.
So here's the deal, though. Either he hates New York this much that he's like, I'm hitting home runs here, or he loves New York and wants to be a Yankee. And he's like, watch me show up on this stage so they trade for me.
I think it's that one.
Or maybe he just needs a crowd like that, like Skip said about Kamar Rocker. He's like, he needs a big crowd because that's when he performs at his best.
Yeah, get him for the playoffs. How's he going to do in the playoffs? No clue. He's played in 3 playoff games in his life. I don't know. You don't know. None of us know. But what I do know is this early in the season, he's almost matched his WAR from last year. So I am really hopeful that we get a healthy Mike Trout throughout the year, as long as that team still keeps losing.
Just one more time, huh?
Yeah.
Give me one more Mike Trout
one more
run.
season in the sun.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the MLB umpire who got robbed and assaulted and still worked, which I think is crazy. Brock Ballou last week,
who is 4 for 4 against whenever somebody challenges his calls.
Yeah. Notice how low that number is, though.
He always gets it wrong.
But he's your shutdown corner. They're not challenging it because they're like, let's just leave that side of the field alone if Brock Ballou's got it. Now, that's true. That's why you know
He's only got 4 against.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. And that's why they're all right. Because you have to know you're right if you're going to challenge Mr. Ballou. Because you're like, otherwise, I'm about to look stupid. And so Brock Ballou is also a tough son of a gun. He was robbed and assaulted while, of course, in town for the Phillies. So, of course, it took place in Philadelphia. And he still ended up being the umpire in that series. What is your level of respect, both in terms of the shutdown corner aspect and the fact that he still worked in the same city where somebody mugged him and assaulted him, and he still worked the series?
I would not go after him. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because he kind of reminds me of Michael Douglas in Falling Down.
Yeah.
So, this is the dude that I'm probably not going to go after, Kevin.
If you've never seen that, just one little thing. Michael Douglas with a short sleeve dress shirt snaps, and he goes on a rampage the rest of the day. Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. And then also, what the hell is happening in the Players Association? Yesterday, they fired their chief operating officer, Xavier James, and their head of human resources, who I'm guessing might have covered something up, Michael O'Neill, with cause. The firings came after an internal investigation spurred by the Department of Justice, who is already looking into the MLBPA. What the hell is happening with them leading into December? I don't know if you can build up momentum for a labor hearing, but if you can, they're doing a terrible job.
I love that the Department of Justice is getting involved in this. This seems exactly what I need them to do. Right
Yeah,
now.
I also don't know about that, but if the walkaway was there's no work stoppage in baseball and things are cheaper to stream sporting-wise, I'll be like, you know what?
Take it. Accept. Good job, department.
Good job. Also, segment for another day. I want to have this conversation.
What else do you want the
How
Department
high
of
do you
Justice to
clap?
do? Oh.
Where are your hands when you clap? Where are your hands on each other?
Oh.
And where are they in relation to your body?
Chest, right across the chest.
Okay.
It's kind of like doing flies, I'm trying to get some fly action in, but I get a nice deep.
See, Alec, you're looking at me with amusement and disappointment, but I want you to respect the fact that I didn't put that on the run sheet, even though I had been thinking about it for like a week.
I guess. Am I supposed to give out a consolation prize for that? I was more concerned
Obviously.
with Corey's first attempt at clapping looked so uncomfortable to him.
I thought he meant like how high,
it was
like in
so
tone.
close to his body.
It was like he had broken all his fingers, too, the way he was like,
it didn't look like it felt great.
I thought you meant by how high it is the tone, like. But I'm more of a deeper bass tone.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, I guess. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's
Coming
a
up
day
next,
baseball game, we got. This is how we feel.
your show's only half an hour shorter.
Even still.
Coming up next, our Cowboys draft scouting breakdown continues with Dallas visitors Chris Bell and Traden Stukes right here on your home of the clap, 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. One more quick note for the Rangers. Shea Langolier's home run in the 6th inning yesterday. It was the longest home run in Major League Baseball this year at 467 feet. That was the one where our left fielder didn't even need to turn around. He's like, yeah, I got it. It's gone. But right now, we're going to switch back to the scouting front, where I know you guys are going to talk about Chris Bell and Traden Stukes, but I also have just been informed that Alec Medford's first-round mock draft is now up.
You have anything to say for yourself?
Where can I find this mock draft?
You can find that at 1053thefan.com. It has been tweeted out at the 1053 The Fan Twitter page as well. It's on my Instagram page as well. The link is there. I think there's a few surprises that you might not expect there in terms of where some of the picks go, especially in the NFC East specifically. I think you will have fun with that. But we can go in depth in that at some point, maybe next week as we gear up for the draft. But if you're impatient, you want to check it out, you want to read all my write-ups on the first-round talents that I have going day one, it is available now.
I'm retweeting it at this exact moment.
Wow,
That's
you're
nice.
just now retweeting it.
I didn't know it was up until
it like
then.
2 segments ago.
Oh,
I was, I've always liked Alec, and I wanted to be supportive of him, and so I retweeted it. You just now saw it, huh?
Because I was
Do you
focused
even
on the
follow
show.
Alec on Twitter?
I do, but I was focused on the show. Hey, can you give me cut number 7?
You're focused on your clap jokes.
You loved it. You played that song in the break. Go ahead and give me cut number 7. Can we start with Chris Bell?
Moss stands in, back shoulder to Bell. Did he make the catch? Yes, he did. Touchdown. Grown man strength from Chris Bell.
I like to hear grown man strength when it comes to somebody like that. All right, so this dude right here is. I'm going to make a comparison, and I told Kevin this earlier. I said, can I compare him to Michael Irvin? And here's why. Michael Irvin, because back in the day, everything that they had was large. He looked like he ran with every pad. And Chris Bell nothing looks fluid about the way he runs to me. Not like his routes aren't. He's a good route runner, like an extremely good route runner. It looks like it takes everything to run the route. He's got good speed. He's big, uses his body to box out, create space in that way. But it's just everything's kind of like, and then he gets there and he gets the job done. I love it. I love this dude. I will say, I think the better comparison though, because I didn't see many times where he high pointed balls. It always looked like he was reaching back and down, and it reminded me of a lot of Anquan Bolden stuff. Anquan Bolden was the guy that I mentally compared him to, and that comes from the fact that this dude's 6'2", 220 pounds. He is a big body. And so remember, Kevin, what I referred to as the most unguardable play, and Joe Flacco and Anquan Bolden wrote it all the way to a Super Bowl championship, and that was the top shelf fade. Like every time they threw that, he'd throw it up. Anquan Bolden would jump up and turn around just at the right time. The timing was perfect. And I see a lot of these throws and catches where he's turning around and reaching back and pulling the ball up because he's in good position because of the way that he uses his body. I really like this receiver a lot. I don't have a really good gauge on where he's going to go because of senior year injury. But I'm trying to figure out how to gauge that. But Chris Bell, very fun receiver to watch.
Mr. Medford?
I like a lot of what you said there. It's going to be intriguing to see what ultimately happens with him because of the ACL tear late in the 2025 season. But there's a lot to like from him here because he's big, as you mentioned. He's got the frame. He's got an NFL frame, if you will. But he's not one of those guys that's explosive off the line, but as his route develops, he gets quicker. So once he gets ahead of steam, he can run away from people. So that's why I like him as a vertical threat, because if you get him running and you give him time, if you can keep a clean pocket for whoever's throwing to him, he will run away from people eventually. It just won't be exactly off the line.
Yeah, and then when he gets the ball, if he has space in front of him, just like San Francisco loves to do with Debo, like he turns his stride into something different. You talk about stride and kick. He gets a little bit longer, but takes off. Yeah, I like that a lot about him.
And you saw a lot at Louisville. A lot of what they were trying to do was get him over the middle of the field, in between the hashes, and split the safeties. A lot of stuff over the middle of the field. So whenever he does get the ball, he usually has a few yards of separation from defenders, and it allows him to either turn upfield or find an angle to where he can just run. He can just kick it into his final gear and try to outrun people in a foot race to the end zone. Or to the sideline, whatever the situation may be. But yeah, there's a lot to like here. Outside of for his frame, I wish he was a little bit better getting a good break against press coverage. He's not as physical as I would like.
Just about to ask if that's a lack of physicality or technique.
Yeah, he's not as physical. It's a blend of both, actually. He's not as physical as I would like with his hands at the break, but there's also something to be said about footwork. It's a little bit slow. It's a little bit choppy, just like you said, Corey, where his running, it seems like it takes everything. There's a lot of extra motion there, so that doesn't allow him to succeed in press.
Okay, quick question about that then. Is it the footwork then that might cause you a little bit more concern from the physicality? Because like whether it's changing your body or focusing on it a little bit more, I feel like maybe the physicality you could work on easier than the naturalness of the footwork.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that the footwork it's a lot more of a focus thing, and it's a lot more of an overtime development thing. So it's not something that's going to be fixed overnight. And I'm sure position coaches, wherever he goes, that's going to be one of the first things that they identify as, hey, off the break, we need to work on these old jab steps and stuff. We need to either remove some of them or we need to speed them up a lot more. So coming off an ACL injury as well, it's going to take some time for him to develop. But because of his straight line speed, he will find success against NFL corners at times. It's just he needs to find a couple of counter moves off the jabs from corners in press coverage situations.
I personally think working in and around CeeDee Lamb is a great thing for something like that. Go watch CeeDee Lamb's feet at the line.
Right.
The things he does with his feet to get a cornerback off balance immediately, and then he starts into his route. Now, obviously, the speed and burst and change direction Lamb has is important too, but the footwork that he has initially sets up a lot of things. They're setting up, and receivers are so much better at this now than, I talk about Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin just knew I can physically box you out. Go back and watch him in The Longest Yard playing basketball. What did he do? He used his body to box out in that basketball game, and his elbow to elbow people in the face. He was physical there. What you're laughing about it, Kevin? That is Michael Irvin at its key right there.
I get you.
But this is it's just choppy. It's choppy the way his feet are, but somehow he gets it done. Somehow he's still able to grab the ball, has some comeback routes. If it was Mike McCarthy's offense, he'd be the perfect receiver for him too. All those curls and digs that he loves to run. So that would be a good player. This is a second, third round guy. Could have been a first round pick if it hadn't been for the injury, but second, third, maybe fourth round, depending. I think the talent's too good for that. But this is not a definite in my mind for a Cowboys. It's just let's be prepared that if they need one and want one, they take one.
And you might be like, why are we talking about wide receivers? Just keep an eye out on that situation, I would say.
Oh, CeeDee Lamb?
Maybe not that part of the situation.
Jonathan Mingo?
Yeah.
Dude, hey, I'm not going to lie. One of the comps for him is Jonathan Mingo.
Okay, I'm out. Now, let's talk about... Oh, I'm sorry. Has Jonathan Mingo done so much that is an outrage to you? Let's talk about Traden Stukes.
Have you seen those blocks?
You're right. That's what I gave up my fourth round for.
And
here's a blocking wide receiver.
Here's the great thing about Mingo, Kevin.
A quarterback I never used.
He's yet to even have his breaking game.
I know.
So
one of these days,
whenever that happens,
there's this one
it's
person
kind of like Cam Ward
that texts in every time. And he's like, he's going to have his breakout game with 4 catches for 29 yards. We're going to get that line. And I'm going to be like, that guy needs to text in.
You did it.
All right. Tell me about Stukes.
I needed to re-explain this a little bit this morning for Sean, because I think whenever I said it, Sean took it one way. I said, that's your Darren Woodson, not he's the next Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
Those are two different things. That's your Darren Woodson means what this defense, what we think that they're looking for is a guy that can play safety but can also play linebacker. And when I say play linebacker, go look at what we've discussed since the end of the season, and I base it all on what Ted Wynn wrote. If you get a chance, go find Ted Wynn's story on the evolution of the nickel cornerback. And I told Ted Wynn while we were at the Super Bowl this year, I was like, hey, by the way, I've pretty much based everything off of what you wrote here. Phenomenal stuff. And it's in details which defenses are using this right now, details how they're using it a little bit differently. But then we even dug deeper, Alec and I dug even deeper, and we're finding that defenses are doing so much more right now to confuse offenses and confuse quarterbacks that it's that much better. You need guys that are adaptable. You just need dudes that... Jerry forever has said position flex. This is less position flex, and you're playing positionless football because everybody in this group can do all the things. And so if you have 3 Jalen Thompsons out there, then you have 3 dudes that can, in the middle of a play, adapt to what you've asked them to do, and now the play looks different, and the quarterback's confused, and he's throwing an interception, or he's holding on to the ball too long. Traden Stukes he's a big body for one, 6'1", 190 pounds, I think about more closer to 195, maybe 200.
So very different from what we were talking about yesterday, body size.
With D'Angelo Pons. He, in my mind, he's not even a cornerback. When I watched him, the most stuff that I watched of him was in the middle of the field, playing between the hashes. He can go out whenever the route goes out, so that's where his coverage is very good. But he plays in that middle part of the field like you want. Tackles big, comes up and hits hard, has great range, physical whenever the ball at the point of attack for the ball. And it looks like he ran a 4.33 40. So all these really good things regarding like what he can do in the middle of the field. And when it comes to what we think Christian Parker's defense is going to want, it is a guy that his best execution and his best range is right there somewhere near the hash marks. So, Kevin, he is, for me, You said nickel cornerback for D'Angelo Pons. That's the old version of the nickel cornerback. The new version is what you're seeing with this kind of a player in Stooks.
Mr. Medford.
Fully agree. I do think that teams are probably going to see him as a nickel star player or just a straight up safety because he doesn't have the like backpedaling ability that you see corners have, the quick turning of the hips and everything. He doesn't necessarily have that, but teams are going to fall in love with him just because he's a 6-year senior, that he was a walk-on at one point, that ended his career in college as a team captain. He was absolutely the leader of that defense. He communicates very, very well. I think that's another reason why people like him playing over the top more in their defenses in zone schemes, because he's going to communicate and pass off coverages very, very well and let you know exactly what he's seeing in front of you. He does need to work on his downhill pursuit just a little bit more. He doesn't exactly plant and go after the ball as quick as you would like day one. But
it's not McNeil Warren style attack.
Where it's just see ball, immediately just lock on and go. It takes him a couple seconds, which is fine in some cases, but that'll get better over time. But he will accelerate quickly whenever somebody pivots with the ball in their hands, so he will chase down well. Obviously, you don't want chase down scenarios to happen very often, but whenever those come up, he will turn around and adapt in those scenarios because he has the speed. Only issue that people might knock in terms of physicality, but he does have an ACL tear in his previous history back in 2024, but he's fully moved on from that. But if you want to talk about possible red shirts and whatnot in the future, people might point to that, but his football character alone, I love this guy.
Round projection?
2.
Early 2?
Rappaport, Blog of the Boys has him in the 3rd. I could see 2nd to 3rd.
Okay.
For this guy, just because of the spot too. But Emanwari was high 2nd. And this is kind of the comparison that you want to have there, is that an Emanwari type guy that fits that kind of role. But again, Seattle was ahead of their time with what they were looking for. Mike McDonald obviously having a Kyle Hamilton to choose from. He was like, I need somebody that can do these things. So he went with that. Kevin, this is the reason, again, that we're zeroing in on this. He's one of the Cowboys' 30 visits.
Yep.
Both of them were one of the Cowboys' 30 visits. And then Dane Brugler had Stooks as his second pick in the trade that he made, going up to 6 to get Styles, and then picking Stooks at, 93? Or 39? 39. So that was the idea there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus the return of the Taco Bell Marathon next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just...
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Can't see Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget tomorrow, Corey, before our show, you can catch Sean and RJ on the Firehouse Tour, and they're going to be giving away those 105.3 The Fan golf balls. It's going to be an extravaganza tomorrow. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call, the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. That was early. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer.
Alec.
Oh, no.
He interrupted you.
Yeah.
In your segment.
Because I'm a dummy.
He has a whole show.
Because I take things for granted.
Oh.
It's at 261 East Winter Green Road in DeSoto. It would probably be super helpful. I gave out the address for telling him on the Firehouse Tour. Sometimes I think things in my brain. I was like, oh, yeah, it's in DeSoto. And I'm like, you know what? That would probably be helpful for the audience. My apologies.
It might be, maybe just a little bit, and I'm gonna try to see if I can get done with the gym early enough tomorrow and stop by, because I'm gonna pass it on my way to work. It's just It's gonna depend on traffic and if the gym goes as quick as I hope it does. We will see. So go out there for the guys, but maybe I'll invade the set and we can see what madness ensues.
I like
then.
that.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I told this story, I want to say last year, the Taco Bell Ultra Marathon.
Yes.
Happened. It happened. It is not just a concept anymore.
Are you sad you weren't in it?
Kinda. Especially because some people vlogged it and I watched and I was like, that is just so stupidly
That's
cool.
That's video blog, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying. We have to set the record straight sometimes with Kevin, But we'll get to that here in just a moment. And just in the spirit of pizza real quick, we were talking about it with the Dallas Stars earlier and how it's just always attributed to hockey. If you want to waste your money, go to Coachella and you can order a single slice of pizza for the low price of $25.
Shut the hell up.
No pizza's that good.
And it has a T-shirt for one of the bands with it?
No, that's probably going to run you another $100.
$60? Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I thought it was really weird. I saw a picture the other day of some girl on Instagram standing at Coachella, but she's standing in front of a sign that says "Our Thirst Trap," and it's where you get drinks and stuff.
Yeah.
But right behind that
smart.
was a huge sign that said Sonic, and I was like, Sonic at Coachella just doesn't feel right. It feels
Come
like
to Sonic, fulfill your thirst trap.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel right to have Sonic at Coachella. But I've never been to Coachella, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I haven't either. I've just seen
everybody at Coachella's like, yeah, Coachella
Could you
is
see
Sonic.
showing it up to Burning Man and McDonald's is like, get your
I can't.
Jeez.
Get a Big Mac now.
I don't know why that's so funny. Some of the numbers coming from Coachella are just amazing to watch. Like Justin Bieber headlined the first weekend, and he sold over $5 million worth of merchandise.
Wow.
$5 million of merchandise. That's absurd.
Is that good?
That's very good.
Yeah.
Some people don't even make that in a tour. He made that in one weekend off of T-shirts. That's stupid. Guys, today is International Documentary Day. International Documentary Day. So the question of the day, what is something you want to learn more about or something you just want to learn in general? Huh?
Ants.
Man, he said that so fast, too.
Like the insect or the family member?
Ooh, that's aunts.
That's aunts.
I mean, some people say ant. That's real southern.
That's actually how I say it, too.
Me too.
I was about to say, you frauds.
No, like the world of ants. There's just such a variety. Or maybe spiders. There's such a variety of them. I think there's, 700 billion species of spider?
What? Something like that, yeah.
And there's more. There's for every one human in New York City, there's 250,000 spiders or something like that. Yeah, it's a ridiculous number.
What?
Dude, if they wanted to take over, they have just been stuck in a civil war for so long amongst the spiders that they can't decide.
There are 53,000 plus species of spiders.
Okay, and how many per every single person in New York City?
Per capita.
Yeah, per capita, because that number popped up and it just shocked me when I saw it. So I would love to know, what do they do in their daily lives? Because it seems like they spend all this time working on stuff. They got to wear themselves out. Do they not TikTok? What are they busy
hold
doing?
on. Did you learn this information on TikTok?
No, I learned it on the internet, which also hosts TikTok.
That's right.
Okay.
Your thoughts? Did you find out the number?
No, it's not giving me a specific number.
Give me just a second here.
Oh, my God. It says, according to one study, what? It says, according to one study, this is for the world, there are quadrillions of spiders in the world. That is 1 billion multiplied by 1 million.
How many humans are there in the world?
8 billion.
Jeez. So multiply that by...
So you multiply 1 billion by 8 for humans, but 1 billion by 1 million for spiders.
Yeah. So
I hate everything about that.
Let's get that documentary rolling.
Alec, what the crap in hell? There's 125,000 times as many spiders as there are humans? I bet 125,000 spiders could take me down.
I bet.
You know what I'm learning? Spiders could take over this planet if they wanted.
Now, obviously, it's kind of dated, but the documentary Arachnophobia kind of showed what spiders could do if they really wanted to.
Oh,
this
I don't
one
even want to
says
know.
It's 21 quadrillion.
What?
From Ed and Denton, who counted the spiders? Good question.
It's a good question. 20 quadrillion, but damn it, I lost my count.
You got to get paid handsomely for that.
Back to the beginning.
It's like counting dots on the ceiling.
Yeah, that's an estimate. You lost your place a couple times, and you're like, 16 quadrillion.
Something like that.
That's terrifying.
From the 3, 2, 1, isn't Spider the GM for the Raiders? I think that's Spy Tech.
Yes.
That's John Spy Tech, but I appreciate the effort there. Man, that rocked my world.
Me too.
I can't even lie. Thanks, Corey. You blew my mind.
And I did it quickly. Well,
this is crazy. And somebody said 2.8 million. I was just breaking out some math. I would have it at about 2.6 million. But either way, that's crazy.
Dude.
2 million spiders could definitely take me down.
Kevin, at Montreal Expos has tweeted
This is about spiders. Am I leaving?
No, this isn't about spiders. They said we've sent a notice to cease and desist to the Milwaukee Brewers. Having rain fall inside a stadium with a closed retractable roof is the intellectual property of the Expos.
Rangers might be getting that one. I don't know.
Let's see. I'm going to go to Twitter for some responses because we got some interesting responses for the question of the day for International Documentary Day. What is something you want to learn or something you want to learn more about? Tolo Ryan on Twitter said how to play guitar. Never have enough time, though. Craig on Twitter says baseball is always my answer because my wife is perplexed and there's so much she wants to learn and get settled more about. So the intricacies of baseball. And then our own Peyton Russell says the female body, which
once you get married, you might be able to.
Well, I told him, I replied, I said it's kind of concerning that that's still unanswered when he's about a month and a half out.
I'll say the pyramids. I want to know more. Ooh. I know like the broad strokes about it, but I want to know more specifically about like the day-to-day work, how like the teams they worked in.
Sure. How many people total?
Yes.
How many spiders are under those pyramids?
Son of a gun. That
sand spiders.
Dude, because I'm sorry, Alec, but there's some spider that you're just walking along in the desert and you're like, this sucks, it's hot. That Circle K wasn't real. And then all of a sudden, this spider pops up and you're like, crap.
Oh my gosh. Well,
it was a mirage.
I appreciate Corey completely just eviscerating
I'm sorry,
my
this
mind.
is like crazy to me.
No, that literally that has changed my perception on things. I'm scared now.
Would it make you more aggressive towards the spiders?
Yes.
Knowing that there's so many of them that you're like,
they can spare a few. A noble sacrifice.
Or
no.
Just consider them the overlords.
No.
They're letting us be here, dude.
I appreciate that.
Yes, they're allowing us.
They're allowing us just to do our thing. Now, again,
Your Majesty.
There's only a certain number of species that are dangerous. And most of them are actually very helpful to your home. They kill bugs and stuff around there, so don't kill all the spiders. Just know which ones are dangerous.
That's right.
That's why I want to know this documentary.
Man,
that's why I need this series.
I don't know if I can handle this now.
Yeah.
Just this little tiny bit of information.
Somebody from the 817, if you want to freak out, go out to your lawn at night and shine a flashlight across it. Most of the shiny things you see are spider eyes.
What?
Yeah, that's the part where I pivot to talk about Taco Bell and marathons because I don't even want to think about that. Thanks, Majors. Appreciate the interaction.
You're
there.
welcome.
Tolos. Guys, I told you guys I want to say at some point at the end of last year about the Taco Bell Ultra Marathon. Well, it actually happened in San Diego. So what an ultra marathon is basically anything over a marathon, technically, by the word of the law. If you run even just 400 meters more than a marathon, it's technically an ultra marathon. Did you run 27 miles instead of 26.2? That's an ultra. 50 kilometers is just a hair longer than 31 miles, but that is what most people consider an ultra marathon. So in San Diego, they created the Taco Bell Ultra Marathon, which was a 50K where you have to visit each of the 8 Taco Bell stops along the race course, and you have to say thank you to the employees at each location. It's mandatory.
Well, that's just considerate.
At least one entree item must be eaten at each of the locations, and runners must bring a plastic bag to prove their wrappers at the finish line. By Taco Bell stop number 3, you must have eaten at least one chalupa or Crunchwrap Supreme, and by Taco Bell stop number 6, runners must have eaten at least one Burrito Supreme, Nachos Bel Grande, or whichever item was not consumed between the Crunchwrap and the Chalupa. You must finish this race in under 10 hours. Drinks and sides do not count as food items for the race, only entrees. And a user on TikTok called at IH8 Runnin', so I hate running, ended up winning this contest in just over 4 hours.
Wow.
Just over 4 hours completing 8 Taco Bells in the San Diego area and eating a ton of Taco Bell in the process. Isn't that lovely?
That is crazy. And all the extra rules, and you have to think, wait, have I already gotten this or not?
Yes.
That's a lot. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will the Cowboys take the player they should at pick number 12? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Fires into pass. Intercepted. Down the sideline is Chris Johnson. No white shirts anywhere in the vicinity. Takes it to the house. 96 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with good news for the Cowboys. I think it's good news. Brandon Aubrey has received no offers from teams thus far, per Adam Schefter. The deadline for a restricted free agent to receive an offer sheet is tomorrow.
Okay.
So that would lend, you would think, the idea that no offer will come, and the Cowboys will retain Brandon Aubrey, and then they can, obviously that price will be set, and then they'll probably keep trying to work on a long-term deal. But it looks like, barring a change in the next 24 hours, Brandon Aubrey will be staying with the Dallas Cowboys. I know we like draft picks, but for an elite kicker, we're happy to have him back, right?
Yes, I guess. Elite kickers are important, y'all.
Especially with this team.
No. With this team, we should be better.
I agree.
Offensively, we should be fine. Defensively, we should be able to hold people to 20 points. We weren't able to, so we needed a kicker to protect field position or whatever.
Wow. All right.
Actually, no, I do like having him as a weapon in case you need to make a big kick late in the game from 58 yards.
Yes, I mean, as we did. Now, something to keep an eye out on for the Giants. Their GM stepped out and said, yes, we have gotten calls about pick number 5. We will not make that trade before we're on the clock.
Okay.
So if you're looking for a pre-draft trade specifically with the Giants, their GM is saying not going to happen until we're on the clock, which, as you guys have said, makes a lot of sense because you want to see how the board plays out in front of you. Speaking of how the board plays out in front of you, the Jets have canceled their pre-draft visit with David Bailey. There are two schools of thought on this, with the one being it's a done deal, they're taking David Bailey and they already know everything they need to know, or the other line of thinking being they know they're going to go Arvell Reese. I'm inclined to think that one, because even if it was a done deal with David Bailey, wouldn't you bring him in and be like, hey, here's all the facilities, let's chat some more, and just like really, really be sure and start like, what is it, Parcells, make sure he knows where the bathrooms are.
Yes.
And so like, wouldn't you bring him in just to be like, hey, here's our facilities and everything? So I think that indicates Arvell Reese for whatever it's worth.
I'm with you on that. I wouldn't read too differently about that, which means Bailey third likely.
I could see that, yeah. And then do you still think Love 4?
I mean, Styles was a name that kept popping up at 4.
We already got Styles at 10, and then Downs at 12.
Hold on, but the order of this is weird, Kevin. 4 comes before 10. So if they, but yeah, Love would make sense at 4, even though they have Tony Pollard. Why do they need a running back? It doesn't make any sense.
Huh?
They already have Tony Pollard.
I mean, do you not have faith in Tony Pollard? All right, let's go from that. That answered my question. Do you agree? Bleacher Report says that Ruben Bain is both the player the Cowboys should pick and will pick. What do you think of that assertion?
Should pick. I mean, there's a lot of options.
Sure.
So, will. I can't hear. No. Overreaction.
That's not. That was just a question.
Oh. I love the player. There are a lot of players I really like, though.
Yeah.
So I can't say should or will.
Okay.
Because if you were good at linebacker and good at safety, then yes, I'd go, you need a left defensive end. But right now, you have, as Broadus pointed out, they screwed this thing up so much that you don't have spots that are full,
right,
or filled,
right.
So you have to pick whatever helps you the most at that moment. and what's available to you. So if you had your selection between Bain, Styles, and Downs, you have to make the decision of which one of those three helps you the most, is the biggest circle on the page.
Now, quick side note, the Stars Wild game has been announced for 4:30 on Saturday for Game 1. You know, I think it was Gulletson who's like, hey, we expect to have one of the 2 afternoon slots on Saturday. There you go, 4:30 on Saturday for Game 1.
Let's go.
Now,
that's awesome for us.
Yeah.
Does that mean that we're going to get like a Monday night 11:30 p.m. game?
I hope not.
That was ridiculous.
Right.
Hey, as Choppy said this morning, this is where the NHL thinks that the Texas is located in Hawaii's time zone.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh, this is really cool, though. This is really good for a 4:30 start for us on Saturday.
Now, I got another question for you. The Athletic has him at 30. Kuiper has him at 43. Will Chris Johnson go in the first round? You've got teams like Miami, Kansas City, Seattle that might all be interested towards the back of the first.
I do think he will. Like, he's that good of a player. That would be unfortunate if you wanted to try and figure out how to move up to get him. I just don't think he's going to be a Cowboy. I just think he's a really good player, though. But I think he's going to be a first rounder.
Alec?
It's tough. I've gone back and forth, but in my final mock, I do have him in the first round. I think there's some stuff that needs to be worked on there, skill set wise. I don't have him as a first round grade by any means, and it would not shock me if he went early day 2. But okay. I do think somebody says we'll take the chance on the upside.
Yeah, the other thing too, Kevin, is I'm glad Alec is doing this and putting together his mock and creating it that way, because I am one of those that you would be like, Corey, you have 64 first-round picks. Yeah. I'd be like, yeah, we're going to have to work on that just a little bit more.
So let's give an update on the saga of Luther Davis. We first talked about this fella like 3 weeks ago. He was the guy who was, I believe, trying to get some loans by impersonating players. Now we're getting more information that he impersonated multiple players and he used wigs to do so, and he attempted to get up to $20 million. He is expected to plead guilty in this case. He tried to obtain 13 different loans in the names of current or former NFL players, including Xavier McKinney, Njoku, and, of course, Michael Penix.
I was going to make a Prince of Darkness joke regarding Miles Davis, but I didn't know if you would know that. And then after you point this out, obviously, I'm glad I didn't make that joke.
Yeah, he did bad things, or he attempted to do bad things. All right, let's go from that to the curious case of the Dolphins, who have said that Troy Aikman will be in the draft room but will not be consulted about picks.
Just because he wants to hang out.
Okay. Maybe try to get that
like that one time we looked back and we were like, Bennett Glazer is sitting in the room, and they and Bennett was like, and they looked at me and said, what should we do?
Yeah. And they're like, hire Mike McCarthy.
No, that's Jay Glazer, Kevin, not Bennett Glazer.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So, but are you really sure? Achane, by the way, they stepped out and said is not available for trade. So people might be inquiring. They said he is not available for trade.
Good for them.
You're going to get some more NFL games on YouTube, at least according to Front Office Sports. We had talked about it. Netflix was trying to get the 5-game package for next year, kind of a standalone. So was YouTube, and Front Office Sports is reporting that YouTube and the NFL have entered into a long-form contract review, which means they've gotten an agreement on most of the stuff. And they're just getting a few precise things there, but a few more extra games on YouTube.
Okay. Just regular YouTube, you said?
Yes.
Not like YouTube TV?
Because the game last year was on regular YouTube.
Okay, all right then. That's pretty cool.
Theoretically, I realize that's streaming, but probably with some ads, you'll get it for free.
Yeah.
At least I would think that is the case on the surface. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, was Cooper Flagg's rookie season a success? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it.
team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Was Cooper Flagg's rookie season a success?
Yep.
8-7-7. Ooh.
Next segment.
Ooh, so you don't mind that they lost?
No.
Oh, I like it.
His season was a success.
That includes the Mavericks season.
No, he's not in control of this team.
How is he not in control of this team if he's the best player?
Because he's a rookie. Name a rookie.
LeBron.
What did he do in his first season?
Won more games than Cooper Flag.
Well, did they go to the playoffs?
No.
So they lost.
Neither did Luka.
Did they win every game?
Oh,
So
no.
they lost.
Is that what it counts as?
No, I'm just joking. Yes, the team, the Mavericks season was not a success.
I think it's all.
Cooper Flag led his team in points, rebounds, assists, and blocks.
He did.
Or steals or something.
Steals.
Yeah.
Nobody
has ever done that before.
Michael Jordan.
Except for Michael Jordan, I guess.
Did it in 1984-85.
What more was he supposed to do?
I think those things work in cooperation. Maybe score more points.
Michael
earlier.
Jordan win the championship that year?
Shoot better three-pointers. He didn't win a title for 6 more years.
So you're saying in 6 years, you guarantee Cooper Flag.
Oh, man. I can't.
From the 817, Cooper sucks, but at least we have Luka still, right?
Oh, my goodness.
Kevin, to answer your question immediately, I think yes.
Okay.
And I think that I think there's a lot of good discussion that can be had.
So, a couple of things. This is just a side note and probably not particularly surprising. Tim McMahon reported the other day that the Mavericks have parted ways with their director of health and performance, Johan Billsborough, which I feel like over the last year and a half, we've heard a lot of back and forth complaints, some from the previous regime about how they have the best staff in the world and, oh, wait, maybe they really don't have the best staff in the world and everything like that. So, not particularly surprising. So, for the Mavericks as a whole, before we get to Cooper specifically, what would you give their season grade?
F.
Wow.
They lost.
They did.
But A.
Alec, what grade would you give the Mavericks season?
Ooh, I would probably say C-.
Okay.
C- just because I saw a lot more than I could have even imagined from Cooper Flag. I did see some stuff that I liked from guys like Ryan Nembhard. Najee Marshall gave me a lot of confidence that he's a piece that could actually stick around and make sense to stick around and build around Cooper Flag. Outside of that, pretty boring basketball. Pretty tough to watch at times, but the individual performances that I got from guys that I expect to be here for the long term, rather, I think were more than good enough.
Now, ESPN gave them a D. The forecast before the season started was 44-38. Obviously, injuries torpedoed that, and they ended up going 26-56. And then somebody asked the question, would you rather the Mavs lose a play-in game with a 500 record or the way it played out in the lottery? I understand that. I like the way it played out, but is there any part of you that would have liked to see Cooper in that playoff-esque environment and see if he could elevate you to the real playoffs?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the other thing I'm kind of concerned about, not about Cooper, I think he's going to get his. You got to figure out the team to build around him, but you have a team of veterans. You have a team of dudes who are professional players that looked like they could go back to a finals with Luka. So what are we doing with this group now? Or were they told, hey, guys, take it easy this season. We're working on some stuff.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the lack of Kyrie kind of undercut that, and then Gafford got hurt, and he had some struggles early in the season.
So you're saying a scoring point guard is missing?
I think so.
And a big.
Yeah.
Lively's injury, but man, I can't rely on Lively in the future. And Gafford... Was there regression there?
I think there was. I wonder if the counter argument is going to be that he got healthy and then picked it up later in the season. But I don't know if I think that's 100% an excuse. If you're out there, you're out there.
Was he the perfect big with a Luka because of Luka's ability to find him?
And that is a major issue as you rebuild the team.
So that's where I am in this process of that. I think they got an A. Also, in that they have the pick to start building with. I think they have an F in that they weren't good enough. So they're somewhere in the middle because they still have the ammunition to go do something with. But I have a lot of fears about the team building process here. And right now, Kevin, although we did say there is a date, is it around May, that we're going to have this done? The GM process.
So they say.
You need a leader that's going to say, here's how we're going to build your team. So they're in this weird, murky area for me.
And there is a whole lot to figure out there because, like you said, you built the team to be the team for Luka. Then you traded Luka and didn't tear the team all the way down, but it kind of feels like you've started to do that. Mm-hmm. If you traded away Kyrie, I'd be like, okay, you really made that final decision of like, hey, the people we kind of thought were going to do it aren't going to do it, and they're not going to be there anymore.
And trick Clay into coming here.
And like even Clay after the last game, hey, are you going to be here next year? Whew. I don't know. That's a tough question. I'm under contract, but
I love being a Maverick. There's nothing I love more.
I mean, and that's
what I'd love to hear. But guess what? Nobody's saying that right now.
And isn't there a tiny part of you that's like, yeah, good. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and move on from Klay Thompson because, like, what I don't think is going to work, and I hope. I'm telling you, man, if I was interviewing the presidents of basketball operations and they were like, hey, we're still this close. No, I don't want that person. I need that person to be like, all right, how confident are you that Kyrie is going to be fully healthy and can play an entire season? What are you going to do with that money that you had left over?
And you say you're interviewing as you're going to be the next GM?
Yeah, no, let's say I'm the owner. I'm asking
gotcha.
And I'm asking these questions. But yeah, if you wanted to be the next GM or president of basketball operations, I'm sitting down with them and I'm like, you have potentially about $20 million carved out. But what you need to do is get rid of Klay Thompson. What you need to do is guarantee me that Kyrie is going to be healthy. And what we need to do is move towards this player with that money and this pick with that draft pick. If you cannot do the Kyrie thing, if you cannot tell me that he'll be fully healthy, then we got to tear it down. And then it's no longer if you can move Clay, you have to move Clay. Mm-hmm. You have to move Kyrie. You have to see if you can get me one more piece of draft ammunition, whether it's this year, next year, or whatever. And we go with Cooper, we go with Acuff, or whoever your preferred first-round draft pick is, depending on how the lottery plays out, and you go from there. And that's why I think this team was so crushingly tough this season, because I know it was smart to sit Kyrie. And maybe it really was just doing the best for the team. But maybe it also was, hey, he wasn't ready because he's older and it's just going to take him longer to heal. You already brought up Derek Lively. That part really sucks. I thought Derek Lively was a piece that you were going to have going forward. Mm-hmm. And now, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Can you build that and say he's your starter? That feels like that would be foolishness.
No, and I don't know how. This is where I kind of have to look. Don't you feel like Tyson Chandler was a great success here?
Sure.
But most of his career, how often did he deal with big man injuries?
He did.
You know, like it was, he's never going to work. And then the 1 year he did this thing, it worked great for us.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that. Do we wait around for it to happen? Or do you just keep going through these years of tumultuous injuries that you're just like, dadgum, it's not working? Kevin, I think the best kind of team to go around Cooper is a very smart, fundamentally sound team that also has some really good athleticism in some areas.
Right.
And that's whenever I look at some of these guys that were playing in the tournament this year, and I'm like, which one fits that mold the most? But when I look back at the Cooper flag question, I still say yes.
Okay.
Because he was better than I thought he'd be.
Ooh, see, I like that. And I decided to compare his rookie season to Luka's. They're astonishingly similar.
What about Dennis Smith Jr.'s rookie season? Let's go look at those two.
Was a giant disappointment, and I really thought Dennis Smith Jr. was going to have the cutthroat nature of competitiveness that we needed.
We'll have more of that coming up here at 12:40.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, side by side, Luka versus Cooper, rookie year. Luka, 0.2 points per game better, 1.1 rebounds per game better, 1.5 assists per game better.
Luka?
Yes.
Wow.
So he has slight advantages in all of these categories.
Usage.
Cooper, I don't have a specific usage number. That's got to be higher for
Let me go
Luka.
look. Let's see what I can find.
Cooper Flag, 1.1 turnovers fewer per game. Cooper Flag, 4.1% shooting percentage better and 11.4% free throw percentage better. So there are obviously the three kind of core stats that Luka had slight advantages at, and there were some shooting percentage numbers and turnovers that Cooper had a slight advantage in. So I'm with you. I think Cooper Flag's season was a big success because I think it took the next step that you wanted to go. Now, if you could have been in the playoffs right now and been a favorite to win the championship, like, rock on. But Wemby is in his third year, and he's just now getting the breakthrough. Like, it takes a minute, and I like the idea that instead of pretending to almost be 500 and like you're a real competitor or anything like that, they went the opposite direction, and they have the opportunity to pick up another key player. Whether you think it's going to be Acuff, whether you think it's going to be Michael Brown, whether you think they're going to move up in the draft lottery and put themselves in position to go DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson, I don't know how that's going to turn out, but you're in position to get a good pick in what feels like a really lottery-friendly draft.
All right, I got some questions, Kevin, regarding usage rate.
Tell me.
Because usage rate, you agree, is kind of a... We felt like with Luka it was too high a lot of times.
Although I always look back. Was he about to break that trend? Nobody had the usage rate of Luka and had won a title. But, like, if you would have given it another year or two, could you have broken that theory?
His career usage rate is 35.7.
Okay, that is high.
His rookie season was 30.4.
Okay, so it was always
the lowest it ever was.
But that's still
extremely high. Jordan's usage rate his rookie season was 29.7.
Yes.
Cooper Flag's was 26.7.
And I feel like that's probably more the sweet spot, especially because of Jordan and Cooper were significantly better defenders than Luka.
Will you do me a favor?
Can
you give me the years that Michael Jordan was at his best? Like his championship season.
Yeah, so the first championship season was 90-91.
Okay. 32-8.
Okay, what was it after that?
31-6, 34-7, 33-2, 33-3, 33-1.
Okay.
33. So 33.
So that low 30s can work just fine.
Yeah, and Lucas
if you're the greatest player on the planet.
Right, and Lucas is he's averaging in the 35. His peak is 37, 38. So that's kind of the like with Flag, can he work himself to that number?
Yeah.
And obviously, when it came to Michael Jordan too, fourth quarter was his.
Sure.
I keep saying if Kyrie's going to be around, like fourth quarter's always been Kyrie's.
Right.
But maybe those two can work something else out. But if the future doesn't hold that for them, I don't know.
And I think that will be part of who you draft too. Like, let's just stick with the guards. If you went maybe like Brown or Flemings, maybe you'd have somebody that is decently pass friendly as opposed to Acuff, and maybe kind of Wagler. I know he's more of a combo guard. Is maybe they're going to be looking to score more. And that's what I'm intrigued about. If you could tell me Kyrie is healthy, I think he's the perfect complement for Cooper Flag, because he can take over the game scoring-wise if he wants. But if you just want him to set everything up to make the offense flow and feed it through Cooper, who works really well off the ball, that would be magical. But I just don't know you can plan for that.
Are we done with the idea that Cooper Flag could be a point guard? That's done.
Yes. I never thought that was a long-term thing.
No, when they describe it the way they said it, and we kind of discussed, we thought that was an idea.
Yeah.
The idea was let him do it. If he can, holy crap, what did we stumble upon?
Yeah, man.
If it's a struggle and it looks like it's being forced, then at least he's learning the offense on the fly. Like he's learning it in a crash course.
Right.
But the idea now, though, is you saw him at his best doing other things now.
Yeah. And that's why I want to say the rookie season is a success for the big picture. But short term, man, I get why everyone's like, this is what we did, huh? This is what we decided to tear it down for. This kid who got us 26 wins.
Kevin, I don't know if you saw this or not, but Caden Boozer is going to return for his sophomore season at Duke. Are you excited?
It does seem like
you think he's going to screw it up again?
I mean, I would love it too if Foster and Evans came back, but it does feel like him saying, I ruined our season, and then bouncing. He's not ready for the NBA yet either.
No.
So
his brother is, though, right?
Yes. I mean, look, if you told me Cam's coming back, I'd be like, let's go, baby. Let's fix the wrongs of the past. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Too dramatic? Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. NFL Draft Overreaction or Reality kicks it off right here on The Fan.
Time experts.
Saying, well protected, lets it go. Tate, touchdown, Buckeyes! 49 yards from Sayin to Carnell Tate.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter to Corey. Like, A, did he think his mic would come on? And B, when do you watch Draft Day? Never?
You have to do your annual viewing. No,
never.
Do it right.
I did. I watched it annually 1 year.
When do you do your annual viewing of Draft Day? Everybody should, have a day where they get it done. Ooh. And usually I like to wait until Wednesday night so that I can really feel like that next morning it's fresh on the mind as I roll into Pluckers and Allen on Thursday.
You can't do this at Pluckers unless you can engineer some awesome stuff. What if I told you should watch Draft Day during the draft in between the picks? So they make the pick, do the interview, then you mute the draft, start Draft Day, and watch it like in 6-minute increments. And so then by the end of the first day of the draft, you'll watch the movie.
So this is interesting because the one of my favorite movies is For Love of the Game,
right?
Featuring
Kevin Costner.
It seems like all of my favorite movies are Kevin Costner.
Because you love Tin Cup, yeah.
Yeah. So but in that movie,
and if only he was in Big Fish.
Yes, you're totally right about that. In that movie, it's a 9-inning game.
Right.
But they, between pitches and stuff like that, they go to memories that he had of his career and his love and stuff like that. And so, that would be cool if they made a movie that was 32 picks long.
Yeah.
And they just kind of went through that, but instead they start, it's a whole process getting to the draft.
You know what? If I ever do watch Draft Day again, it will be just so I can break it up into 32-piece chunks for you.
I think the biggest part is that's what they should do with Draft Day 2.
Oh, God.
Whenever they decide Draft Day 2 is a thing, that's how they really need to attack that. All right, back to you, Kevin.
I look forward to that. All right, NFL Draft. Overreaction or reality? In 2 years, the Cowboys must have at least 3 starters and 2 Pro Bowlers from this draft.
Does that mean 5 different players?
No. The Pro Bowlers can be the starters. Gosh, that would be a lot. That would be awesome, though.
I think you have to have 2 Pro Bowlers and 2 starters.
Okay.
I can't. I'd love to say that one of these next 15 picks that you have, all of them being in the 5th round.
We got a third?
Okay, yeah, that too. It just feels like they're all 5th rounders.
That's true.
Because you're so far away. Dude, when Friday night starts, you have 7.5 hours before you get to the Cowboys pick. It feels like.
Yeah. For now.
Yes. I think 2 Pro Bowlers. I think you legitimately should say these 2 picks should be Pro Bowlers.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting is Stephen Jones was like, look, I'm not saying we're getting to 22 first-round grades. And Broadus, based on the way it sounds, has 15 first-round grades at least. So
at most.
13.
Yeah.
I think it's 13. So that's kind of crazy.
Oof. Alec, overreaction or reality? In 2 years, the Cowboys must have at least 3 starters and 2 Pro Bowlers from this draft.
Oh, man.
They can be the same players for 2 of them.
Well, considering that Shedeur Sanders was a Pro Bowler last year.
Oh, wow.
2 legitimate Pro Bowl game selections.
I don't know, man.
I shouldn't have led with that. Reality, just because you're in such a bad spot defensively, and I feel like this draft is going to be very defense forward. So for that simple reason, I'll say yes. I don't hold Pro Bowls to that standard anymore. The ideas that I'm thinking of moving up in this draft and everything, I'm thinking all pro. I'm thinking about you need to walk away from this draft with an all pro.
So I should have said 3 starters, 2 Pro Bowlers, and 1 all pro.
Ooh. That's a lot. You're asking for a lot there.
Well, again, the all pro would fit all 3 of those categories.
Sure. All right. I'd say yes.
If you make that trade up, like Kevin was offering us this morning, he was like, I'm going to get you Styles and Downs. Do you think you have 2 All-Pros?
You do. I know you do.
Now, that's going to be tricky because it goes against the crux of my next overreaction or reality statement.
Oh, no.
Overreaction or reality. Ohio State will have 4 players taken in the top 10. That would be Reese, Styles, Tate, and Downs. I know my 10 and 12 scenario would prohibit that, but just go along with it.
Overreaction. Just missing this.
Oh, good.
Just missing it.
That means we're still in play. Alec, overreaction or reality? Ohio State, who Stephen Jones was like, I can't believe how they lost any football game. We'll have, that's really happened. We'll have 4 players taken in the top 10.
Reality, because my mock draft says so I have to stick by that. I do think all of those players do, and I think the latest that you see one of those players go is 7. So, wow. Yeah, I think it happens pretty easily.
Ooh, bonus question, or I guess this is a question. Who do you think will be the last Ohio State player taken from that quartet? So Reese, Styles, Tate, and Downs.
For me, it's Tate.
See, I would have thought that for a while, but now I think he could be second and maybe probably third.
Yeah, the way the draft is lined up, I think he's second, and I thought Styles was going to be higher, so I would say Downs.
Okay. I think sentiment might be changing on this, but let's find out. Overreaction or reality? Taking Dylan Thieneman at pick number 12 is a reach.
I think so. That's why I haven't committed to it. But I also can totally see a world where walking away with Thieneman is like, damn, you don't see the success until you're on the field.
Sure.
But I do think at this point,
I thought Travis Frederick was an overdraft.
Yeah, and then you were like, dang,
Whoops.
that dude's really good.
Yeah.
I think it's a reach at 12.
Alec? Dylan Thieneman, overreaction or reality? It's a reach at 12.
Overreaction.
Ooh.
And I probably will be in the minority in this
when you play fantasy football, you play your studs, don't you?
Yeah.
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 And I don't care what they've done trend-wise, I'm playing my studs.
Exactly. And when I'm going to read you the first sentence of my blurb from my mock about Thieneman. I'm not going to tell you where I had him going. If Caleb Downs wasn't in this class, Thieneman would be the defensive chess piece that everybody is discussing at length.
Probably so.
He would.
I think he's right.
And I still think Caleb Downs is the second best player in this class. Dylan Thieneman and Caleb Downs are not as far apart as people think. They really aren't.
Okay.
Unique.
I like it.
Unique players, dude. Very unique players.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? You like Denzel Boston at wide receiver more than Omar Cooper Jr.
Alec, go ahead, because didn't you guys discuss Denzel Boston when I was out?
Denzel Boston feels like he's been moving for some people.
Did y'all discuss Lemon and Boston
Yes.
in that time?
Yeah, and for me, Boston, he's intriguing because he's electric. He can play the X and the slot. He makes all of the highlight reel catches. He can run with physicality, almost like a running back. I liken him to Cortland Sutton from the Broncos. He reminds me a lot of him. I wouldn't say that I like him more than Omar Cooper Jr., though. Do I think he has the higher ceiling? Probably. But I think right now, today, more NFL ready is Omar Cooper, so I'd say overreaction.
Yeah, I'm revisiting, kind of looking at Boston right now. 2 different style receivers for me. I would place Cooper on this team specifically because he can do things in my mind that I don't need CD and George Pickens to do.
Right.
I think that there are some things that I could ask of Boston that he can do that Pickens and CD I wouldn't ask them to do. Cooper is just one of those guys that I think fits in this role that I'd be like, dude, I can draw up so many plays for you. And Boston, it would take some time for me to do that.
Overreaction or reality?
Good player, though.
The Cowboys may well take a quarterback on day 3. Because they have so many 5th-round picks.
Overreaction.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Reality.
Oh!
Yeah. They're going to satisfy Jerry Jones, they're going to get Taylon Green out of Arkansas.
Oh, okay. Alec?
I got to go reality. I could see the total Ben DiNucci pick where you're at the very, very end of the draft and the coach is like, hey, this guy's never going to play whatever pick we make. Just go ahead and add another quarterback just because I really like this guy. He's a friend of a friend. Just like Ben DiNucci was. He was it was just a total good faith pick, to appease the head coach. So why not?
I have a feeling that the Cowboys are going to sign like 700 undrafted free agents based on the picks that they brought in. And you know how they like take pride in that. They're like, guys, we're going to find that diamond in the rough. You just watch.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality? The Jets and Cardinals have the worst quarterback situations in the league.
At the moment, yes. Jacoby Brissett's not a quarterback that you want to lead your team. He's a quarterback that you want to win you a couple games when your guy's hurt. And he performs well enough.
They have Gardner Minshew, too.
Same thing. Exact same thing, except for I don't even trust Gardner Minshew that much anymore. Ooh. There was a time when he had an edge about himself that I liked, and I don't even like that anymore. And then the Jets they're going to Jets.
They got Geno Smith.
Good. They had Geno Smith. Guess what happened?
Oh, man. All right, Alec. NFL draft overreaction or reality? The Jets and the Cardinals have the worst quarterback situations in the league. Bonus question.
Oh, no.
Rick Bonus.
Statement. Because of that, the Cardinals or Jets will draft Ty Simpson.
I hate the follow-up question. Reality to the first one, and I like how Corey basically said, hey, Cardinals, you have a bunch of A.J. Feeleys on your team.
Yes.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Congratulations.
You can win 5 games in a row, and then you need your guy back, kind of thing. Yeah, they have the 2 worst just because this draft is going to do nothing to help them with that cause. They found the worst couple of years to be bad. They found the absolute worst couple of years to be bad, and it is very unfortunate for them. I've talked myself out of, even though I want it to happen so bad, I've talked myself out of the Jets being in on Ty Simpson.
Okay.
It seems like from some of the smoke, they're not really that interested, and they're kind of okay with the idea of maybe one of these project quarterbacks later in the draft, and then if we hate them, we can draft somebody next year. The Cardinals are being very quiet about their plans with the draft. Even at number 3, they're being very, very quiet.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say reality just because I think they're trying to play coy and say, no, we're good with what we've got. Boom, Ty Simpson at the end of the first round, trade back up.
Okay. Corey, the bonus question to you.
Rick Bonus.
Or I should have said statement, but I guess it still would have had bonus in it. Because of this, the Cardinals or Jets will draft Ty Simpson.
I mean, I've been adamant about this all along. I kept saying that the Jets were going to trade back up they're going to take 12 from the Cowboys, and they were going to give us like 15 first-round picks for the future because they're idiots.
Great.
But they were going to have Arvell Reese, so everything kind of looked good for them. So, I think that this is definitely going to happen, Kevin. I think one of them is going to do it.
Okay.
Although I've also been on record saying that I think Ty Simpson will slide out of the first, so what do I know?
Okay. By the way, quick
flip-flopper.
Sometimes you get new information.
Yeah.
Quick side note, and I think that this is amazing since you gave us the updates for all NBA teams and MVP for Luka and Cade Cunningham. Did you see that the Wizards created the Trey Johnson Certified Bucket Double album to pitch him for all rookie honors? And so it's a 2 vinyl set. And all of the track listings are accomplishments that he had this year in terms of trying to get him on the All NBA or the NBA All Rookie team.
Okay, interesting. Well,
that's kind of cool, right?
So if you are presented one of those double albums, was it CD version or vinyl?
No, it's vinyl.
Vinyl. Wow, that's really cool.
It has cool artwork and everything.
Would you rather
too.
have cassette?
No, I don't know where I would have access
Which one's your
to a
favorite?
cassette player. I love the CD. We're the KNC Masterpiece. All right. It's like the start of the Cooper Flag segment all over again. And there's nothing you can do about it because of our adjusted clock for today. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And I love that we have some awesome news happening all at this time right now. Because as the segment was being planned, we didn't have one of these newses.
You heard him.
Yep. News number 1. Do you know who is going to be announcing in Pittsburgh for the Cowboys?
The draft picks?
Yeah.
I do not. Brad Sham?
No.
Is it you?
Kevin? No.
Okay. Whew. I was really excited there for a second.
But it is 2 Hall of Famers. Which unfortunately takes Darren Woodson out of it.
Oh, Drew Pearson again?
Drew Pearson's one of them.
Damn right.
Put Drew Pearson in Pittsburgh? What? Awesome. Did y'all see this too? They have the keg wall where whenever your keg lights up, your team's keg, you can go get a nice cold Bud Light from that keg.
Okay.
Isn't that kind of cool?
That is cool.
But yes, Drew Pearson and Tony Dorsett.
Oh.
Who played his football in college at Pitt.
Yeah.
Drew Pearson hated Pittsburgh. What? Why are you looking like that?
I hope that goes
He's gonna be fine.
Great.
He's gonna be just fine.
Okay.
All right.
I'm a little nervous.
He's gonna get up there and he'll be just fine.
I gotcha.
Put that in the world.
Okay.
Kevin.
Tony Dorsett's gonna be awesome out there.
By the way, starting lineup for the Rangers: Brandon Nimmo leading off, Wyatt Langford, Jake Berger, Josh Young, Kyle Higashioka.
Seager.
Wow. So this is one of those stretches. I think we're hitting lefties today. I know you usually do see Seager in there. This is going to be one that you're going to. I think you have, starting yesterday, 8 of the next 10 outings were against right-handed batters or pitchers.
Yep.
So this is one of those rare lefties, and I think they're just saying, hey, let's get some righties in there. Josh Smith will be at second base. McCutcheon, Haggerty, and the lighters on the mound. Zeke Duran playing shortstop today. So he's getting some play.
Okay.
Drew Pearson and Tony Dorsett. Congratulations.
I like
fellas. All right. Kevin.
Hut.
Rick Bonus.
Is that why you keep saying his name this morning?
Wants to change the Blue Jackets culture. And my question, though...
This did not go over super well with them.
Or did it?
Oh.
Rick Bonus has reportedly agreed to an extension to remain head coach of the Columbus Blue Jackets.
With the players. It did not go over well with the players, I heard.
Alec, if you can, let's go ahead and play cut 10 here. This is Rick Bonus after the game talking about the culture.
Rick, you've been a part of a lot of games and a lot of seasons. Have you ever been part of something that's as frustrating as this has been down the stretch?
No. And you know what? All you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. Like, I don't know if I'm back, but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them. It doesn't bother them. Like, how can you go out and play like that? Should have done this about a month ago. But this is why we are where we are. This is why we're out of the playoffs. That kind of effort. Losing, you have to hate losing. I don't care if it's a meaningless game. I don't care. Show up and compete. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. What else you want to know?
You reached them for so long after you got here. How did it stop? Where did it stop?
Because it got tough. Because it got hard. Like we talked about after the Olympic break. It's going to get harder. So everything's good as long as it's going their way. And now it gets tough, we don't want to battle back. And that's what's happened over the last a couple of weeks. That's all that's happened. We're going to change that. If I'm back, I don't know if I'm back. Don and I will talk. We'll get to that. But man, oh man, some of those guys are so lucky the season's over and there's no practice tomorrow.
Woo! And I guess that speech last night, if I'm back, I'm changing the culture.
I was going to say it worked for the management. I don't know if it worked for the players, but I think the whole point he was saying is you might not be here.
Right. All right. So, Kevin, I obviously, like I said, I planned this segment before I knew he had the extension.
Yeah.
And it was not centered around his extension or any of that stuff. But it is kind of one of those, it's the last game of the season. What do you got?
Yeah.
Go show me.
Yeah.
And you probably, if you're a front office, you're sitting there going, and you're having conversations with this coach too. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're just observing. But you can see if your team's trying or not.
For sure.
You can tell if
Broaddus will always be like, it's the film you put out there.
Exactly.
Right?
Now, here's the question that I have though, because Kevin, you frequently say this, and he said it twice in that post game interview. You gotta hate losing.
Yeah.
Here's what I'd like to discuss defining. What is the difference between hating losing and loving to win?
Yeah, I think it's what's the first thing that comes to your mind in these scenarios. Like when you win, you're happy, but are you also like, that's what was supposed to happen? Versus if you lose, you're like, son of a bee. And you're not like, I can't believe we lost. You're like, why did we lose? How did we lose? We lost because of A, B, and C. What could I have done better? God, I'm so pissed. Do you get madder when you lose than happier when you win? Now, some people will say that's unhealthy, and I could see that. But other people will argue that's how you drive yourself to greatness.
I think I love that side of it. I think the coin's the same.
Sure.
Because you have to hate losing more than you love to win.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Okay.
And I don't think this is going to cause our show to break up and us to fight forever.
Let's hope not.
We've been through a lot more. Even yesterday when I had to have a tough talk with you, we were able to get through that somehow. I think to find somebody that hates it just as much is the key.
Yeah.
Because loving winning is, you don't necessarily love to do the hard work or are offended by the loss. Now, I think that sometimes, Kevin, do you look at me whenever a loss happens and you're just like, you're not taking it as hard as I want you to?
I could see that.
But you know me enough to know that internally it's driving me nuts. I let it roll because we're gonna do what it takes to get going.
Yeah.
So that's the thing with some people, you can't see it, but they do. They're like, I am chasing winning.
Yeah.
And that's what, when Skip says chase winning, I love what he broke down with Josh Smith about. Don't chase numbers. Don't chase these small things. Just chase the success. And I think that's part of it. But I think you're right about once you get there, yes, we put in the requisite work to win. We did all these things. But here's what I love about winning. Now I've done it, and I have that success to hold over all you losers out there. All right? And I can't wait to do it again. All right? So I think you need that. But I also think you need that other side of, that was such a disgusting taste.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan had that, right?
Yeah, he did.
Dude,
sometimes he had to create fictional adversaries to do that.
You didn't want to be on his team if y'all lost, or if y'all didn't give the effort to go out there and win that night. You didn't want to be there because that dude was going to make it miserable on you.
And I think, I understand both sides of it.
So miserable that you had no other choice but to win. And that's how Jimmy Johnson was too.
Yeah. And I understood both sides of it at the time, but I think that's one of the things Bobby was trying to say when it went back to the Cooper flag celebration is I envision him thinking Michael Jordan would tell everybody to shut the F up and sit down. We lost. What are you even talking about?
Yeah.
But I get the celebratory nature of a crap season anyway.
I understand that. When it comes to, I think that's why I say, though, I think you have to have both sides of the coin together. It's one coin. It's this part of this innate feeling of knowing what success is. Because if you just hate losing, you can still be a loser.
Right.
And just hate losing all the time if you don't know what the success is like.
Sure.
How good that feeling is, how good that taste is, and why you want it back. And other people around you might not know either. That's why. But I love what Rick Bowness is saying there of you got to. I just wanted to kind of discuss that. I don't think there's a difference.
Yeah.
I think they're the same, just opposites. Because as I learned in Young Sherlock, Kevin, which Kevin's always said, you can tell what show Corey's watching by whatever his conversation.
So true.
Is for every problem is a solution. For every positive is a negative. If there's a virus out there, there's going to be something that stops the virus.
Sure.
So that's the way that for God there's the devil. There's always the balance of what we have out there. And that's why I think that winning and losing go hand in hand together, the hate and the love for both of those.
And from the 972, professional sports now, the players are not paid to win. I think one of the things
that's the separation
that goes along with that is you used to get paid in part because you were a winner, or that's how you created your brand. Now you create your brand in any number of different ways. But like Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, those people, they created their brand, and then obviously the triplets. Their brand was winning.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything else chased behind it. Now you don't have to be a winner to create a brand and be super popular. But I still think there is a lot of people that people just underrate, that they're still intrinsically driven. Like, even if they make $50 million a year, they're like, yeah, and that's awesome, but I need to win.
What do you think drove Tom Brady?
All that drove Tom Brady was winning and legacy.
Where he was drafted was probably a disgusting taste for him, but he wasn't a loser before, or he wasn't a winner before that.
Sure.
At that point, though, he probably was like, once I get this chance, I've now tasted the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I never want to taste being an irrelevant player again.
And I think you can make the argument, if you win, you could make, if you want, whatever brand you want. Like, you can step out and do if you want. Now, there are other people like Tim Duncan who I get the sense is like, I don't really care.
Interesting. Man, dude, think about that. TB12.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Yeah.
The ones that won at the height, at that level, they created the way they wanted it made.
And those shoes are cool, and his brand is cool, but let's not pretend like people haven't bought millions of Jordans over the years that they thought were just okay, but they bought them anyway because they're Jordans. And Jordan's a winner. Mm-hmm. Now, most of his shoes are super cool, but I'm saying there's a couple iterations. You're probably like, okay, I do want to be like Mike.
Are we really out there wearing Marburys?
Yeah, I mean,
they were very cost effective.
That's right. I appreciate the fact that he has like $15 shoes.
One other thing that I wanted to kind of add to this, because I only have a little bit of time, as you've told me, Kevin.
Son of a gun.
Dustin Wolf, after the game with Calgary, gave his stick to a 10-year-old fan. And Kevin, when this is a goalie stick, whenever he got this stick, like, this kid started crying getting this stick. Have you ever gotten something at a game from a player? I never have. I think it was Jesse Holley said that when he gave his gloves to that fan at the San Francisco game, he later saw that fan again and autographed the gloves for him, and I thought that was really cool. I've never been given something by a player at a game, and I was just curious if any of the Tolos out there have ever gotten something like that handed to them.
Yeah, I mean, I know it was wrestling, but I mean, when Brandon got that little broshure from one of the wrestlers.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool. That's a cool story, too.
He thought it was the coolest thing ever. I just loved it, too, because he slid it over after they all been destroyed by Brock Lesnar and they had to keep laying on the ground. I mean, I've gotten some foul balls, but I don't think someone's like just given that to me directly. That would be super.
They had a big moment and handed you their belt.
Yeah, that would be awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, with just a week to go, which teams are going to throw the first round of the NFL Draft into chaos? Next on The Fan.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. With just a week to go, which teams are going to throw the first round of the NFL draft into chaos? And, of course, in a week, we'll be taking over all the pluckers across the Metroplex. But there's a few different ways that this could go, and I wanted to know, before we break down a few of them, is there a team that you think could kind of throw this draft into chaos? The first round. I think it could be the Arizona Cardinals at pick number 3.
Okay, why is that?
So if the Bailey visit did get canceled, if you think that means the Jets are going to... the Jets are going Reese at 2, that it's Mendoza, Reese. And I think a lot of people have just assumed then that Bailey would go at pick number 3. What if that is not the case? Or, as we talked about a couple of days ago, apparently teams 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all willing to listen to deals. So what if there's a different player somebody covets up there at 3? I feel like that's the first pivot spot where this thing could get kind of wild.
It's the Browns for me.
That I get too.
The Browns,
they'll trade with the Cowboys.
The Browns can do so many things. The Browns, just go look at their mock draft history across this year, and it ranges from offensive lineman to receiver to defensive. But again, they also have the incentive to trade away. So for me, it's the Browns. That would shake things up a lot. I think the Giants have a variety of picks they can make too. Kevin, quite honestly, they need to take an offensive lineman. They don't need Sonny Styles. They don't need Caleb Downs. They might love him. They don't need him. They need to trade away. They need to take an offensive lineman, give Jackson Dart some freaking protection back there. They've needed to do that for how long? How long have we been saying that? It feels like Jason Garrett was still the head coach when we've been saying that. Is that, hey, do something for the quarterbacks back there, and they just haven't done that. So I think it's 5-6 picks. Kevin could completely throw a monkey wrench into this thing.
Okay, Alec, I'm going to ask you about one more. The Titans at pick number 4. Do you think it would throw some people for a loop if they really did take Jeremiah Love, or do you think people have focused in and accepted that feels like the pick?
I think people have focused in and accepted on that. I have. I do think. And
so you got that kind of penciled in.
I have it penciled in, and I think the betting odds favor that as well at this point too. And it makes a ton of sense because they're trying to build around Cam Ward. They added a lot defensively in free agency, so it makes a ton of sense if they're really trying to invest in offense. So the Titans intrigue me because they have a few different things that, just because of their positioning alone in the draft, make a ton of sense for them at that pick. There's a few that could throw things off for me. I think the Giants could throw things for a loop for sure, just because I've heard 3 names that are absolutely in play there. It's obviously Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles, but Francis Malinois, the Miami tackle, he's gotten a lot of buzz there.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
I even had one person definitively tell me it's going to be an offensive lineman. But it's lying season.
Although that would also help our pipe dream of continuing to move Downs and Styles on past the board, down the board.
And Harbaugh even said at the league meetings a few weeks ago, he said, they asked about the offensive line. He said, it's a work in progress. So he didn't even have anything nice to say about that offensive line. He said, it needs some work. So that wouldn't surprise me. But a team that could throw things off just a little bit, that I don't think a lot of people are talking about, the New Orleans Saints. I think they could throw things off just because they are one of the few teams in the top 10 that I think can purely go best player available. They don't have a glaring need that they're like, we need to address this right here, right now, while we still have a premium pick. A wide receiver makes a ton of sense there. A pass rusher makes a ton of sense there because they just lost Cameron Jordan in free agency. I could see a corner making a ton of sense. I know for a fact they love Caleb Downs, just like the rest of the league. Mansour Delane is in play there as well. He is very much in play there. They are kind of just going to let things fall in front of them, and literally whoever is the highest player on their board, they're going to take them, and they're not going to look back.
And that's something that you see in the draft, and it's hard to predict, is the run on the specific position. So I'm not necessarily saying, like, let's go back to pick 5, that if it is offensive line there, that starts the run. That feels a little bit early. However, if pick 8 was a wide receiver, because there do seem to be so many different opinions about the top, maybe even the top 6 receivers in this draft, but surely at least the top 3 or 4, maybe that would start a run. Wouldn't that be a magical thing if all of a sudden 9 and 10 shuffled around because Tate or whoever goes off the board at 8 and they're like, ooh, I need a receiver trade up. I need a receiver trade up, or whatever the case might be. And then all of a sudden you are living in a magical world where at 11, Bain is there, Downs is there. I know we keep talking about Styles. I don't know how that is going to play out, but I think that would be great news for the Cowboys, obviously.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just, the Saints are an interesting team too, for sure. As Alec was saying, that's because I don't know what they're going to do. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
I have no clue. I still feel like they need a quarterback, but they're like, "What are you talking about? Look at us."
And you might be right,
Shuck.
but they're going to give Shuck another year because they're like, "Hey, man, good job."
Kellen Moore's like, doesn't matter who the quarterback is.
Yeah.
I'll make them look good.
I mean, he made Shuck look better than I think maybe we all thought he possibly could be as a rookie. And then I think you have to look at the Chiefs and the Cowboys, teams with multiple picks in the first round. The Chiefs at 9 and 29, the Cowboys at 12 and 20. Hell, we've had discussions about those swaps for those 4 picks being in play. I do have some questions about the Ravens as well.
Okay, the Ravens, because I'm glad you said that. The Ravens definitely could, as Rada said, jump up ahead of you and be better than you. But the Ravens are always brilliant at just going, watch, some idiot's going to let this guy go.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, there they are drafting somebody that you're like, dadgum. So that's why I just don't think that they're going to try and jump up and throw a wrench into it. The Rams, who hate draft picks, definitely could, though. Like, they're one of those teams that are just like, let's go big or go home, baby. That's just how the Rams seem to do things.
What if I told you the Rams draft Ty Simpson?
I think you're a crazy person.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe you.
I mean, if I had the ability to look into the future, my underdog spots would be fire the next week.
No. I'm saying if you told me that they just made the pick,
you'd still think
10
it was
minutes
bananas?
ago, I would be like, you're lying.
Okay.
I know the world has said this, but I think you're a liar. 12 or at 13? I keep looking at this from a Cowboys perspective when you ask this, though. When you say who could turn this thing on their head, and that's why I looked up at the Browns first. But it still is the Browns no matter what, because if they traded out, and let's say they let the Bears move up.
Yeah.
Holy crap! And I'm not saying the Bears would, but let's say they let the Buffalo Bills jump up there and take somebody.
I would love to see the Bills take a receiver. I know their GM would be furious about it, but that's why he got canned. So, and it feels like the Browns have been wanting to move out of that spot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And also they have that trade chip in Myles Garrett. They could trade at any time.
Oh, did not get canned. I should have said that, right?
Their coach got canned.
Yeah.
Their GM's still there.
They picked their GM.
Yeah, their GM's still there.
I really want him to draft a wide receiver and be like, oh, yeah, we just needed one.
Yeah, it comes down to the teams that could do the most things at their pick.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, early season MLB trends that'll last and those that will not. Next on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Berger with a base hit could bring in 2 here. The pitch to Jake is swung on, and that is crushed to deep left field. A monster shot. That ball is a history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Jake Berger. And the A's lead is suddenly just 1 run at 6-5.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, getting you ready for Rangers athletics. First pitch probably about 2:08. Pregame starts 1:30 right here on the Fan. All right. Early MLB season trends that'll last and those that will not. Parity. Is parity here for the 2026 MLB season? You look at the American League, where the best record is 10-7, and the division leaders are 10-7, 11-8, 10-8, and there is no division lead bigger than 1 game in all of the American League. National League has the Dodgers, so that changes it up a bit.
I do think that, like, I'm looking at the ERAs of some of the pitchers out there right now, and you got like Chad Patrick with a .95, Soriano with a .33, because Mike Maddox is out there.
Yeah.
There's some teams that just shouldn't be there, that you're not used to, that are, and the best aren't just taking off. Hell, the Dodgers last year, didn't it feel like they were 21 games in before they had a loss or something? And they were running away with it, but the Padres were right there too.
Yeah, that and then is the case yet again so far.
So that's, I think parity is here for this year. It might change down the road.
Pete Alonso is a free agent bust.
Oh.
Real or not real? Thus far, he has a whole 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. He has a batting average of 197 and an OPS of 678. Real or not real?
Is he consistently one of those slow starter guys? That's the question you have to ask about that. But for the significant amount of money that he was given to start, to do this, I would say that you would say yes. At the moment, that's not what you expected out of a guy that you expected to lead the way for a young cast.
And they gave a 5-year contract too.
Is he doing something in that clubhouse though that's helpful for them? Because Baltimore's not out of it by any means.
Sure. So if you're out of it already, your team is the worst.
And sometimes also, which the Rockies, the White Sox, I would say that one of the things, though, is that clubhouse, maybe there is something about him being in that lineup that still puts some fear there, but he needs to do the damage for that to continue.
Man, this is a great one from the 972. Early trends that will continue. Outfielders jumping and taking away home runs. I mean, you saw that again yesterday. So, I mean, it's hard to argue that will not continue. So I will say, yes, that will continue. Mason Miller can win the Cy Young.
Overreaction.
You can just tell me if you think it's going to happen.
Oh, I don't think he will. But was Eckersley the last one to do it from the closer spot?
No, I think didn't Gagne win?
Okay.
I think there's been a couple of others, but so far, Mason Miller has thrown 8 innings, 8.1, 8 1/3. He has 1 walk, 1 hit, and 20 strikeouts. I'm going to say that again. In 8 1/3, Mason Miller has given up 1 walk, 1 hit, and struck out 20.
2003, Roy Halladay in the AL, Eric Gagne in the NL.
So Gagne won it as a closer.
He had a 3.7 WAR, 2 wins, 3 losses, 55 saves. Gave up he had a 1.20 ERA and 137 strikeouts in 82 innings.
I mean, Mason Miller has a 0 ERA and already has 5 saves. Now, I don't know if he'll keep up this pace, but right now,
0 ERA?
his strikeout to walk ratio is 20-1.
Insane. Like he's amazing, dude.
The Texas Rangers, are they a playoff team?
Yes.
Okay.
They have to win the division.
You don't think wild card comes out?
I don't think wild card's going to be their route. Now, that being said, there's more teams. I'm just always so comfortable with you have to win the division. I think this division's winnable. We asked that question to everybody going into this season, and everybody kept saying, we think the Astros are on the downturn. Guess what? That's true. But the A's and the Angels, and the Mariners, I know the Mariners are off to a weird start, but there's some good teams. I think the Rangers can win enough games to win it, though, and I think they're going to be their best route.
Okay, you said just a second ago, obviously that's true. I had a question mark on this one. Are the Houston Astros done for 2026? They're only 8-11. They have won 2 straight since they lost 8 in a row.
Done.
My goodness.
You're welcome. You're welcome, DFW Rangers fans.
Okay.
Not the Astros fans, because that hurts for you.
I don't want to push my luck here. But do you really think that, or are you saying that to make me and other Rangers fans happy?
I really think that. I think they're done. They're going. I think that the series against Texas is going to be. They're going to try and spice it up. Yes,
sure.
But I just think they're at a point where they're having to recollect themselves a little. They have some good young talent to start with, but they're going to have to recollect and rebuild a little bit to get back to this point, back to where they were before. And they don't have the crew in the front office that's the same that built that previous past. That had that path to get there was they rebuilt by being very bad for a while.
Do you think the Rangers bullpen can withstand a full season?
No. Overreaction.
Still didn't have to be that. Those are statements. These are questions.
Yeah, no,
because they have like the second or third best ERA in the American League, but you already have problems.
Name
developing.
A proven dude in that bullpen.
Yeah,
even Junis. Like right now, you're like fingers crossed.
Yeah,
you're hoping that it is.
I agree.
This one of those seasons for him. But I mean, Cole Winn, we were hoping was on the rise, and then last night's a tough one. How's he going to respond?
He had been pitching really well, but you're right. Yesterday, you can look at yesterday and be like, "Ooh, that's where we lost the game."
That being said, we didn't trust Leclerc.
Yeah.
Or Spores.
Right.
We trusted Chapman, and that was it.
Right.
But that was a great setup for our closers in that run. But right now, Kevin, I think you're going to have to commit a little more to some proven commodities there.
How problematic would it be if the Rangers lost today and lost 3 of 4 to not Oakland?
To the A's?
That ballpark is just so stupid. It feels like calling them the Sacramento A's is idiotic, and they're just like, we're just the A's. Especially because starting tomorrow, you go to Seattle, and Seattle has kicked your ass in their home field again and again and again.
Yeah, Skip said he loves starting the season on the road because you get these opportunities you got to recover from that. So if you lose 3 of 4 and you get out of Sacramento and you head to Seattle, y'all better go have a team dinner and really figure out, guys, what do we all want from each other here, and reboot that before you head to Seattle.
Will the Rangers win today? With all that being said,
you got Jack Leiter on the bump.
You can use a bounce back from him.
I don't think it's an overwhelming environment for him. I think this is an environment that he will thrive in. I think that this is an interesting lineup without Corey Seager in it. So I think this might be a bunch of dudes that are up there trying to scrape and scrap to get some things done. So, Kevin, I'm going to say that the Rangers win a 5-2 game today.
Ooh, okay. I hope you're right. I'll say 4-3 then. That's what I'll go with. All right. Baseball coming up next. First pitch about 2:08. Rangers and the A's pregame starting at 1:30. Don't forget Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour in DeSoto, 261 East Wintergreen Road tomorrow with those custom golf balls. We will also be back tomorrow. Full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.